as long as they need to. Rigba taking down Drex. That's the nail in the coffin. And Roffelcopter bounce back with a second round in a row.
Second round in a row, 2 plants in a row for Roffelcopter. They are starting to get things rolling on this attack, and I felt like that retake was so close to being possible for Rhythm. In fact, I thought the denial was going to happen. So unfortunate that the SMG-11 was out of ammo as he wheeled around the corner. That's just how it is sometimes when you're playing these SAS operators. That SMG-11 feels like it's always out of ammo, I tell you what. But now a 3-2. Roffelcopter on the verge of bringing us back and equalizing the half.
That round definitely felt, start to finish, a lot more comfortable for
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
the
defused by
Roffel
attackers.
roster. It's, alright, I'm just going to say it right now before we continue to talk seriously about this game. The word Roffel has been out of my vocabulary since I was about 10 years old, and to say that word again is so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable.
Yeah, look, not something that comes up in everyday conversation, is it, Manic?
Oh. And then chuck a copter on the end of that.
I like how you changed it just before the Roffel roster. I thought that was neat.
You like that one?
I do like that one.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, for all intents and purposes, Rhythm are going to double down on what was successful. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And unfortunately, they did not heed those words of a wise man, and the last round really steamrolled out of control for them in the basement. So they're going back to what they know and what has been rightfully successful for them. And it is the last round of the half.
To reiterate the points that I've been making as well, I just think this is such a critical round for Rhythm right now. If this half does not be a 4-2 in their favor, they've really lost a big opportunity. They are not going to have an easy time on attack. I mean, I'm not foreseeing them having an easy time on attack. Maybe they're backing themselves in for it, but I don't think so. Just again, the way this map is generally played out and with these bans, it's going to be tough. And given the 3-0 lead they built for themselves to not get majority rounds, it's really going to be tough on the mental game as well, which I think Roffelcopter can capitalize on.
Well, the series could be done in 2, which is rather concerning for Rhythm, and signs that we did not expect to see after some of their closer performances. Depth drop. I mean, I would almost just consider this a murder hole. There, he's tagged up. No, he hasn't actually tagged him up too much. I thought potentially those shots were going to do a lot more damage. It didn't. And now... Oh!
Oh boy. Oh my god. What just happened to Manny?
See you later, mate.
Oh, well, that's one way to clear out the room. It's taken them just under 2 minutes, but they did it. And they got 2 picks this time. So, I mean, Roffelcopter progressing here. They kept all of themselves alive on top of that. So now with a 5v3 man count, is putting a lot of pressure onto these players on site. And this is looking, again, like Roffelcopter might be able to take this round. We might be looking at 3-3 half.
Signs of the armor starting to crack for Rhythm, and Roffelcopter are doubling down on everything that they know and do well. Novaic and Leb in a 2 versus 5. C4 will go out early and not connect for anything. I just don't back any players in this situation, Raven.
Oh, no, look, it's going to be tough. 20 seconds, there's not much time to happen here. And, oh, okay, Novaic gets a quick pick onto Deptro as he throws the drone in not safety. Leb is going to have to try and deny this plan almost by himself, but they fight it back to a 2v2 here, Manic. Rigba gets one onto Novaic, so Leb all onto you. He's going to be able to deny the plant. 4 seconds left, Manic. Can Leb find the angle? Oh, he does it! Oh my god! Leb and Novaic, what a 2v4! And Leb, what a play from him! Unbelievable that Rhythm got that round.
A 2 versus 4 in the situation Roffelcopter... 2 versus 5 in the situation Roffelcopter were in. You back them to the hills every day of the week to convert that. And Raven, crucial rounds being crucial rounds, that one,
10 seconds remaining.
that may well come back to haunt the roster,
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
because that is a huge oversight. I can't believe Campo hasn't been able to find that kill. Regardless, though, when we do look back at that, what an effort.
Defenders, protect your
When was it
bombs from being
Leb and Noveix?
Yeah, the Lev and Noveix. Huge
Insane.
effort.
Insane.
On top of that, look, I think Campo is going to be kicking himself, and maybe this is starting to point at some of the cracks in Rufflecopter there. Whoever was planting, they would have known Leb killed them from AK racks, or gun rack, whatever you want to call it. Campo was coming in from blue. Swing pre-fire, he should have got Leb. I mean, Leb was also like 15 HP, I think. So even just a body shot, that was round done, 3-3 half. But it didn't.
It definitely looked like Campo was a little bit more concerned that he'd rotated, or, you know, was no longer in that position. And
before insertion.
if I'm not mistaken, Campo actually had made himself
Attackers are moving
known
out to locate a bomb.
down in blue in the previous engagement where Noveix kind of backed away and then walked over to Moto. So, you know, there's many situations there that are quite mind-boggling, but Leb and Noveix, that is 100% what you want from your players. We spoke about Leb in the pre-game, highlighting, you know, the fact that we've seen him on so many different iterations of this roster, but Noveix in his own has held his own quite well in the opening parts of OCN. So to see the form continued in such a crucial round, it now might just set Rhythm up for a successful second half.
Might just do Rufflecopter, their first defense of the half, Church Arsenal. They're going to go for this big roam as well. Haven't referred to it yet, but it is the classic SSG roam, as a lot of people love to refer to it. A couple of differences with castle placements, but still same principle here. Campo and Deptra are the ones tasked with doing the roam, as that drone does not spot out Deptra. The next one does. Going to drop to sight. In fact, that was a Mozzie drone. Keeps bamboozling me, man. I cannot see it on the fly, whether it is a Mozzie drone or not.
That's all right. We'll let you have that one, mate. There's no stress about that. Rufflecopter have held their positions quite strongly at this point, with Drex now starting to make his way in from strip, and a longer line now being held. Really important here that Rhythm can find a pick, or at least push them back from the roam, but they haven't really been able to find the pick. Instead, Rufflecopter look like they have conceded that control. I am completely wrong in saying that, because Campo's doing Campo things. Nice.
Yeah. Nice tight angle from stock into the front door, and now he can just drop through the hatch with that super shorty, and he will take up blue. So this has worked out very well here for Rufflecopter. They are getting tagged up, but not being able to find the picks are Rhythm. And on top of that, Leb, he gets down to making holes in kitchen. That vertical presence working against them. Trying to be finished off from below, I believe, but he's going to walk out. And now Campo finds Drex. Oh my gosh, just falling apart for Rhythm on this round. It's looking a bit rough as Campo peaks and just swinging everything in, Manic.
Of course, it's Campo that goes back on the re-flank, re-aggresses, tries to find the pick there. I couldn't believe how hard they were trying to catch Leb then. And now, with 15 seconds left, they're just going to have to commit in. They've got a smoke for the cover, but it doesn't look like Boats is going to be too much of an impact in this round. And they have been dismantled. Rufflecopter, just the start they'd be looking for in this second half.
Yeah, very confident looking defense. Honestly, I think they did a great job with that roam. And then even from those vertical positions, they were under a bit of pressure in kitchen there where Leb started making renovations, but they didn't back each other up very well. So of course Leb got downed, and then it just got chaotic. They were trying to save Leb, Campo on that reflank. It really fell apart, and Rufflecopter looking to equalize this score count as soon as possible, I'd say. If they can win this round, well, yeah, it's going to be 4-4 and it's game on.
That may well just be my favorite saying as a caster. It's game on.
Defenders, protect
That's
your
when you
bombs
know
from being
it's
defused by attackers.
That's when you know it's getting real. So to CCTV we go, and Rufflecopter now somewhat in the driver's seat. I say somewhat very loosely. But if you have a look at the last 4 rounds, right, the only rounds Rhythm have been able to confirm is a 2 versus 5 clutch. The other 3,
Yeah.
Discovered the location.
yeah. No. The other 3 have been very well played from Rufflecopter. So this is signs and a reason for concern here, Raven.
That's such a good point that you brought up too, actually, is when you break it down, like you said, those last 4 rounds, they easily could have just all been Rufflecopter, and we could be looking at a completely different scoreline here. But Rhythm did get that nasty little clutch, and that held them in it. Outside of those first 3 rounds, yeah, Rhythm have looked a bit shook. And I'm concerned because they need to be digging real deep on these attacks. They failed to give themselves a solid lead out of half number 1. And before their eyes, Rufflecopter could eat away at that and start to fly away with this map.
Guess you could say they're getting in the chopper.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yes,
All right.
good one, Rob.
Enough playing around now. Oh, the timing for Boydie all too well. The sequence of events for that Zofia was not good enough. And this may be a bit of a concern here for Rhythm.
Yeah, something that Rufflecopter also struggled a little bit on their attack, but they're going to use the Selma. That's going to be able to activate quicker, but still Boydie too quick to get it. One side will go open, and Drex will just shoot his face off for staying there. Rufflecopter, that's not going to work out too well. Rhythm, good start to this attack.
A tit for tat, that's good punishment if you're Rhythm. You've got to be very happy with that to be able to open up that second side and also catch Boydie looking for that second denial. And I believe he might have been able to, yeah, so the wall is electrified, but I think it's just that left-hand side. So that's not really going to play any effect whatsoever. I think Drex also has one more EMP left, as Rufflecopter look to kind of double down on site now. Rigba out on the rafters. It's going to be an awkward position to try and hold from with the extended aggression from out on the balcony.
They're being a bit careful with their push, and careful they have certainly been. 45 seconds remaining as Deptra finds Drex. That makes it a 4v4, and with starting to lack map control, this is going to be a tough finish for the round to Rhythm. Campo getting so aggressive with his shield. Leb keeps his face at the bottom of the door frame and therefore loses it. All of a sudden, it has fallen apart for Rhythm here, and Rufflecopter are poised to potentially make this the 4-4 half, or 4-4 scoreline, sorry, that we're talking of.
Well, if Campo doesn't finish them off, it will be Deptra, but it is no need for his teammate to assist. All of the attention is on that construction wall and dealt with great finesse. Rhythm, that started off so well in that round, found the first pick, opened up the wall, even though it was a small amount, still managed to get it and put a little bit more pressure on site. The rotates aren't able to happen as freely as the defense might like. And Rufflecopter still fight that one back.
Yeah, my concern for Rhythm just grows round after round. They they had a good start to that, but it just didn't really go their way at all, and they just ran out of time. On top of the fact that Ruffle are not afraid to get aggressive, even in the late rounds, they just never seem ready for it. And it's going to be really tough to be able to get an attack if that's the case. The adaptation is needing to be so much better on Rhythm's side right now. The fact that they have lost their lead, that they've built in defense already, yeah, really troubling.
And I will reiterate, this is serious point for Rufflecopter right now. All they have to do is close out the next 3 rounds, and Rhythm will be forced to fight in the lower bracket where they will meet PC419. not only that, a great storyline that will be taken into the next matchup is a rematch of Rufflecopter versus Team FEROX, in which was played out in the LPL semi-finals just a handful of weeks ago now. And FEROX were able to take them down 2-0. Close matches they were. It'll be great to see whether Rufflecopter have what it really takes to push when it's needed. Right now, they are showing really good signs, Raven.
They are, and actually, you kind of just flagged a good point with me, Rob, where, you know, FEROX, they've been playing LPL Pro, they've played against Rufflecopter, they've played against PC419. They kind of know what to expect, whereas Rhythm, I mean, maybe they've been scrimming these teams, but this is potentially the first time they've played Rufflecopter. And while you can watch a VOD, sometimes playing against the team is a completely different story. So they could be caught off guard here, and maybe that's something that gives FEROX a bit of an advantage in this whole promo relegation series, in that they kind of know what to expect. And that could be something that's happening to Rhythm right now, as they're just being caught off guard by Rufflecopter's playstyle. And maybe just what they were expecting is not coming to fruition here. And sometimes that can be really tough to deal with in a series.
Woody unfortunately can't get the impact trick off in time. Now they will have that line through to Cash, and it pretty much flushes them out directly. Leb as well, with that quite forward-placed drone, will give Novaic all the confidence in the world to push off it. No one in logistics just yet. Oh, OJ! He will swing wide there and try to find a cheeky little position for himself as he opens up that line from Kitchen. So Rhythm will need to continue to drone out. Deptra might be that linchpin in the support of OJ. It's not needed just yet, though.
Oh, and again, before our eyes, this time is absolutely diminished here. We're down into this last minute. Haven't seen Rhythm at all go to clear Kennel's wall, and all pressure being put on Campo in gym. He's going to drop below, start to try be a nuisance. But Rhythm are not giving themselves much time, was mainly my point here, to be able to get a solid execute. They're not getting the picks or destabilizing Rufflecopter's positions enough. That's one way to help it, though, taking out 2 in quick succession, setting up this 30 seconds to potentially be more fruitful.
Just on the line there at the elbow. Can he find something as they try to swing? Witty dropping down the diffuser. That's a big play to begin with, but it's very quickly traded out there, and Deptra left with it all to do. He's just on the other side. If he can find that first player trying to hold the line, he might be able to do some serious damage. Too little, too late. Drex will be able to take him down, and Rhythm, they will successfully convert their first attacking round of the second half. One thing to note, Raven, I believe the outside default camera was still up. It at least was at the minute 20 mark, which that could be, I mean, should Rufflecopter be able to kind of turtle in a little bit harder, that could be a serious concern for Rhythm.
Yeah, look, it's a big oversight, but thankfully it didn't really work out against Rhythm. It didn't look like Ruffle were able to use that particularly to the advantage to swing the round at least. Quick stat here too, that is the first plant that Rhythm have been able to successfully complete all day, or in this series I should say. While they didn't get much of an opportunity on Cogtilit, at least that's a positive sign here. They've inched away now to a 5-4 lead as well. It's getting to the tail end of this map where things really start to get very exciting, of course. Rhythm 1 round away now from match point. And on top of that, that at least forces overtime should Rufflecopter bring it back. So every round now is really, really mattering.
Rhythm and overtime, name a more iconic duo, Raven.
10 seconds left.
So,
I think overtime on Clubhouse too, right?
Yeah. So on Clubhouse, oh no, just the one. I thought that was going to be an incredible storyline. No, Clubhouse, Oregon, and Coastline twice is what we've seen from them. So just to reiterate what we're saying there, guys, in the grand scheme of things for Rhythm, in the OCN regulation season, only 7 matches are played, and of 7, 4 of them went to overtime for Rhythm. Of those 4, they did not convert a single map. So very important to note that that is a big reason as to why we have Rhythm here today and potentially not someone like LFO, or I don't really know who else would have been in the running. I think it was just LFO, but
yeah. To round that point off too, I remember it was Ducky from Snowball Esports. He said something like, in 4 rounds, if 4 rounds had gone different for Rhythm, they would have been first in OCN. I just find that so crazy to think about. Just the contrast between their potential and what actually eventuated is pretty scary. And at least now they are fighting to get back, to have a chance in OCN 2021 to rewrite that path.
That's a great point. Shout out to Ducky for that info as well, because always very, very interesting little tidbits you can get from these kind of stats. And with that now, Rhythm, are they in control? We'll know after this round, that's for sure. It's taken them I would say a decent amount of time to get in here and really start to bury into what is the control of Kitchen. Deptra not going to be able to find the sledge on the rotate, trying to open up those holes, and Leb will go with a little bit more ease now, knowing at least one C4 is being used.
But it's always going to be tough to try and get this open, and there is a player looming below to potentially trick this, and it is OJ. He will impact trick that first Selma. Just delays for even longer this hatch getting opened. There goes the second impact, but misses the mark. Does get the slip through, doesn't quite get the shots. OJ is going to bail away. Kitchen hatch will be Rhythms. And with 40 seconds to go, they're starting to inch towards getting this execute ready. Towards Arsenal, it looks like, given that Novaix has the kit. I think he's the one that's still up there, at least.
All mounting up at the moment. Down come the smoke grenades. Execution about to take place. The pressure going to be put back onto Rufflecopter here. Bouncing, however, holds strong, and he'll find 2. My goodness, Deptra now will not be allowed out of Dirt Tunnel. In fact, he might just be done and dusted here. What can Rufflecopter do on the retake? At least 1 down. I don't know how many more, though.
Oof. It doesn't matter because it gets closed out pretty significantly there by Rhythm. A move to match point for the map. We might be seeing map 3 here. That's another plant successful as well on top of that. So great job from Rhythm. They looked solid. And I want to point out just a little detail there. Just the use of the uncooked frag grenade in front of Dirt, but also even that corner of AK rack. It just gave them that extra safety net when they dropped so that a player couldn't peek out. I just liked that touch. I thought that was really nice from Rhythm.
It's just the small, minute details that can completely turn the tides of a round. Obviously, they've done an incredible job at opening up everything they need to there. The vertical lines that have been at 30, the pressure to force them back and ensure that Rufflecopter aren't just sitting in their preferred positions. See whether they decide to change anything up here. And likely a roam from Rufflecopter. Nothing to highlight just yet, but Rhythm have definitely turned the tides in this fight. Something has ignited from underneath them. The pilot light has been given the accompanying gas.
10 seconds remaining.
It's really good to see too from Rhythm that they have been able to fight back the momentum that Rufflecopter were gaining on defense. I mean, that's the scary thing, is that on defense, Rufflecopter right now, they're probably, you would say, expected to win the half in a round count. And the fact that Rhythm have now been able to get 2 in a row, I think is it's quite a big deal. I mean, that's all Rufflecopter were able to get in attack rounds for their whole half. So to be on 6-4 in this instance, I think it's really great for Rhythm. It shows a good sign too that they've now adapted to the things that Rufflecopter threw at them. And on top of that, they won a Church Arsenal attack, which I think is always going to be tough.
And this is actually the first time this series that we've seen either team repeat a defense. So from Consulate all the way through to Clubhouse now. Have they found their mistakes, Boydie? Well, there is always that opportunity. If it doesn't go unchecked, it could be a free kill, and on to Bouncing no less, with all gadgets still remaining. Would have been a point to... Oh, Boydie does see the drone go past, and I thought there was a world for him to get aggressive, but it's not this world. Boydie just dismissing 2 drones early on there, with Rhythm starting to dwindle away at that drone economy. Only 4 remaining now on the side of the attack.
Yeah, will really start to be a hindrance when trying to push through the side as well. If you don't know those final positions of the defenders, you'll have to just guess or rely on defaulting. Can be a bit tricky. And speaking of tricky, as we get down to this end of the round here with just under a minute and a half to go, still that tricky kitchen hatch has not been opened as Leb got just severely tagged from like 1 or 5 HP, can't quite tell, but regardless, that makes it so much scarier for him to be at kitchen. It's just so easy to down him now.
And you can see exactly that. Smack bang on the money there, Raven. Look at the hesitation from Rhythm. Leb will come back in to continue his own renovations. And oh, how did that miss? Only just on the corner of the table there. Boydie as well, the impact on the wrong side of it. Will they be able to deny this one? It looks like the Selma charges are gone, but Boydie's head's been ripped apart. 30 seconds, Raven and Rhythm once again look like they're in a pretty prime position.
They are looking exactly like that. Rob is bouncing, gets depth chart. 3 to find. Campo under fire from all kinds of angles. Taken low as OJ steps up though. That's diffuser dropped in Moto. He's going to have to find the rest of the team, but he doesn't. It's Rhythm to close out Clubhouse and map 2 of the series. We will get to see Coastline and map 3.
There was so many times there that really Rafflecopter had the game in their hands and could have closed it out in 2. Immense pressure on Rhythm at around round number 8. But it's all relieved. A sigh of relief as 7-4 rings the scoreline. And as you said, preparations now begin for Coastline, which may only be a short 5-10 minutes away, Raven, and that will decide, of course, our lower and upper bracket.
LIVIN started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives. Every single day, while I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide's the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with LIVIN, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that LIVIN presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. You know, if something's off, just ask them.
That's what LIVIN's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and LIVIN has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Nationals Promo/Relegations series. It's day number 2. We've already said goodbye to one team, but we're saying hello to an old friendly base. I was saying off air that I feel like Jimmy Kimmel or something here, just sort of as the host. Welcome, Dev, to Oceanic Nationals 2020. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, it's lovely to be back there, Xenox, and I have casted with you two both before, but we haven't done a tri-cast before, so I'm extra excited, and it is, with everything on the line for these two teams, the 3 teams still left in the competition, hoping they can make it to 2021, so great to be back.
Before we introduce the other guy over there with his awesome aviator glasses too, the socials, of course, if you guys want to keep up to date with everything happening Oceanic Nationals, down below, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, let us know what you think of Dev coming back, how you think the series is playing out so far, who's going to make it to OCN 2021. But of course, there is a guy over to the very right-hand side of the screen. It's Michael Guzgurry, and he's about to get in his Jet F-15.
Yeah, look, might have to get into a jet after this. Probably going to be pretty pumped up. Look, I'm just happy Dev's here to have someone to help me carry the broadcast. For once, it's definitely been lacking in that department. Of course, Xenox, you've resulted in my back being very sore for the majority of the year, but that's the way it's going to be. But in all seriousness, some really exciting matches this afternoon, the tri-cast as well, so it should be a lot of fun.
It should be a lot of fun. We've got some really good games to come. The bracket, of course, here. FEROX and Rhythm, the upper final. That's the matchup that we're going to be having on your screens very, very soon. Rafflecopter GG, though. They got through PC 419. Bit of a breeze, that matchup. In the end, they, of course, await the loser of this upcoming match. No surprise, I guess, Dev, to see the 2 teams from OCN both in the upper final.
That's right, FEROX and Rhythm, they played through the OCN. They've both played in the top level tier 1 of Rainbow Six in the Oceanic region for quite a number of seasons now, so yeah, we would expect them to do well. PC 419, they gave it their all. They actually did manage to win a map against FEROX, so all power to them, but they are eliminated here. Coming through that open qualifier, though, we still have Rafflecopter with a shot at the chance to get back into 2021 for OCN. But it's a definitive fact that either FEROX or Rhythm are going to make it there as well.
You guys want to follow up on that? The wise words of Dev?
Yeah, I mean, you could say it was a little bit of a breeze for FEROX and Rhythm, at least so far. And now
I already made that joke.
And now one of them are only a single best of 3 away, of course, for qualifying for next year. That said, I still think that Roffle being in that lower bracket is still in a great position to qualify. They showed yesterday that they were quite strong against PC419. Again, question marks have been raised if they are good enough to take on the likes of Rhythm, who pretty confidently took them down in that 2-1 earlier, but maybe they can bounce back.
Of course, those were the matches yesterday. 2-1, 2-1, and 2-0. Today's matches, though, this is what matters the most. We've only got the 2 matches, surprisingly, because we had 3 yesterday. But the way it works is pretty simple. FEROX Rhythm, the winner, they move straight into Oceanic Nationals 2021. The loser drops down to the lower final, where they will play Rafflecopter, and the winner of that match also then goes through. Which, you know, look, I'm not too surprised to sort of harper on what you guys have said to see FEROX and Rhythm in this. Obviously, that guarantees at least one of our OCN 2020 teams will return at minimum. There was a few people on Twitter apparently who thought potentially both Rafflecopter and PC419 would go through. That can no longer happen. For Rafflecopter, though, really their best pathway forward, it's a bit of an intriguing matchup to see who they could potentially play, FEROX or Rhythm, which is potentially the better opportunity for them. Guz, I'll throw it straight back to you here and sort of get your thoughts on that. Rhythm at times in that matchup, they did look like they could be beaten, didn't end up happening. Ironically, though, I thought both of the matchups, FEROX and PC419, and obviously Rhythm and Rafflecopter, were pretty similar. So do you sense they want to repeat at Rhythm, or do you think they would actually prefer to play FEROX?
It's difficult to make that judgment. I think Rhythm probably would have been a little bit uncomfortable to the fact maybe that it went to the 3 maps. Yoshi himself said that there were plenty of mistakes that were made that they needed to sort of focus on and try and improve upon. FEROX is going to be a very difficult opponent for Rhythm to take on, but I think if they do play at their very best, they shouldn't have too many issues. I still believe that Rhythm are on that upward trajectory that we saw at the end of the regular season, and they can continue that.
Rhythm's line up here. Yeah, Deb, sorry to cut you off there. You can carry on.
I'm back on the broadcast, and I'm just going to grab that mic and seal it off here. Rhythm, these guys been in T1 for a couple seasons now. They qualified through Challenge League way back in the day, but they haven't really managed to crack on through into that upper echelon. Despite some pretty crazy good performances during the OCN season here, these guys actually had 3 different overtime games. In fact, 4 overtime games during the season against some of the best, you know, teams like Wildcard, Knights, Noble, Elevate, but they couldn't close it out in overtime. So there's so much potential here, but we need to see them retain that spot if they can prove that they've got the longevity for 2021.
Yeah, certainly looking good, and something I keep sort of harping on is that they definitely look a lot better in their matches compared to some of the previous iterations of this roster. We're going to have a look at their opponents, though, for this upper final matchup. FEROX, who have looked shaky. They were a team that started the Oceanic Nationals regular season in pretty hot fashion, and then it really cooled off. So it cooled off so much that they dropped into the bottom 2, and ultimately they're probably not unjust in being here. Repix has come in for Sushi and, well, had a very, very, very tough consulate, Guz, but then bounced back, which I think is a very, very good sign to his character, that after that really tough consulate, only 1 frag for the entire game, then dominated in the other 2 matches.
Yeah, and you could even make the argument to some extent that the whole FEROX roster struggled a little bit, at least in that map on Consulate, but they bounced back. They showed that they have the depth in the map pool to go in the best of 3. The 3rd map in the end was very much in their favor. PC419 just couldn't quite go the distance. And FEROX is a team that does have a lot of experience alongside these young gunners as well, in the likes of Shade and the likes of Todd. And that might be enough to get them over the line against Rhythm.
Yeah, and another thing that's a big difference between these 2 teams is FEROX has been avidly playing in the LPL as well, which is a kind of tier 2 tournament here that we have in Oceania. Teams like Rafflecopter have also been with them, PC419, but Rhythm, they've been on the down low a little bit. If you look at, you try and go through the archives, look for their results, OCN 2020 is the main thing to look at, and otherwise you're stretching back pretty far, 6 Masters and further back into Pro League and such. Whereas for FEROX, they've been playing constantly. It means that they're a lot more experienced in officials to some degree, but it also means there's a lot more VODs out there, so they're a bit more counterable. And especially as a team with no coach, they're going to really need to kick into gear and make sure that they're going to be adaptive when it comes to the time in the server.
Exactly right. Of course, the maps, though, that we're going to be seeing in this match. Best of 3, of course. So a couple of bands will come out, then a couple of picks as well. Thoughts, I guess, around the board. One map that has been very, very common throughout Oceanic Nationals. Oregon usually has been the go-to map for the majority of teams. Clubhouse is another one as well. Do we see something mix it up, though, Dev? Do we see something a bit left wing? Maybe a theme park could come out. Something we haven't seen for a while, potentially.
Yeah, well, one of the big differences here between the Oceanic National season and what we have today is we're playing a best of 3. That means the veto operates completely differently. Each team only gets one ban before the other team gets to pick, and it means you're more likely to get one-sided maps. And if you look at some of the stats here, like Rhythm's probably just going to have Villa as their insta-ban, and that leaves it pretty wide open for FEROX. They're probably going to ban Consulate. They lost it to PC419 yesterday. So we're probably going to see maps like Clubhouse, I think, come in, maybe a Coastline for FEROX. I think these are the maps where both teams are quite strong, but yeah, maybe we'll see a left curveball or something. Theme Park hasn't been played by either of these teams, and all the stats I've collected, I would love to see it. I feel like these guys are going to try and go for the known factors rather than the X factors.
Yeah, I would 100% echo that statement. Even in the interview yesterday, Yoshi, again from Rhythm, said that Theme Park is just a map they never play. Sure, that could be a little bit of a bait in the interview, but I highly doubt it. The stats confirm that. They just don't play it. FEROX, neither do they. So it's probably going to be staple maps. Consulate was another map that you brought up, Dev. Probably not going to see that. One, because it's, I hate to say this, but a little bit more of a tier 2 map. A lot of the tier 2 teams are playing it yesterday, but FEROX got demolished on it against PC419, so we're probably not going to see that, see another appearance.
I mean, it's a bit harsh to say it's a tier 2 map. I think you could simply just put it down to the fact that both teams played it yesterday. Both teams struggled on it yesterday, so therefore you would think it wouldn't come out. There goes the theme park dream, I guess. I'm sure Rob was sitting there hoping for it as well. That's going to be FEROX banning that out. Cafe, which has become a staple band now, used to be part of the Holy Trinity in the ANZ region, but it no longer is. Apparently, it just continues to get banned out. Oregon, no real surprises there, and Clubhouse. I guess we've been doing our homework, and it shows.
Yeah, these are the OCN maps, and I guess the most on-meta maps globally right now. Villa is also on-meta, but we probably won't see Rhythm want to go that. That'll probably be their second ban. I think this shapes up pretty closely. Like, you look at Oregon, I'm a bit more confident for FEROX than I am for Rhythm on that map. If you look at their stats, the only time I can see they played it was when they lost it to Knights. That said, that was a 6-8 against Knights, arguably the second best team in the region right now. Maybe there's a little bit more, ammunition in the gun there that they can pull out.
Yeah, and then we, of course, go into Clubhouse. I get the impression that Rhythm are maybe picking that map off the back of their result yesterday against Roffle. It was a 7-4. That said, I think it's a fair assessment to say that the playstyle of Roffle, the playstyle of FEROX, aren't very compatible, aren't very similar. Roffle, they love to be super aggro, super aggressive. Sure, FEROX can bring that to the table with the likes of Shade, for example. They tend to be a little bit more structured, of course, being that tier 1 team. So maybe Rhythm will struggle a little bit there. But as Dev said, both of these maps could really just go either way, to be completely honest, and probably sets us up for an interesting third map.
Definitely could go either way, as we will roll out the final bans and then the decider map, which will be Villa, which that in itself has become a little bit more played towards the back end of OCN regular season and the playoffs as well. Obviously no Consulate. Rhythm did have the opportunity, though, I guess, if they wanted to take FEROX to Consulate, which, I mean, I wouldn't have blamed them. I mean, Rhythm weren't great on it themselves, but FEROX looked quite diabolical.
Yeah, that's a massive bluff there from FEROX to get rid of the Coastline instead of the Consulate, which is, I was theorizing, it's actually their most banned map, and that takes into account OCN as a whole. And they lost it yesterday to PC419. Rhythm, on the other hand, not much info on that for them other than they lost it to Rufflecopter. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a gamble for FEROX, but Rhythm take the bait, take us to Villa, a map where we have basically no data on. For Rhythm, only a couple of bans here and there. It's their most banned map across Oceanic Nationals. And for FEROX, they've played it mostly in LPL, but that said, they did lose it over there to PC419. They did win it as well into Noble in the first actual play day of OCN. That was a close game, though, so Villa's going to be an unpredictable one if we get to it.
I completely echo that statement. This is a bit of a danger light, a warning light, if you would, for Rhythm, for my liking. They've banned it so many times. Most of the time, it's been the first or the second ban in that best of 1 in the regular season, which suggests to me that 1, they're hiding it, or 2, and the more likely alternative is the fact that they're not very strong on it. To me, that would suggest that Rhythm probably need to win Oregon and Clubhouse and close out the series. If it goes to the third map, I would probably expect FEROX to just edge out. But again, it's such a big question mark. Maybe Rhythm over the break, when they haven't played any officials, they've been scrimming Villa hard. Who knows? Maybe they're one of the stronger teams in the region now on this map. Maybe that'll be the case. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see if it does go the distance.
Yeah, potentially. So usually we would have the Snowball Expert predictions here, which we obviously don't have though for the promo relegations. I guess we have now seen the map vetoes play out. We see we're going to Oregon Clubhouse. Villa is the decider. We'll go and do, I guess, some predictions here. I guess we'll start with you, Dev, then Degaz, and then I can just piggyback off what you guys say, make my job a little bit easier. But predictions, pretty plain and simple.
I have a feeling FEROX have the advantage here, keeping in mind that they did come into relegations as the 7th place team rather than the 8th place in Rhythm from OCN. I think that just in general, FEROX do have the advantage, more experienced team, more experienced roster, but yes, they've had some turbulence in that roster with, of course, as you mentioned, guys, Sushi leaving the team and Repix, the star himself, coming in. I feel like FEROX does have the advantage here, but especially if we get to Villa, like you said, guys, this might be an ace up the sleeve for Rhythm.
Yeah, heading into the broadcast before we saw the vetoes this afternoon, I was probably just seeing Rhythm edge out, maybe in a 60-40 split, still very, very close. Now that we've seen the map veto, I'd say that's probably flipped, if not turned more in favor of FEROX, simply if we just look at statistics, at trends, at history. But all that doesn't really count for a whole lot on some occasions, and teams can often in these high pressure scenarios pull off results or maybe even choke under the pressure. So I'm still going to have to back FEROX, probably in a 2-1 fashion. If not, it'll be a Rhythm 2-0, but that's going to be a pretty big call to make.
Yeah, look, I want to join in on the sentiment that I think FEROX is going to win this. Well, I'll go against the grain. I'll go Rhythm 2-1. Regardless, I do think we're going to go to Villa. But we will kickstart the match here on Oregon. FEROX, it's their map pick versus Rhythm, upper final. It's not do or die just yet. The loser would go down to the bottom and they would take on Rufflecopter. The winner, though, guarantees themselves a position in Oceanic Nationals 2021. Good luck, have fun, and hopefully no water breezes in the chat today, because apparently it backfires.
Indeed it can. Dev, this is our time to nerd out, of course. The ban phase, Rhythm kicking things off there, of course, because they're starting on the defense. Thatcher off the board. It's an operator that we've seen taken off time and time again, particularly on this map, because it does ease that attack and make it a lot easier to clear utility. Following that up, the ace. So we are going to see a hard breacher off the board, a one that's commonly used, particularly on that upstairs side.
Yeah, but by no means is this the end of the world for an attacking squad. You've still got that Maverick plus either a Thermite or a Hibana. I expect we'll see both of, well, any two of those three every single round for the attacking lineups. Wamai is a great ban here, very much on meta at the moment. The Wamai is the cornerstone of the utility and projectile denial meta that the defense likes to lean into, protecting those deployable shields, the Malusi's Banshees, the Evil Eyes from Maestro, all of which are still on the board here. But that Wamai getting taken down does mean that it's a bit more predictable for attackers to clear out. It's simply you're worrying about the ADSs from Jaeger rather than those magnets from Wamai on top of it. So I think this is a pretty well balanced operator veto phase, all things considered, and I wouldn't say that this swings either way. I think you could expect anything here from a 3-3 half to a 4-2 half towards defense if the teams were evenly matched.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we have seen banned out quite a lot, at least here in OCN, and even globally, I think to some extent, is that Ying here on Oregon. It can facilitate a lot of those pushes late round. This map notorious for the 20-second meta, if that's what you want to call it, and the Ying does sort of help in that. So not seeing her banned off the board, maybe we'll see it played. The Wamai being taken off the board, as you mentioned, will facilitate that. We are not seeing it here in the first round, but maybe FEROX will bring it later on down the line.
Well, I guess I'll interject for a bit, just sort of give my thoughts here. FEROX on the attack, Rhythm on the defense. We go down to basement, which has become a bit more attacker-sided. It has been played out through ANZ since we started to see Oregon through the midway portions of Oceanic Nationals in the regular season. This is going to be hotly contested. Of course, you know, my thoughts about Kids Dorm, Guz, obviously we've spoken about it at great length in previous matchups. It will be a contention point as well. What I am intrigued to see in this matchup, though, is the kitchen dining play, which when we started to see Oregon first up, we didn't see that site too often. It was very much back and forth, basement, kids' dorms. If there's a bit more kitchen dining, though, it does take less pressure away from the other sites. Of course, if you can hold kitchen dining, which apparently, from the smaller sample size, does have a pretty defensive win rate. So FEROX, are going to have to deal with this basement push first. The Clash ban, I actually love to see it. We've seen it utilized more so down in the basement more than anything on Oregon. Gets rid of it, can make things a little bit easier for the attacking team.
Yeah, and the site selection's one thing, but it's also how you set up the site. This setup at the moment is almost giving me some flashbacks to the old Oregon to some extent. Leb playing Mirror, it's an operator that either one gets banned or often doesn't get picked because it's banned so often. It's a little bit of a cycle, if you would. We just don't really see it on the board a whole lot. Leb's placed one there in the con room and also one to hold the blue bunker if they want to fall back late round. And that's a really nice adaptation. Most teams probably aren't familiar with dealing with that in a comp setting. Sure, we might see it in ranked. I remember we played against last night, I think, and we got absolutely stomped by it. But in the comp setting, things are a little bit different, and the teams, or FEROX, might not be expecting it.
Yeah, I actually really like that mirror in elbow itself. We can see those flashbangs ring out to clear any ADSs from the Jaeger. Eventually, the idea from FEROX is to use explosives to clear that shield in elbow where Drex is playing, at which point Drex can just back on out and play behind the mirror. So a great way that Rhythm is playing around the fact that Wamai is banned. Even losing the shield is not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the one thing I'd love to know is, do they actually have a reinforcement in the pocket? It doesn't look like they will, so Drex is just going to hold that mirror. So it's a little bit high risk, could reap a couple of kills late round. It does make that push hard. It depends if FEROX drone it out. Do they actually dedicate to trying to clear it, or do they just push straight through? Because, of course, this position at the best of times can be very tricky to clear. And you can just see right now, Drex, he can just sit there and chill. There's no pressure on him at all at this stage of the round, and there's only just over a minute left.
At the moment, FEROX have taken control of Meeting Hall as well. It's very much a blue and north side centric push. This electrical hatch open does allow them another avenue onto the bomb site. But my concern is, as you said, guys, still a lot of very strong anchor positions for Rhythm. And still with 50 seconds left, even a player so far is in the back of the site in Boiler. That's bouncing. He falls. This could be the opening that FEROX needed.
Yeah, it's a 4-on-4, 40 seconds left on the board. We start to set up for the execute here. They need to still deal with these mirrors. Some of the walls still electrified as well, so there's still a couple of hurdles that FEROX need to try and deal with. Shade could get a pick here hard left. He does, 4-on-3. And with 30 seconds left, now they can start to think about how they're going to approach the site, how they're going to try and get that diffuser down.
Yeah, Drex is quite low as well here with 20 seconds left. Todd's still just roaming around on that first floor. Drex is low, still holding around that mirror. That has been very impactful over at elbow. 15 seconds left, and it's Shade with the diffuser in hand who's been able to find these opening frags. Has now got a triple kill in this opening round matchup. 4 versus 2 advantage for FEROX. They just clean sweep down here in the basement. Leb is able to get one back, but he's just got a monumentous task ahead of him, and immediately he's picked by Repix. And FEROX will find the opening round win. Basement attack decided. It's becoming a trend.
Close one there in the end. Time was against FEROX for the majority of that round, but again, you can just contribute that to 20-second meta, yada, yada, yada. And FEROX, for the most part, did actually get through most of those hurdles. The mirrors, unfortunately, probably didn't have as much of an impact as Rhythm would have liked in that round. Quick look at the replay. Shade opened that up to give it a 4-on-4, and he actually got another kill here. So Shade having a massive impact in this round gave them that man advantage. And we've seen so often on this map, if you have even just that one-man advantage, more often than not, you can just send it in towards site, which they did, trade it out, and win the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I definitely would have said that about halfway mark in the round, and even a bit deeper into it, that the defense was favored, that Rhythm looked to be in a strong position. But as you said, I mean, I got to pin it a bit on Shade. That 3K there, and then not only the fact that he got those kills, but each one of those being so impactful. Firstly, all the way from blue, the first player killed into Boiler. And then looking into the bomb site, he found 2 openings when that execute came about with only 12 seconds left. That's not much margin for error for FEROX. They get it done.
I just want to say, well done, boys. First round of the trio cast done. Well done. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It's so nice not having to hear Xenox's voice for more than 2 minutes in a round. It's
that's rough.
Oh, it's absolutely phenomenal, I gotta say.
Look, I think...
And I mean, if he keeps saying potentially and you have to solo cast the round, I can join in as well.
I have to come in there. If he's going to dog me like that, I got to come in, all right? Listen, Guz, all right, as you're standing there, I can't see your face, and it makes it very difficult when I look at you. There you go, bending down. Good job. Very, very proud of both of you guys as well. Well done. Little claps here. But ultimately, we're only 1 round in, right? So we can't get ahead of ourselves for the cast, and we can't get ahead of ourselves for the match as well. It's a good start from FEROX, but it is their map pick, and it was on basement, which is becoming a bit more attacker-sided. Still need to see a lot more. And it's the upcoming sites that will have the most intrigue. Kids Dorms, Kitchen Dining. That's where we're going to see the most of what FEROX can bring here on the attack. So sit back, watch, see what they bring.
Bouncing balls, doing bouncing ball things, of course, joined this roster quite recently, renowned for his prowess in the ranked stacks of ANZ, but he's also been quite strong here in the comp scene so far and has been able to bring that frag potential to the board. Talking about frag potential, Drex gets the first. It's a C4 there on towards Shade. And when you're on the attack on Oregon, losing that first pick, particularly a hard breach, is going to cost you. This is going to hurt them in the long run. When it comes later into this round, FEROX are going to have to work very, very hard to try and get a pick back, and that's no easy task. Look at Rhythm. They're just sitting there. They're just chilling. No reason for them to peek.
Yeah, I mean, nail on the head there, guys. That's one of your primary hard breaches gone down. Maverick is not quite the same as Hibana. He's much slower at opening those walls. And guess what? It's also Shade who found that 3K in the execute for FEROX. This is looking very much grim, and the advantage is furthered now with Leb. Another C4 kills, 2 on the round thus far.
Under 20 seconds remaining as FEROX lose their players here, guys. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to make something of this Kid Storm site, which realistically you are going to want as much players as possible when you're pushing on in, funneling towards the later stages of the round, which we can basically see happening right now, and they are just getting obliterated one by one as they did walk in. Oda, the last one left, and that's sort of what I was trying to get at, is with Kids Dorm, eventually you're going to just want to push onto the site. They just didn't have the numbers to really contest and go for refrags and retrades, and Rhythm, with all of the advantages now, Oda would have to pull off a miraculous clutch.
And I was going to pose the question, how did FEROX get themselves into this round? And that question was answered. They won't. Rhythm able to just close that out, shut it down. Not too much of an issue for them to deal with. 2 C4 kills so early in the round. That's not something we often see on this site. Maybe something that's been overlooked by a lot of teams, in fact, because so much of that floor is destructible, and it doesn't take a whole lot to find that intel to get those picks. In fact, I don't even know, did they have the intel? They may have had a Velt cam in bedroom. We didn't see that, but it was very well played in the end, and we even had Bouncing, for example, on the flank as well. So Rhythm, well and truly on top of that round, and they even out the scoreline.
All I'm going to say, guys, is there's clearly not enough Oda spam in chat if he loses a 1v5. I've literally never seen Oda lose one of those before. Literally never.
I never have. That's
I don't know
a
about you guys.
Historical.
Xenox, you ever seen Oda lose a 1v5? I don't think so.
I just did about 10 seconds ago.
Guys, this
That
guy
round
is
doesn't
just killing my vibe.
Oh, that one doesn't count?
All right. I tell you. He's a vibe killer, he's a back killer. Just all in one. It's the all-in-one Xenox special.
I mean, I thought I was being brought in here as a third caster. I didn't realize I was being brought in as a marriage counselor.
Jeez. Wow-wee. All right, let's start talking about this round. They were going back to basement. We saw it in round number 1. It was an attack win to FEROX. We saw Shade get a 3K. They traded it out in the end. Rhythm on the defense. They're looking like they're bringing a very similar lineup. In fact, it's an identical lineup to what we saw in that round. We're seeing the mirror brought out again, and the likes of Drex that can try and slow down the plan and try and deny it for as long as possible. But the question is, can they try and hold on in that mid-round? Because that's where it really started to fall apart last time.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking at players like Shade in the late round. See if he can find those openings. Basically out of nothing. Does make you wonder a little bit, right? Because FEROX pretty much exclusively pushed from the north side. Like, they didn't really even contest elbow in the end. It was basically just a funnel from the hallway near Pillar and from this electrical room. And, well, pushing from one side like that should favor the defenders. It just simply didn't. Shade found 3 different 1v1 fights and won all of them. You're looking at Rhythm. Can they prevent that from happening this time around? Can they make sure that if Shade does get a cheeky kill, that at least the refrag comes through?
Yeah, and the one thing I like here is there's a big emphasis on that control over towards Pillar. You have no Vagues, you have Bouncing behind a shield as well. Trying to hold that location. Nazgul, meanwhile, gets to work on the deployable shield at elbow. I believe that the shield was taken down. I didn't hear it get caught by an ADS because those ADS devices are in fact holding the Pillar position. So I'm really liking this adaptation from Rhythm. If they can pull this off and Bouncing can hit those shots, FEROX might struggle here to do the same strategy they did on round 1.
Yeah, in the end, we saw elbow last time out was as big of a factor as it is. Once Drex was pushed out of elbow, didn't really have that much of an impact, right? So you're right, putting the ADSs over at Pillar in the end does provide Rhythm with a bit more defense towards the later stages of this particular round. Minute and a half to go, still plenty of time. And honestly, FEROX are doing okay for their own part, but Drex, of course, with the hole, can push through, can try and find an opening frag, and he does so, taking out Shade, who was the menace back over in round 1.
Yeah, left, right, good night. Cheeky little peek there with the M1014. M590, I should say. Drex, though, he may well get what's coming to him in a moment if Naz lands his shots. Indeed, he does, and that's 2 quick kills now for FEROX, and suddenly things have flipped on their head. Shade actually managed to get some X-Kairos onto that reinforced wall, which enables FEROX to cut off that deep angle into the bomb site. This is actually a pretty decent situation for the attackers to be in. 45 seconds remain.
$40 seconds left. What can FEROX find here? They're not going to find a kill just yet. Novaic will take out Nazgul, evening up the fray 3 versus 3 towards the latter stages of this 3rd round. Scoreline's 1-1 and it's 3-3 in game, and right now this matchup feels as close as it really could be. And they're not going to be able to rely on Shade to get a 3K this time. Wall's going to be opened up. Todd should get the frag, and he does on the bouncing balls. Looking for the trade, though, down in the corridor over to Freezer. Novaic is able to get his double kill. 1 versus 2. Repix needs to come up clutch against Leb and Novaic. 9 seconds left, but he gets caught from behind. And Novaic is the master this time around with a 3K, and Rhythm will take round 3.
Yeah, it was a close one in the end there for the defense. They didn't have the man advantage from the majority of that round, but we saw, of course, time begin to become a factor in that round. Unfortunately, FEROX, they tried to hit those frags, try and refrag it out. But the likes of Todd, for example, going for that desperation play in towards Freezer, unable to hit the shot, got lit up so much by the C4. I'm surprised that wasn't actually what took him out. But if he had have connected that shot, maybe that would have changed the tide of that round. But again, these first 3 rounds, I think they've been incredibly close. The scoreline reflects that. And if this continues, it could really spice up. We're finally going to see kitchen and dining on the table as well here. And this is where it always begins to open up for one of these teams. Will Rhythm extend their lead, or can FEROX bounce back on the tertiary side?
I think I figured out how to predict who's going to win these rounds. You look at whoever is most likely to win based on, positional advantage, man advantage, and you just pick the other team, because that's what's happening so far. The basement bomb site is so chaotic and so unpredictable. I thought FEROX had the advantage, had a 4v3, they had some really nice angles, but yeah, I mean, Rhythm comes to life in that late rounds when it matters, and like you said, guys, I totally agree. This is going to be a very important round. This kitchen dining, the tertiary site, typically defenders only go to this bomb site when they've been pushed off their 2 primaries, because of course they've won them now, dorms and then laundry. And this does tend to favor the attack, but if Rhythm can break through that, I'm starting to get a bit worried for our former OCN team.
Yeah, we've seen teams struggle sometimes with this clear, in particular this one inside of Shower. Often you will see the Maestro stationed in this location, Novaic on this occasion, just holding behind a shield, couple of ADSs to cover. It does look like it's been hybridized a little bit here by Rhythm. I've only got the 1 ADS that I can actually see inside of Showers at the moment, so that does potentially create a vulnerability, unless I'm missing where these ADSs are. I don't know where the other 2 have been placed. Maybe somewhere. Oh, so 1 further on the other shield. So they're actually trying to fortify the hallway as well, and that's something I haven't seen for a while, at least not here in OCN, so maybe that'll pay off.
The thing I'm worried about is the fact that that wall of Showers has been breached already. A lot of teams, especially in Europe, will try and impact trick that wall. A player in Lockers itself will throw impacts through a little hole in the unreinforced wall to the left and destroy those X-Kairos, but that ain't happening here. And it does give FEROX the advantage, so, I mean, I guess I'm going to favor Rhythm for this round.
I like your way of thinking, Dev. Expect the unexpected. Shade, I think, is the key, though, to all of this, and we saw it in that first round. If he's fragging out and he's getting those opening kills as well, does give FEROX a bit more of an advantage. Minute 40 seconds left, now moving over to small tower. Haskell trying to see what he can find from above. Looking in wood. Novaic just going to hold that position for now. Drax close by too. 1.5 minutes, and while they are doing a decent job, at least, of opening up these walls, in fact, I think FEROX right now, in terms of positioning, are pretty happy with how this has played out. If they can find this opening frag, I think they can probably take this round quite comfortably.
Well, they've droned out this Showers location. They know it's clear. Repix has taken that location. In fact, Shade's actually pushed deep to try and get that plant down. But Bouncing, he does bounce and ball things once again, gets that opening pick, drops the diffuser, and just like that, it's already left back in a 3-on-5. FEROX, they need to generate a response here. This is the site that they should be winning, and that's a great response. It's now a 3-on-3. Smokes will head out from Drex, but that's only going to delay a little bit of time. There's still 50 seconds left for this execute to fully come into fruition.
45
Definitely
seconds remaining.
On these last players.
Both went in at the same time because great minds think alike, Dev. That's what I like to see. But we're down to final moments again, similar to the second round, right? Where it just all comes down to the last 20, 25 seconds remaining. Gleb has got a couple of different angles that he has to keep watch of here at Kitchen. There's about 3 different areas that he could get really peaked from, and if they all sort of rush at once, it could be difficult to watch all 3. 1-for-1 trade. Todd's going to be down to, though. Repix with a quick double. He's got 3 in total now for the round. Doing it by himself because Todd is on the floor. And in the end, though, Rhythm have the numbers that are not on the floor. They outnumber Repix, and right now they're outnumbering FEROX in the round wins.
Oh, man. This is 3 straight rounds for Rhythm, and I mean, it's something that you said earlier, Xenox. You said you really feel like you're putting a lot on Shade this round, and guess what? The 3 rounds Rhythm have won, Shade's been the first one to die. I've got to say, I mean, Shade goes in, he gets a 3K in round number 1, and FEROX look really strong. The next 3 rounds in a row, he gets 0 kills. He is the first player to fall in the server. I'm definitely looking at that Hibana player and saying not only is his utility really important for enabling these pushes, but Shade's that crazy loose cannon that can also on attack just find openings out of nowhere. And if he can't do that because he's the first casualty, well, I'm going to be predicting the round for Rhythm. Let's see if it continues.
Yeah, and I like the point you bring up there about the Hibana being so influential in these rounds. That said, before Shade did die in that round, he did actually get, of course, that utility off, so at least he ticked that box. The thing that was peculiar to me was the fact that they actually gave the diffuser to Shade. They're doing it again here to go for the plant. I would have thought that you'd want to have one of your stronger fraggers. Of course, Shade can bring a longer magnification scope as well on that primary to actually hold the long angles that he was being shot from in the end. So a little bit of an interesting decision there from FEROX. I'm sure, you know, that's something they've probably practiced and screamed. I'm not going to be saying that's the wrong way to play Siege because, of course, you can play it in a multitude of ways. There's nothing wrong with that. But maybe transitioning him more into that hard frag role as opposed to this sort of flex support, if you would, might be more favorable for FEROX in this situation.
One of the things that we actually see a lot of teams do, you mentioned that checkbox, right? He ticked the checkbox of using his utility last round, even though he eventually died. A lot of people think very statically about roles, like, oh, Shade's playing the hard breach, he's a support player, that's why he carries the diffuser. But actually, once Shade has used his stun grenades to clear out those ADSs, and once he's used his hard breach to enable the bomb site, he's just a gun, right? I mean, why not have him frag out? If he's a great player, do it.
One thing I just want to bring up right now, Drax sitting in that attic position. The Oregon we saw yesterday, we actually weren't seeing the player from the defensive team sitting in attic. They were more so sitting over in kids. So we'll see how that plays out. Oda just gets caught by bouncing balls, and Rhythm are just catching FEROX off guard, left, right, and center at the moment. 2 early frags into the round. I mean, we haven't even crossed the 2-minute mark yet.
Yeah. This round's going really, really slowly, and it probably feels like it's going really, really quickly, unfortunately, for FEROX, who now, of course, need to try and find a couple of picks back. And it's up to Rhythm again to just chill. This is, again, one of the sites on Oregon, like most of them, where you can sort of just chill around and wait for the attack to make that first move. Sure, most maps are like that, but Oregon really accentuates that. And there we go. Todd has to make the move. Drex can just sit there, shuts him down with the shotgun. It's a 2-on-5. A minute 30 left on the board. Maybe Shade and Repix can formulate something here, but it's going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for them to bring this one back.
Does seem like the pattern's continuing, but destroying that Vulcan shield's nice little additive. And Shade's still alive in the server. In fact, he finds Leb, so I can't really count out this team until he's down in the server. All right, there you go. Rhythm win the round. Shade's dead. That's the end of the story. That's all you need to know.
Thanks for wrapping it up, Dev. I guess we can go home now. Repix.
Yeah, it was a good time, guys. Cheers.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the beauty of Siege, though, is you've got no reason to not have a crack at it. 1 versus 4, but very low on health as well. Does grab the diffuser. Would need everything to go perfect and does not go perfect. The Vex, though, has been pretty perfect for Rhythm, and right now, their Oregon is looking outstanding considering this is FEROX's map pick.
And I know we talk about Oda not losing those scenarios, but if you guys watch Repix on stream in that diamond ranked, I don't think he's ever lost a clutch like that. So that is just a testament to just how good the competition here is in OCE. But look, in all seriousness, it was never going to happen. We knew a minute into the round that basically would have had to been a massive throw from Rhythm to lose that round 5-3 up on that side. And look, now we can transition back down below It's been a little while since, of course, we've seen that site. But that's because Rhythm are on a bit of a hot streak at the moment. It has been blocked out for quite some time. And if they win this one, Dev, it's going to be 5 rounds straight. And that's a great way to close off the half.
Oh, absolutely. And to think of the momentum as well, the Rhythm have built up. It's not only the fact that they're at a 4-1 lead right now, which, yeah, could swing 5-1, could swing 2-4 in favor of FEROX. Most people look at that and they're like, FEROX at the 2-4, you're on attack, it's not too bad. But keep in mind, this momentum Rhythm have got right now, 4 consecutive rounds in a row. And I'm going to be blunt, like a lot of those were really, really convincing. All the rounds where Shade died straight up, there was pretty significant man advantages for Rhythm. Yes, there was that 1v1 rounds, but aside from that, it's been pretty cut and dried Rhythm all day long. And, well, it's up to FEROX, as you said, on their map pick to turn things around. And going into their own defense at a 1-5 deficit, that's not conducive to a win. They really need to win this round, slow down the momentum, turn the tide, and get back on the horse.
Yeah, and we discussed this during the map veto, that Rhythm, at least from my personal point of view, probably need to win this in 2. If it goes to the 3rd map, that's incredibly risky for them because they just haven't played Villa a whole lot. We don't know what they're going to be like on that map, and they're making a nice statement here. Yes, they're on the defense, yada, yada, yada on Oregon, but these rounds for me have been quite convincing. FEROX are struggling a little bit. I've seen them attack so much better on this map in the likes of LPL, so maybe, you know, they've met their match now against Rhythm. They're finding it a little bit more challenging, but they do have the opportunity here to at least get it to a 2-4. And we've seen time and time again teams bring it back from that sort of deficit. It's by no means impossible.
1 ADS over at Elbow, 1 over at Pillar. Didn't quite catch where the 3rd one was. That is already going to be taken out, though. Drex is going to be a little bit more comfortable this time around because despite winning this site last time for Rhythm, he was pushed off Elbow like super early on into the round. It may happen again here. They got that ADS down for the time being now. Drex still just waits though, and we saw last time he was so aggressive as well, pushing back through, finding that opening frag onto Shade. We'll see if it can happen again. Just under 2 minutes. This is better though for FEROX because honestly, they haven't lost anyone yet. In the last 2 rounds, I feel like by now, they're 2 players down.
That said, look at the drone economy here for FEROX. Only 4 drones out of their 10 left remaining, and it's on 2 players that you probably wouldn't expect to be spending a lot of time droning. This means that not only is there less information to be gathered on the bomb site with those remaining drones, but also less available for flank watch. So I'm pretty concerned here for FEROX, but it will come down, in my opinion, to this pillar's control. If Rhythm can hold it like they did a couple rounds back, then this may spell death for FEROX. With a bit more util thrown out, Bouncer needs to rely on his raw aim.
Novax does get 1 though, so it's a 4-on-5, again in favor of the defense. We're seeing Drex fall back already towards that mirror. The rest of the attackers try and push through, and push through they do. They drop 1 member, but Repix finds 1 back. And with a minute to go, they're not in an unwinnable position, but Repix, he sees that mirror and says, oh wait, I don't think we're going to be able to push there. Falls back, and that might force them to filter through that pillar location. So many counter angles from the defense. Bounce and Balls still playing aggressive over in that location. So this is going to be another challenging round for FEROX to try and get on the board.
And Drex can push through from Elbow as well at any moment. That concussion's going to be helping out Repix though into Bounce and Balls. Makes it a 3 versus 3. Good control of blue bunker. How much more can they push through though? Boats and Host still has to be cleared out as well over in Freezer. Still got Drex over at Elbow. Lab's still in play too as well in Laundry. But 3 versus 3 in the execution phase is now going to have to commence for FEROX. 20 seconds left. It's the 20-second meta in full display right now. But this corridor is going to be the hard part. They do get 1, but it's free traded out immediately. Fortunately for FEROX, Nazgul still has the diffuser in hand. He does find the frag onto Drex. 7 seconds, but they don't need any more time. They clean out Rhythm. They take out this site, and they end the half at least in a winning fashion.
I have to question, what is Drex doing in that position late round? Surely he could have been playing deeper in towards Con. The position he put himself in, sure, it might be great to swing around late, rotate back through blue bunker, but their own mirror strat worked against them. It would have been very easy to pick off being the attacker. You're literally looking the way through the mirror, and it's obviously one way. Drex can't look back through it. That would have been very challenging to win that fight. We saw him lose it, and from that stage, it's a 2-on-1. In that scenario, you should be winning those rounds, and they did convert it. FEROX 2-4 now. That's not the worst half. It could have been much worse. It could have been 5-1 against them, and then the pressure really would have been against them on their own map picks. So that's a good recovery, and now can we see them actually convert that towards a strong defense?
Yeah, another thing that really concerns me is I'm just looking at the VOD now. 45 seconds left on the round, and Drex had 3 gas canisters remaining. I'm not quite sure where he ended up using them, but man, 1 gas canister in the hallway? There was 15 seconds left when FEROX decided to execute. If that gas had been a bit better placed on the choke points themselves, that would have just simply been impossible for FEROX to push on through, and definitely would have been a rhythm round. So all in all, FEROX have turned that momentum on its head, and now a 2-4 deficit. It's not looking too bad here on Oregon. And most importantly, they have, as we said, that momentum back in their corner, and I think that they can bring this back.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, looking at this setup, we can already see it's wildly different to the way that Rhythm set it up. We're not seeing the mirror on the board, we're seeing the rotating blue bunker, in fact, on the opposite wall. The main reason for that being that it's a little bit more difficult for the attack to shut down the angle in towards Freezer. If the wall's already pre-opened, sure, you can open it mid-round. There's nothing really stopping that once bunker control is given, but it does mean that the attackers need to commit a little bit more time and a little bit more utility to that position.
Be it the fire or the smoke from Capitao. So we don't often see him picked, as you said, not super meta. You'd usually see a Zephyr and bring some more explosives, but we do have the 4 explosives in total here, 2 on the Mavericks nades and 2 from Ash. But yeah, I'm actually really curious. I'm going to keep my eye on Leb in the late round and see what his idea is with this Capitao, and maybe he can force a map control and deny some of these anchor positions.
Already you can see that Rhythm, though, have got a bit of a different idea. Shade was looking to take out Drex, unsuccessful, but very much a different approach already from Rhythm compared to what we were seeing from FEROX on their attack for the basement site. Todd sitting at elbow. He's got a few more ADSs, I think, than usual as well. And the VX Leb, though, obviously going to push in through blue. Todd's got 2 ADSs. The third one being just on the other side of the wall near Pillar, where Oda is currently sitting as well. 1.5 minutes remaining. It's going to be a slower push from Rhythm. Ultimately, we'll see if it's going to be more successful.
And the concerning thing is there's been a real lack of focus on this blue bunker position, so maybe we're going to see more of a heavy focus in towards the likes of Freezer and Pillar, because this deep into the round, clearing that much utility and getting something going late, especially with that wall reinforced, as previously mentioned, is going to be tough. That said, it looks like maybe they are going to try and commit to blue. They're opening up that angle in towards that Pillar position. That's going to make Oda's life a little bit more challenging. He gets droned out as well, but he decides to just sit there. Maybe he'll try and play for his life, try and find a pick, and then get out. But look at that clock, Xenox. It's just ticking down further and further. Leb's ready and waiting maybe to flush out this position with the Capitao. But now the gas canisters start to come into play. Todd still has 1 more in the pocket as well, so this is going to be tough.
35 seconds left. Todd's going to be pushed out, but instead of going backwards, he goes forwards. Gas canister, talk about timing. He could have easily got that frag onto Nevaix. Unfortunately, it's the other way around. Instead, that's going to be the opening frag for Rhythm now as they do push down. 25 seconds left. 1 more drone. Just going to see what they can find at the last second here over at Boiler. Bouncing, just watching it Pillar. And the execution phase for Rhythm is now in full effect. Although they are very much beaten up. Leb, Drex, Nevaix, all very low on health. All 4 members of FEROX, though, completely at 100%. Doesn't really matter, though, to Bouncin and Leb. They quit a quick double kill. Shade's still up, never mind. Shade just found a double with a C4 onto Drex and Nevaix, and the round ended pretty quickly towards the end. FEROX get 2 round wins in a row.
And we saw the lack of that blue bunker control really cost the attack in the end there. In fact, FEROX actually backed off, double reinforced it, which made it doubly hard to get through that position. And they were left with no other option to try other than trying to take control of the main corridor and just sending it in through the doorway in towards site. We saw it just didn't work out. Too much utility, too many guns in their way to shut that down. And that's a great start for FEROX. They get that first defense on the board. They've now brought that margin all the way back to only a single round, and they might be able to then draw this map back, which will be really nice for their confidence heading into the rest of it.
To me, that double C4 was just flying on from on high. Shades had some really impactful plays in this game thus far, but been a bit hit and miss. I will say though that C4 was really stopping Rhythm in their tracks there, and the rest of FEROX to collapse and clean up. Certainly good, and yeah, I've got to agree with you guys. It's we're thinking maybe we're going to be at a 1-5 advantage to Rhythm, and things have turned around here, haven't they? FEROX has got that momentum squarely back in their favor, and on the defense, they can move back up to Dorms for the first time on their half. I don't know, guys. I mean, with how convincing that was at the end round, and I think some holes in Rhythm's attack, I totally see FEROX winning that basement when they end up going down there. And I mean, let's take that for granted as another round. That'll be 4-4. Then there's the result of this round. If FEROX can win here, that's 5-4. All they will need to do to get match point is win Dorms twice. I definitely think this is possible here for FEROX. Rhythm I'm looking up now to step it up.
Yeah, and I mean, as Xenox and I always say and always seem to encounter, the top floor always very impactful in these matches and how they play out. You're exactly right. If they win this, that evens it out, and maybe they'll be able to snatch that round over towards dining or even meeting if they decide to go there, for example, on that tertiary. Who knows, though? Time will tell. Still a lot to go in this round. Shade over towards Small Tower. I'm trying to find a cheeky pick. If this doesn't play off, that of course means that there's one less member to defend site. Very high risk here from Shade, but we've seen him do it time and time again. It might pay off. Todd does get that opening pick as well to facilitate it.
It's a good start for FEROX, but one thing I want to bring up that might backfire for them here is the only rounds they've won so far is the opening round and the closing round. So maybe there's just some voodoo magic there for FEROX. Although getting that opening frag now does give them the numerical advantage for the remainder of the round. They got 1 minute and 50, and this sort of goes back to on the flip when they were on the attack. They lost 2 players very early on in that attacking round here on the dorm site, and it basically was the round over before it even began. It was like 2 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock. This is not quite as significant, obviously only one, and there's quite a bit less time, but ultimately it's a similar effect here. Kids dorms, you really want to have the number so you can sort of throw bodies at the site towards the end. Oda's low, not sure exactly what happened there. I'm imagining it was C4. Rapix will finish off the Vax, and well, now the similarities continue to take form here. 5-on-3 and favoring on the defensive team.
Minute 15 left now in the round, and we see again time and time this site so difficult to attack. We saw, in fact, it was FEROX that struggled when they dropped a couple of players early, and now it's Rhythm's turn to try and turn that tide around, maybe try and convert it, but look at the positions they're holding. This is going to be super challenging. They're not even really within arm's reach of one another to try and hit these refrags. They're trying to pincer in from this attic position and inside of games, but it's going to be so challenging. Just look how deep FEROX are playing in towards site. They're not under much pressure. Shade, in fact, is still on that roam. It's 5-on-2 now, 40 seconds left.
37 seconds left in the round, a round that just feels over really already. Sort of just counting down the seconds until the entirety of this round can close, and it's 4-4, and it's once again a very close matchup. It looked like at one point Rhythm were going to sort of pull away here on Oregon, but FEROX not to be counted out. 4-1, Lev makes it at least 3-1, saving a bit of face in the round, but ultimately it was lost about 1.5 minutes ago. FEROX tie us up here on Oregon, 4-4.
Is that Smoke FMG? Naz, he's like, guys, you guys make your own rotate holes. I want to tap some heads. Mad respect to the man. But yeah, I mean, Xenox, that was well and truly over before it all started. It was about 124 left in the round when Repix got a C4 kill onto Novex, probably the most pivotal player in that attack, because he was that Hibana. He was the hard breach that was tasked with opening up the closet wall and enabling that avenue onto the bomb site. Well, after that C4 went off, detonated successfully, not only was it a 5 versus 3 man advantage for FEROX, but also Rhythm had absolutely no way of making an entry from closet into the games room bomb site. They had to basically tunnel vision and try and push through attic somehow, maybe push through trophy, but yeah, with roamers still in abundance for FEROX, C4s to deny plants at the end game, there's just absolutely no way that's going to swing for Rhythm. And well, 4-4 now. This is maybe where we weren't expecting to head after a 4-2 lead, or a 4-1 lead, I should say, but FEROX well and truly on that comeback.
It was, of course, yesterday, in fact, that we saw FEROX take on PC419 on this map, and I love the way that they played this objective. Sure, there were a couple of faults made by PC419 in the fact that they didn't invest enough utility to clear this shower's position, but it was the likes of Oda inside of there, and I believe it was Nazgul supporting the hallway as well, that made it such a fortress to try and attack. It's very challenging. I'm expecting FEROX to do something similar here. Sure, Rhythm, maybe they vodded it, maybe they're aware of what to do. I'm sure they probably encountered it in scrims. It wasn't necessarily anything too wild. It was just a nice, clean execute in the way that they played that defense. So expect something similar here. That said, everyone's not even inside at the moment, so I don't know exactly what's going on. I think they're just doing their final preparations, getting ready for that push.
One thing I will say for FEROX here is, you mentioned that game against PC419 yesterday. FEROX started on defense, went 5-1 up in their half. They won every single bomb site that they had to, except they did lose this very bomb site, Kitchen Dining, just that one time. And on top of that, add to the fact that FEROX won almost every single opening engagement on their defensive side. And I'm starting to sweat a little bit here for Rhythm. They really need to break this momentum And there's no better place to do it than the tertiary bomb site of kitchen dining.
You're sweating for rhythm. I'm literally just sweating because it's like 30 degrees and I'm wearing a jacket. It is bloody hot here today. If you're not from Australia or if you're not from Melbourne, I don't know what the rest of the country is looking like today, but at least in Melbourne, I think it's pretty hot. And gamers, we're not used to the heat because we just sit inside all day in air-conditioned conditions. Air-conditioned conditions. What a terrible word that was.
I'm sweating more than I was in ranked yesterday.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. I've seen you play ranked.
I don't know. I'm pretty sweaty, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I think right now Rhythm probably is sweating a little bit here as
Everyone's
FEROX. Everyone's sweating. But look, FEROX have won out of their last 4 matches of Oregon. They've won all 4 of them. And while Rhythm obviously got off to a great start on their defense, FEROX have turned things around here and they're looking quite impenetrable at the moment. 4-4 as they tie it up. And that's why Rhythm probably should be sweating because it's up to them to find round wins now. They've got to be the ones initiating. They've got to make sure that they are proactive rather than reactive, especially on the attack. Trying to see what they can find from above over in kids. Drax are going to open up the meeting wall. 50 seconds remaining. And again, what's been striking me here is that Rhythm, compared to FEROX, has just been a lot slower with their attacking pushes.
And I really love the use of those smoke canisters from Shade. He's delaying the opening of that wall. By the time it gets open, there might only be 25 seconds, or maybe 30 seconds. I'll readjust my assessment there as it actually does get taken down quite easily in the end by Drex. But that's only 30 seconds. Where are they going to go from here? That's the question mark. Look at the positions of FEROX. They are looking so safe right now. This is a tough round for Rhythm to convert.
Yeah, they're going to have to get rid of Shade over in security as well at some point. It's got a really good angle onto that wall that was just opened up by Drax and co. Gas canisters as well, still delaying this push. Todd getting the opening frag on the bouncing balls makes it difficult, but the refrags do come out. Rapix is gone to 3v3. Nazgul, what can he find now? Just starting to just push out here for FEROX. 5 seconds left, being aggressive on the front foot. Drax with a double kill, and right now it just seems it's all happening elsewhere on the map. FEROX just end up winning sort of the retrade war through attrition, and now they take the lead here on Oregon.
Can't believe
Absolute
Nazgul.
chaos.
Oh, I can't believe he did that. Nazgul, he did that exact same flank in LPL to get his team to the grand final, and it seems like no one's learnt from it. He just quietly, like a mouse, just walks into meeting, hits them from behind, because by that stage in the round, you have to remember there's not much time. There's only a couple of members left. If they don't have a drone there, who's watching that? If you don't have a flank watch there, the answer is no one, which makes it really difficult. We didn't unfortunately get to see the kill, but Nazgul did of course collect it very late into the round. But I think by that stage, it's probably fair to say that they didn't really have much of a window to win it anyway on the attack. And that does, of course, give the lead back to FEROX.
Yeah, man, it's crazy to think that we were at a 4-1 considering, hey guys, do you reckon Rhythm can go up 5-1 on the defense? Man, I totally underestimated what FEROX would be looking like when they switched on over, and man, they've just won, what, 3 straight, and that's across 3 different bomb sites. Yes, PC419 is not quite the same challenging opponent as perhaps Rhythm, but yeah, it was a 5-1 for FEROX yesterday. And even just 4 out of 6 defense rounds here would guarantee them overtime at minimum. So I'm definitely thinking that you FEROX fans in the chat gotta be spamming your love for Oda and Rapix, because yeah, this starting to look like things have swung in their favor.
And I'd love to pick your brains a little bit, Dev. There's one stat really that I'm looking at here that's standing out to me. It's the opening kills, right? Rhythm, 7 opening kills compared to only 2 for FEROX. Sure, FEROX have converted 100% for those 2 rounds where they did get the opening pick, but Rhythm, despite being at the round disadvantage, are quite strong in that department, and you probably wouldn't think of it in that way.
Yeah, I mean, this tells you 2 things, I guess. It tells you that Rhythm is quite good at making those unexpected plays in the early round, and when it comes down to those late round executes, yeah, they actually are pretty decent at finding openings, but FEROX are really good at playing from numbers deficits, and we see a lot of 1v1s go down where FEROX actually come out on top of consecutive 1v1s in a row. And Rhythm don't have that refrag potential. I think that that's one of the weaknesses, I guess you could highlight, and one of the strengths in contrast of FEROX is that often when that numbers advantage is in Rhythm's favor, it does let slip because they're not necessarily utilizing that to its full potential by guaranteeing that any player that falls on their squad has a buddy to refrag them. So FEROX definitely in the advantage in that regard.
And look, not a whole lot really has happened in this round. We can even talk about the actual time of that opening kill, right? There's a pretty big discrepancy between just how early Rhythm are getting these picks on the board, and that was be a sign to me that, oh, Rhythm now have more time surely to trade out these rounds, right? But again, all of these rounds are just coming down to the final seconds. And in fact, Rhythm are actually executing later than FEROX, which is a big surprise.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And especially once you consider the fact that we had that one round where Todd got a really early opening kill spawn pick run out from small tower. That really changed their average. And despite that, there is a bit of a differential between the two. What's like Rhythm's 7 seconds faster than the average across the whole game. So I'm definitely thinking that FEROX are maybe a bit more slow and patient. And Rhythm, yeah, can maybe rush into things a little bit.
FEROX just seem a little bit agitated at the moment. Oda got taken down, he's brought back up, but he's low. They're being able to still hold their shape though, and hold their current positions. 55 seconds left, so Rhythm have been a bit of a nuisance, but realistically, they haven't really achieved much at the moment.
Well, 45 seconds left, and Todd, you've just been isolated, bro. You've been absolutely just locked out by your team. Nowhere to move from here. But that's not a bad thing because Rhythm, they might not know it's reinforced, but that is a bad thing. Lev gets that pick. 30 seconds on the board. They'll have free passage to open up that wall that was recently reinforced, generate all these angles in towards site, but Repix finds one back. So it's a 4-on-4. Plenty of work for Rhythm to keep doing. And that time Xenox, it just keeps on ticking down.
Yeah, they did lose Todd, but that elbow position really wasn't providing too much anyway for the defense. Usually it's the player in freezer, which we saw Repix get that frag anyway. 12 seconds left. Here we go with a very late execution once again from Rhythm.
no.
It's 3 versus 3. Repix, this is going to be the one that has to come up clutch. He wasn't able to get too much though. Oda, boats and hose, so low. Nazgul on the Maestro. There's no time though to get the diffuser down. What a chaotic ending to the round, but once again goes the way to FEROX. Dev, what is going on with these Rhythm attacks? It's like they don't want to do anything until there's 15 seconds on the clock.
Man, let's go Oda! He's a monster! Man is absolutely cracked. Goes it on the sticks. Just look at him go 3K at the end there. Man, my first was when finally Rhythm actually took down Shade. Now he was that pivotal player for FEROX last time they defended Laundry Supply. That C4 rang true in the final moments, denied plant. For Rhythm, that was denied, but I guess who was an Oda? Man's absolutely cracked.
A good round there from FEROX, a great round from Oda, as you mentioned, and now they head themselves to match point with a 2-round deficit. This is definitely turned on its head, and FEROX now proving why they picked this map. It was theirs to choose to go to, and Rhythm now, it's looking quite rough for them again. I at least personally believe that Rhythm probably need a 2-0 to try and take this series because that third map is so up in the air. That might not play out to be the case, but so far at least this first map is playing in the hands of FEROX, especially in this second half. What's the response going to be here? That's the question. Rhythm are struggling time and time again. So many late round executes that just aren't falling their way.
I definitely want to see Rhythm ensure that they're punishing these roamers for FEROX. Last time, Todd got a cheeky ass run out from small tower using a blackout camera. You can see he's still got one in the pocket, and even though he's not, ready on point as the action phase begins to spawn peak, he's still got one cam in the pocket. He can rotate down to small tower wherever he likes, really chuck a cam outside and see if he can do some damage. The other thing I'm really looking out for is Novakes. He's that Hibana, and he died last time due to a C4 from Repix before Novakes was able to successfully breach this main wall. He only had a single line of sight. He didn't have an entryway for his team to take control of that bomb site. Now, Oda, can he deny this with the impacts? Might even work nonetheless. And, okay, he's going to let the first one ring out, and Oda's just going to try and trick the subsequent charges with his 2 remaining impacts. It's actually a really good position now for FEROX.
Yeah, and this is a position that's often played by Oda, countering the likes of the Summer charges on the Ace, which is banned out, and then, of course, you have the X-Kairos from the Hibana. Opening that first hole does allow that to occur, and Oda still has 2 impacts in the pocket if he elects to use them, but he's playing a little bit safer. Normally, he plays quite aggressive over towards the couch, but on this occasion, he's over towards top white, and he might be fearing that if he loses his life, that completely opens up that position and potentially really allows Rhythm to get some traction in these rounds. They've been struggling in the mid-round. They've been really struggling again with their time management. So Oda playing smart there. I like to see that, and so far it's paying off.
Well, how much of it is time management, or is it potentially just sort of the defense that FEROX is putting out here? Like, they've been quite stable. They've been very structured. They haven't really given Rhythm anything to go off. You don't see any sort of crazy roams where someone gets pinched or someone's in a really bad position. As I say that, Repix is in a
Debated.
completely counteracting exactly what I'm saying. But in all of the other rounds, right? In all the other rounds, don't worry about this one. In all the other rounds, they've been a lot more structured. This could backfire potentially for FEROX because, you know, they're not as structured as, say, the previous rounds.
That said, I think this actually swings in favor of them. That impact grenade goes off again, but Oda also finds a kill into Novex. No! And there's no breach on the wall either. We still have 2 C4s in the hands of Repix and Shade. Downstairs to deny that plant. Shade's going for the most absolutely disgusting, monstrous run out. I think FEROX have this.
Oh my God. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And especially considering it's match point, the pressure right now on Rhythm's mental would be extraordinary. Led should have been able to get that, but Shade was watching at the end of the corridor. Everything's just going right for FEROX all at once, all when it matters. Can you believe at one point it was 4-1 to Rhythm? Since then, 5 round wins in a row to FEROX, and they're about to make it 6 round wins in a row as well. It's almost like a reverse sweep. Drex comes up big with a big kill. Then a second one, he's just going for a third as well. Boats is down, so it's all a solo effort. Unfortunately, though, too many heads to click for Drex. And FEROX will take out their map pick on Oregon in good fashion as well.
6 rounds straight for FEROX. They didn't falter once at all in that defense. What a dominant performance there on their map pick. Again, they've proven why they wanted to head to this map, and they produce the goods when it matters. Rhythm, their backs are up against the wall now. That's going to hurt the mental, but they have the opportunity to bounce back.
It's going to be a massive task ahead for our team in Rhythm. FEROX take it. A convincing win. What a comeback too. It's not every day that we get to witness 6 rounds in a row. You saying it, you could call it a reverse sweep. That's exactly what it is, Xenox. Beautiful stuff from FEROX, and wow, convincing win on their own map pick. But the deed's not done yet. There's still 2 more potentially to go.
Yeah, of course, the nature of best of 3, right? It's not a best of 1, fortunately, for Rhythm. They do get another crack, and it'll be their map pick as well. But guys, convincing in the end, right? You said it, 6 rounds in a row, all on the defensive half, and they obviously got a couple on the attack. In the end, it was only a rather average attack from FEROX, considering it was their map pick, but they did enough, and that was the thing. Rhythm, on the other hand, their attack was diabolical, really. Like, they just kept everything too late. They didn't really get much to go their way. Didn't get early picks. A lot of their picks that they may have got were pretty late into the round as well, ultimately costing them. At no point were they in control of an attacking round.
It definitely didn't feel like the Rhythm I expected to see at this stage of the promo relegations. We thought they were on this upwards trajectory, but this map has proven that they still do have weaknesses. And sure, every team has weaknesses, and it's a best of 3. So you're not necessarily expected to win your map pick, but to lose 6 rounds straight on any map against any opponent is very worrying. So they need to really just hone in on what went wrong there and bounce back in the second map.
And while there are things that went wrong for Rhythm, there's also things that went right, and I want to commend them. They actually found the opening pick every single round of their defense, but they did lose that laundry bomb site twice. And I mean, FEROX, I think you've got to commend them as well for managing to pull that out. A lot of impact rounds from different players. I will point out Shade. I know we talked about him a lot. And he's maybe not the, he's not Oda and he's not Repix, he's not the fan favorites necessarily, but he is a veteran of the scene. And while he did die in a lot of rounds without finding any impacts on the scoreboard in terms of kills, he had some rounds where he, just turned up the heat. That final one as well, just the most ridiculous runouts and roams. A nasty player to come up against in the server.
Yeah, nasty player, nasty round in the end. A nasty map for Rhythm. They fortunately get a second crack at it, though. After the break, we head to Clubhouse.
Bomb.
UAV's in place!
10 seconds left. Attackers.
but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running, road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing right. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know, I know. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough for you. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough for you. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two survivors. Pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making.
Well, FEROX are in Rhythm at the moment after their Oregon matchup against Rhythm, 7-4 victory. Their map pick, though, of course, best of 3. We're not done and dusted just yet. We head to Clubhouse very, very shortly, which is Rhythm's map pick. And, well, it's their last little lifeline that they've got remaining here in the upper final. If they lose this map, they drop down to the lower final. Awaiting them is Rufflecopter GG. Don't think I'll ever not laugh when saying that name. But, Dev, right now, it's all systems go for FEROX. They're looking very strong here.
Oh yeah, man, they are just a steam train that's all filled up and ready to pump way past the station. Yeah, you can hear it. Man, 6 rounds in a row from 1-4 up to 7-4. They're looking pretty damn hot on their defense, but things may change now. We're on Rhythm's map pick.
Yeah, on the side of Rhythm, that was a very rough second half for them. None of their attacks going their way at all. In fact, most of those rounds were very strongly in favor of FEROX. There were very little look-ins at all there for Rhythm. So can they bounce back on their map pick? That begs the question. It's another structured map, so maybe they'll struggle with their attacks once again. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, that's you know, you can put it in a better light than that. I mean, I think Rhythm have got a very good opportunity now to come back. It's their map pick. They should feel more comfortable on Clubhouse. Yeah, Oregon has been a very good map for FEROX, and I'm going to say I'm a little surprised it actually got through. They've won now 5 Oregon maps in a row. Like, regardless of their opponents, regardless of the competition, Dev, I mean, that's still a significant success rate. And it's surprising that they've been able to get it through once again here, as we are going to be heading into Clubhouse now for our second match of this best of 3 upper final. FEROX looking to book a ticket to OCN 2021. Rhythm, though, want to hop off that train, Dev, and make sure they can kickstart their own engine.
Oh yeah, Rhythm. Let's see if they've got the beat to, I don't know where I was going with that one, but hey, let's see if they can take the storm here. It is Rhythm's map pick, and it's a good one for them. It's their favorite map by far and large. They've played this so many times. during the Oceanic Nationals and the relegations thus far. Would you believe it? 5 plays. This is very much known territory for them, but FEROX, they're no slouches on this map either. It's the one that they've had the most victories on across Oceanic Nationals and LPL. In fact, far more than Rhythm, and they are actually positive in their win-loss ratio, unlike their opponents here. But what an operator veto we experience here. Thatcher and Maverick band. Mate, it's going to be pretty tough to breach any walls, guys.
Always is on this map, and these bans, as you mentioned, do exemplify that. Keen to see what we see on the defense taken off the board. Rhythm actually taking the mirror off the board, and they're the team that actually utilized it there on Oregon, so quite an interesting ban there. Mirror doesn't see a whole lot of play, I want to say, in the current meta. Sure, there was a time and a place for that, probably as far back as maybe even 12, 18 months ago, where we saw a couple of locations where those mirrors were used commonly. Following that up as well is the Wamai, so we're going to see that taken off the board as well. And one thing that I did talk about briefly on the last map was maybe Ying would be brought to the table with that Wamai off the board. We didn't see that. It's probably less likely we'll see it here on Clubhouse, but it is still a possibility.
There's still a lot of big operators still on the table. I'm looking at that Kayi that Oda has already made a bit of a splash with for FEROX, and keep in mind here, right? No Thatcher, no Maverick. You're not Maverick tricking any of those walls or hatches open, and you certainly ain't clearing those claws using an EMP from Thatcher. So, especially since we're not seeing a Carly picked as of yet, maybe that's a 6 pick. Yeah, no, is it? No. Okay, there we go. This is gonna be a very rough attacking side, and FEROX already won 5 defenses in a row on Oregon. They have everything going for them right now. For me, the critical thing here for Rhythm is try and steal away 1 or 2 attack rounds, and then do not tilt. Keep your heads in the game. This is going to be a rough slog for anyone on the attack with this operator veto. You just got to keep your head above water.
All right, Xenox, give us your thoughts. Give us, what are you expecting? How many rounds in a row in this best of 3 can FEROX win? Are we expecting them to continue this run of form?
Well, look, it'll be very difficult, but in saying that, if they're going to be able to do it, it's on the defense, right? I think so. This is the way that they can continue that trend, continue the train. But this is Rhythm's map pick, and I think we all kind of expected this series to go to 3 maps, to go to Villa. So therefore, you're in essence backing Rhythm to win this map for a variety of reasons. But look, FEROX have got an opportunity to put a lot of mental pressure onto Rhythm here, because you're already 1 up in the series. You're on defense. If you can get out to like a 4-1 lead or something, it does really start to put the pressure on. So that scoreboard pressure is a real thing, and FEROX have got the opportunity to do that. In saying that, of course, if Rhythm can find a couple of opening attacking rounds, get to 2-3 rounds quickly, then it does make it difficult for FEROX to then slow down the momentum when the sides switch. Good opening frag. It's Repix once again. He took out bouncing balls, and that almost spells disaster before the round's even begun, considering we're down to the basement, and now you're down a player for the remainder of the round.
And I didn't actually see how that frag came about. I was looking at my spreadsheet, which is 99% of this job, but
right after my own heart.
Yeah, I'm just like Dev. But it's really the impact of the frag that's going to matter. Zofia is commonly played to lock down that position inside of blue, which now basically gives the likes of Oda or anyone else that wants to play that position, Repix or Shade, they can sit there quite comfortably. Typically, that Zofia will sweep in late round and cause a little bit of chaos, but there's no one there now. Look, it's completely dead. That was Bouncing's job, and probably no one is going to try and fulfill that now, right? They don't have the manpower. They need to invest that over towards the kitchen, over towards Vert, Dirt Tunnel. There's a lot of other jobs to do, so that probably is just going to fall off the wayside here for Rhythm.
I'm definitely scared for all these guys on the attacking side. Gabatow just trying to take out that default camera in the hallway downstairs. Fun fact, you can destroy the camera in that 90 hallway in the basement through the floor there with that hole that Drex has made. Little fun fact for you, don't even need the Sledge, but Leb's going to open that angle up anyway. Sledge is such an important operator on Clubhouse these days, especially when it comes to going for those kitchen attacks, but he is vulnerable to those C4s, so one going out without finding Leb is pretty good for him thus far. Now, Leb's job here is to try and destroy that Electric Claw, but it seems like an ADS chewed up his first grenade. Second one does clear out that Claw, and the Hibana to breach that hatch. Are there any impact grenades to be thrown from the defenders? Not so. So, in fact, we do see Rhythm successfully breach that kitchen hatch. Never would have thought that would happen.
And so easily as well. Normally it can take a couple of tries, if not all 3 of those pallets to get it open. But on this occasion, now they have a good 30 seconds. It might not sound like a lot, but on this objective, it really is. They can drop the hatch, they can push down the main stairs. Probably no pressure from Blue, as I mentioned earlier, but they should have enough to work with here to at least try and get that diffuser down.
20 seconds remaining. It's go time. Rhythm have continued. I guess there's slow pushes from Oregon over here to Clubhouse, but now doesn't help that they had lost the Severe early on. Boats has gone to 5-on-3. Novakes is getting the diffuser down, but they are down players, and those are quite important. And there's another one that has been eliminated. Novakes and Leb still up, both on the site. Diffuser down, and there's 2 quick kills from Leb as well, coming up clutch. Leb's still above, Novakes down below. Nice little dynamic duo, but that's Repix who does catch out Novakes, and because Leb was above, not able to get the refrag. Pushes out, he's got 3 in total, but surely that diffuser is going to be diffused. And in the end, Repix has a triple of his own, and it will be FEROX taking the opening round. A little bit messy towards the end, considering I thought FEROX were doing quite well for the most part. Credit to Leb for making something of the round, but in the end, Dev, doesn't matter if you get 2, 3 kills, you've lost the round.
Yeah, I mean, pretty amazing the fact that Rhythm managed to execute and get that diffuser down to 3 versus 5. I don't know about you guys, but that certainly took me by surprise, and I could hear it in your voice, guys. You said that's big when Leb got that kill in that 1 versus 3, and absolutely it was. It was definitely a position there that I thought, no way, we're going to see Leb 1v3 post-plant clutch this. But yeah, of course, Repix, he's like, guys, just hold my beer, and can someone clip that, please? Let's see the 3K come up big.
It's definitely getting clipped for sure. There's probably already 20 people in chat that have clipped it and shared it on socials. But there was a very, very small part of me that thought Leb could pull that off. All he had to do was hit that wide swing, and the round would have been his, I would have imagined, because I think there was, about 20 seconds left. The remaining defender would have been forced to play on site, and against the vert, it would have taken a stuff up from Leb to actually lose that round in the end. But again, like I mentioned earlier, always going to be tough in the 4-on-5. No pressure from Blue meant that it was quite one-dimensional in the end there from Rhythm, and it didn't quite pay off. But look, that only continues to extend that streak for FEROX. How many rounds is that now? Xenox 7, I think.
7.
So it's really building. Maybe we'll get to the double digits. Still a long way off that, but it's a possibility.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? At some point, it's going to have to stop. Right? They've won 7 rounds in a row, but ultimately, the 6 don't matter. The only one that matters is this 1 right now. So Rhythm have to make sure that in their own minds, they're not even thinking about the fact that they've lost 7 rounds in a row. They're just going to say it's been 1 round, right? It's 1-0. It's not that bad. And now heading over to Gym Bedroom, this is a really big opportunity for them to find a round win, stop this FEROX momentum. They're going to open up Kennel's wall, push in. Eventually, they'll go Jacuzzi wall as well, look to pin to the site. And if they can do that, and if they can find an early frag, especially on someone like Repix holding over there in cash, it's just going to help them out immensely. They need to get an opening frag, though. There's just too and far between that it's FEROX who are starting better in these rounds. Rhythm come in late, but it's usually too late.
No early pick in this round. This was around the time that, in fact, it was probably a little bit earlier where we actually saw Bouncing dropped in the last round. To see him still live in the server is great for Rhythm. It's been one of their issues, trying to sustain that man advantage, or at least equal it out when it comes to the late round. And there's no worse feeling than losing that set advantage or equalization so early into the round. And I think Xenox brings up a good point. This is a key position inside of Cash. Repix has been tasked with holding it. It opens up the round for the attack if Rhythm take control, and they have a lot of members trying to hone in on this location. In fact, all 5 attackers, their efforts are on this side of the map, so a lot of investment from them. They need to try and find this pick nice and quickly.
It's essentially a 1v5 for Repix right now, but man's been eating his wheat picks. Surely he can at least find 1 kill. Nah. Bouncing says, mate, you don't spawn peek me, and I'm certainly going to have an impact in the server. That's the first kill.
Opens up the round, and look at that. We can already see Rhythm gaining that control. We're probably now going to expect a couple of those attackers to rotate over towards the Jacuzzi wall and start to fork the defenders, if you would, a little bit more in towards that site. But as always, that time starts to become a factor. Only 1 minute left on the board, and that rotation doesn't seem to be coming through. So maybe Rhythm are going to go for more of that moto-centric push, try and get deep in towards the bedroom site as well. It can pay off, don't get me wrong, but it is quite high risk. They do have that man advantage, though, to play into.
It's nigh impossible to breach the jacuzzi wall here with no Thatcher, no Maverick. You'd need to clear off that Electroclaw somehow from the gym window. But yeah, I think you're right. I have a feeling that Rhythm have decided that's just not possible, and that means they're going to end up tunneling in through these avenues, through logistics office, from construction, and I just don't think that's going to work, especially with Todd downstairs. He's got that C4. He's got a shotgun as well to make these vert holes, but here we go. Nevakes and Drex say it's time to shine. Take down Oda as well. Man, the server just fills up and it's all orange. Todd now, the man I said was going to have an impact, has certainly got to do so now.
How ironic, the one who you said was going to have an impact needs to make a big one towards the end, does, and then he also gets into the corridor too. 4 seconds left, knows where the diffuser went down, sees who's picked it up, has to retrade after peeking it, and as he came back and Jiggle picked it, Drex was waiting in the wings, almost did make that big impact towards the end. Maybe not quite the impact you were expecting him to have, Dev, but credit to Rhythm, they pushed in, they were aggressive, they caught FEROX off guard, and they take a much-needed round on a site that was definitely going to give them that opportunity in doing so.
They've been quiet for a while now, Rhythm, but they finally are able to produce a response. They even out the map count, and they finally get their first attacking win on the board for their entire afternoon. That's a pretty significant one, should fulfill them with a little bit of confidence heading into the rest of the map. Of course, you know, one map never means that much in the grand scheme of things. It's only one round, but I think in the context of this, it does allow Rhythm to now just relax a little bit. They can breathe and go, oh, we finally got one. We don't have to stress about that anymore.
Yeah, that pressure is alleviated. And I mean, imagine if they hadn't won that round, we'd be saying, well, what, that is 8 rounds straight? That's just starting to look pretty embarrassing. So yeah, Rhythm have broken that curse. They've got the momentum back in their favor. And I want to note the way that they did it as well. Yeah, they found the opening pick, and I think that mostly the thing to blame there is the fact that Repix was alone in cash. He was the single man to hold where FEROX invested so much utility reinforcements, mute jammers, clearly not enough utility though, because Repix still had to contest with the wall right in front of him getting breached. There was plenty of mute jammers to cover that if Todd had chosen to mute up that wall. And yeah, it's a free kill right for Rhythm. Then in a 4v4, I think it was, 4v4, something kind of advantage that Rhythm had, just rush execute through logistics, left Todd downstairs alone in a 4v1. So definitely a good way for Rhythm to just pump up their tires a bit and just go full send.
Full send they did. Switch up of sites now. We're going to see Cash CCTV for the first time, and that will round out the only 3 sites we generally see here on Clubhouse, with Barb basically being defunct on the rework, which is a little bit of a shame. I still miss the glory days of that site. It was pretty hectic, but nonetheless, it's not really viable at the moment in this meta. Again, we're going to see aggression from Shade. This is a position that we've seen him play quite a bit in the relegations, down in towards bottom garage. His job here, shoot drones, waste time, maybe find a pick or two. He didn't actually have a whole lot of success from memory against PC419, but maybe he can do something here.
Well, he didn't have much success at all. He had pretty much no success in the sense of Harry Potter position or basically anywhere underneath those rafters. Kept getting picked, which did open things up slightly for PC419. It really didn't actually spell disaster for FEROX, but ultimately, I mean, Oda up in rafters is more than capable by himself there. But as you said, the main goal for Shade is to just be a nuisance, be a pest, get rid of those drones. And if he does stick around here, might be able to find an opening frag. A little bit delayed there with that shot, but now you can already start to see the angles that Rhythm have opened up, which means Shade has to watch this side, then he's got to watch this side. Does have to be careful with his positioning now.
Yeah, part of Shade's job was actually to impact trick this wall at bottom garage, but he managed to miss it, unfortunately. That enabled the X-Kairos to detonate. A nade was going to send him straight back down to whence he came. My goodness. Chuck a GN in chat for that one.
Minute 10 left now. Again, we see Rhythm with the man advantage. They converted it in the last round, but they need to be careful that they don't throw it away. Oda is still in his rafters position. That's 1, that's 2. Good night, left, right, good night. And he gets taken out eventually. But look, the damage has already been done. 55 seconds left now. They still have some fragging potential on the board though, so it might not all be doom and gloom here for Rhythm. Decent positions held on the cross as well here from Bouncing, so maybe they could still convert this. But FEROX, look at these positions. These are strong. These are difficult to flush out for the attack.
Yeah, 40 seconds remaining here. FEROX, though, starting to feel a bit more pressure from Rhythm on the attacks earlier as well. Not just sort of 15, 20-second rushes at the end. Rhythm is starting to get a bit more done in the earlier rounds. Drex is going to be stopped here from getting that diffuser down, and so much so, with that knowledge, Todd's able to eliminate him with the C4. I mean, Drex basically had no health anyway. Boats is taking so much damage as well as he pushes into CCTV. Todd sitting at top red. He does have a couple pushing around. It's bouncing, and he may get caught out surely from both sides. One on the back, one at the front. FEROX in the end just overwhelmed Rhythm. I still think it's better from Rhythm, but credit to FEROX holding out there towards the end.
There was one key oversight for me in that round that I think may have cost Rhythm. We saw Bouncing outside on the cross. I mentioned that it was a good position to hold, and it was, at least from the perspective of just pure gunfights. But then we saw the wild card of the Maestro camera inside of Rafters. None of the attackers in that position could clear it. Bouncing was the only one that had the soft breach in the pocket with the launcher to clear it. He didn't. That meant that FEROX had perfect intel on the plant. They denied it with the C4. They were inflicting damage on top of that and knew just where the players were. It makes it so much easier in this game to know what you're shooting at before you even see them. So a key oversight there for Rhythm, and a key oversight from Bouncing in that round for me. Unfortunately, they don't convert it. But again, I do like what we saw. You mentioned it, Xenox, that pushes are a lot earlier in this round. It feels like they're coming through a lot quicker, and that's making it a little bit easier for them in the late round.
I'm going to definitely echo what you said about that Evil Eye, the Maestro's camera in Garage. Definitely, that information was pivotal. We saw Todd and Nazgul. Todd's position was top red stairs, Nazgul in cash, and instead of trying to contest that top red hallway and potentially be vulnerable to the two players who are desperately just trying to even up that man count, pushing in from the CCTV, Todd just kept pushing down the red stairs. He's like, oh, you want to come find me? You have to come and get me, and walk into my teammates' crossfire. And that just spelled death for the last remaining players. And it's little things like that, clever teamwork and good knowledge of how to use that teamwork and maintain crossfires is why that FEROX managed to turn that 3 versus 3 into a 3 versus 0.
Tell me why. Ain't nothing.
Ain't nothing but Oh, sorry, I don't want to get copyright strikes. We're so accurate.
No, don't worry. Your singing's not that good. It's not gonna. It won't get DMCA. Yeah, it's not that good. Don't worry. It's probably better than me.
Xenox, if he keeps bullying me, I'm gonna bring out my guitar for the pre-show next time.
To bonk me or to actually play it?
I still wanted to see you one day, just live on cast, stop talking, go back towards the guitar, grab it off the wall, and just start playing. That would just look like the most boss thing ever. Put on those sunglasses as well.
Don't give me ideas, mate. You don't know what you're signing up for.
No, you know what we need? No, you know what we need? It's like the Jack Daddy song, but someone else, like a Jack Daddy 2.0.
All right.
I don't know if you've heard that one, so we'll show it to you later.
You know what we really need? We really need to just get back to this this game, because it's shaping up to be a good one here on Clubhouse for the time being. Rhythm do have an attacking round win. At the very least, they haven't been 6-0'd again like they were on Oregon, so things are looking up. They're playing a bit better. They're starting to get a bit more involved earlier on into these rounds, but this particular round, again, it's similar to the last time we saw Jim Bedroom. Repix just sitting in cash. He's going to be the critical piece. Last time got taken out pretty early as he was trying to cross back over to construction. If he can at least get one kill here, it will be severely detrimental to Rhythm's attack. Well, he surely does get one. He's going to die for it? No, he doesn't. No, yes, he does.
Hashtag worth every single day of the week, mate.
Minute 10 left in the round, and Repix, sure, he died, but he did get that pick. He wasted a lot of that time as well, and I think that was facilitated by the fact that they reinforced the wall and actually gave him a little bit more to work with, and it wasn't as easy for Rhythm to crack that setup. Now, of course, they're going to transition that in towards con control, and so far it's looking very, very similar to what we saw last time. They'll try and get some control in towards logistics, transfer that across in towards bedroom, and also have a player outside covering those positions as well. With the Maverick off the board, getting Jacuzzi Wall, as Dev mentioned earlier, is near impossible. It's going to be very, very challenging. Rhythm are aware of that. Now they're just sitting, they're just waiting. When's the right time to go? Todd's still below, but they find the pick. That's a huge run in this round. Just like that, it's a 2-on-4.
27 seconds remaining in the round. Shade, can he come up big? Does get one, but immediately traded back. Makes it a 1 versus 3. Rhythm just finding a bit of form here towards the end. Still got to deal with Oda, though, in the bathroom. Couldn't quite get the second layer onto Nevaix. Had the opportunity. Nevaix, though, comes up clutch, and Rhythm tie up Clubhouse 2 rounds apiece.
I'm just having a look at the VOD here. The positioning of the attackers at the end of that round there, I've got to commend Rhythm. You mentioned that there's no way that they're going to breach that jacuzzi rule, right? Not unless they invest a lot of time and get a bit creative, or they bring up Carly. But they, despite not having the jacuzzi wall open, Bouncin was still eager to try and push from that direction in the late round. When that execute came about, we've been talking about the main theme of the night is Rhythm really late executes. That time, 30 seconds left on the clock. It's the earliest execute we've seen from them in a more standard round. And Bouncin decides to jump straight in through that gym window and start to flank all the way from top red. That enabled that refrag at the end onto, I can't remember which player it was, at the top of the main stairs. I believe it was Nazgul on the Maestro. And man, if you add that to the fact that Rhythm were totally aware of Todd's position in kitchen and polished him off through the angles with Logi floor, that execute was everything that Rhythm have needed all day long.
Stark contrast to map number 1 here for Rhythm, evening out that scoreline, and it's shaping up to be a very close match. I think it's probably fair to say, and I know it's a bit of a cliche at this point, but with these bans on the board, the attack is going to be harder. It's going to be quite difficult to get things going, just because of the fact that opening up walls will be challenging, clearing out positions, etc. will always be a challenge. Sure, the Mami's taken off the board, which will help a little bit in that department, and in fact the mirror as well. When we do see that played, it can be a little bit of a nuisance, but Rhythm, they're holding on here. They're hanging on. This is the position you want to find yourself in. They could even lead at the end of the half. Let's not get past that fact, right? If they have a good next round and one after that, then they're ahead of Team FEROX and the pressure's back on them.
One thing I will say, though, is the only attack rounds Rhythm have managed to get are on that gym and bedroom bomb site. And from this point forward, we can actually just see FEROX return now, of course, to Church Arsenal. Next round, they can go back to Cache CCTV. So if the pattern continues, if the trend continues in terms of which teams are winning which bomb sites, FEROX should comfortably take this half 4-2.
They only need the 2 rounds, though. That's the part of the equation here, because we go back to Oregon and FEROX only got 2 rounds on their attack as well. So it doesn't matter what sites they're doing it on. If it's both on Gym Bedroom, who cares? It's still 2 rounds. It's still decent. They basically get a free punch at it. I think for the next 2 rounds here, as you said, Church Arsenal, Cache CCTV, regardless of which site they can win, they just get that free sort of opportunity. If they don't win it, if they are down 4-2 at the half, don't think it's the end of the world. They go to their own defense. This is their map pick. They'll feel confident that they can bring it back in the same vein, the way that FEROX was able to bring it back on Oregon as well. So big opportunity for Rhythm, where just for a brief amount of time, the pressure's maybe just slightly off here. They get a couple of free rounds in, have a shot. 3-3 at the half would be amazing.
And I know it's only a small part of the equation for the attack here, but it's already looking a lot better for Rhythm, and thanks to Marshall for showing it a little bit earlier on the obs. Look at Bouncing. He's playing the top of blue. We saw last time he got taken out, and they had no pressure from that position. Rhythm actually, in the round that they lost, managed to get the kitchen hatch open really early, but there was no pressure from anywhere else, and it just fizzled into a little bit of a one-dimensional attack. So keep an eye here. Keep an eye out for Bouncing late in this round to have an impact, to throw some chaos in the face of FEROX as they try and hold on. As the execute will slowly come through, the hatch hasn't been opened yet, though, so the time management may be a little bit more questionable.
That C4 misses, though. Leb, he's the man of the hour now, and he'll be using his grenades to clear off those electric claws, and indeed, that happens. No Vakes to polish off the hatch, and once again, no impact tricking from Team FEROX. Nazgul could be bringing it, but he's just completely on the other bomb site, and this does start to make me worried here for FEROX. Rhythm can execute in a 5v5. Remember how close they got it last time. This is winnable for them.
35 seconds remaining in the round. Oda's been chunked down severely. Not looking good for FEROX here, as they do lose Oda for good here. He was very low, didn't take much from Bouncing to get that elimination. Shade's going to follow as well. Bouncing can continue to push through, but he does get eliminated. Nice little refrag there for FEROX. They get 2, makes it 3 versus 3. The Vex goes down now, can get the plant. They've still got 1 over in kitchen as well. Leb is up there. Boats is down as well, helping out. So they've got 2 down below, 1 above. Leb from above is actually going to be significantly important, and he does get Nazgul. Last time we saw this, it was 1 above and 1 below, so they were outnumbered. Repix gets Boats, and then we get a similar situation to last time. 1 above, 1 below here for Rhythm. 28 seconds, a lot of time. Repix does get a triple. He needs the quad, though, to win the round, or at least maybe get the defuse. But with Leb above in kitchen, he's not going to allow this defuse to happen, surely. So it's up to Repix to find a way to eliminate Leb above in kitchen, and he's making the roam. Leb, though, has changed position. He's over in the kitchen entrance. Repix goes down below, going for the defuse. He's not going to have enough time, and Leb will get the round win. He only had 1 shot, really, to get Leb, and he missed it.
1 shot, 1 opportunity. as Eminem once said, but unfortunately he missed. So close. We unfortunately didn't get to see it from Repix's position, but we saw the bullet trails just whizzing past the side of Lev's head. Such an incredibly close round. And Repix, as I highlighted yesterday, is the clutch factor for this team. I had every confidence in him getting close in that round. After he hit that shot on sight to the player prone, I was like, oh my God, surely he's not going to do this. And he almost did in the end. So Rhythm, they'll be sweating a little bit after that round, but they did get it in the end, right? They have the round advantage on the clubhouse attack. That's huge.
I mean, you're going to sing Repix's praises all day, but man, can we just acknowledge for a second how good Rhythm's attacks has been? We were kind of prefacing it before, and I was saying, like, yeah, I mean, even if the pattern continues, they lose Church, they lose Cash, they're still 1-2 rounds here on their attack, and that's pretty formidable. Now, not only, as you said, guys, are they on the advantage despite that Thatcher Maverick ban, but if you take a cast back and think about the previous rounds, right? Rhythm has got the plant down or killed everyone on FEROX while getting the plant down in all but a single round. And it was the first time they attacked this very bomb site here, Cash CCTV. Rhythm have looked so good. My question is, can they fix their mistakes on Cash CCTV? Because it was the most convincing round for FEROX. And Rhythm are on the cusp of leading and attacking half despite this defensive-sided operator veto on Clubhouse.
And just to close sort of on that last round, good here, Church Arsenal, they played it very similar to the very first opening round on it. The only difference was they didn't get 2 players dead immediately as they were going, well, at the start of the round. So they played it exactly the same. They just had extra bodies towards the end. It was the same sort of setup, the same sort of execution, but they got the opening frag and they had the bodies towards the end. So really, in hindsight, we could be looking at like a 4-1 had Rhythm not lost players early in that opening round to start Clubhouse. They've been a lot better here than maybe even the scoreline suggests. 2-3. We switch to Cash CCTV now to close out the half. This is a very important round now for FEROX because a 4-2 half is not good enough if Rhythm have got this 2-round lead.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you're bringing up the way in which they're attacking is quite similar, and we can again just look at the operator selections, and that confirms that every single round, every single player from Rhythm has played the exact same operator. They have not changed once at all. Not a single change at all across the board, which suggests to me that if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. It's been working pretty well so far. Sure, they dropped 2 rounds, but at the end of the day, they are the better team at the moment in this map, and that confirms that once again, Bouncing gets the opening pick on towards Shade, one of the top fraggers from FEROX, and this just opens the round up incredibly early because there's no one down below in Garage to harass them.
Bomb located by attackers.
Also means that the garage walls can be breached pretty simply. You can see there is one Electroclaw on there, but I'm not sure whether there's a mute on the side of the one that's... oh, okay. A nice nade through the drone hole should polish off that. Very nice, and I think it actually took out a drone there as well, unfortunately. But hey, pretty significant advantage here for Rhythm. And as crazy as it may seem, I would totally expect them to come out of this half 4-2 on their attacking side. Now, that thing that they need to clear here in Garage is Oda. Now, he found 2 kills with this 1.5 site last time, before eventually he was traded. Let's see if he can be as keen on this org as he was last time around.
And he needs to hold out for a little bit of time here. I'm sure even if he drops, maybe if he can survive till at least 25-30 seconds left into the round, it's going to be quite challenging for Rhythm, especially if he does get an exit frag. But he gets flamed out, he's forced back, and now the push will come through.
Oh no.
Oh, he's in a real pickle right now, but he does at least get a frag. Drax can now push up. Try and just take this Rafters position, 3 versus 3. He does have the diffuser, so it's going to be, you would think at this point, a CCTV plant. Nazgul still with the Evil Eye available over actually on Rafters as well, so can deny. We actually saw it last time here, Cash CCTV. This was a big difference maker, that Evil Eye. 13 seconds left going over the vault, not going to be ideal. Repix just cleans them all up. A quick 3k at top red for Repix. That closes the half in great fashion for FEROX, 3-3.
Repix, let's go! Woo! That's what we love to
Fish
see.
in a goddamn barrel, mate! What was that?
What a way to end the half. Wow, 3-3. Crazy stuff. Repix, again, that clutch factor coming into play. It felt like that was another round that could have gone the way of Rhythm. They had the control of Rafters. They were trying to convert that in towards the site, but Repix holds firm, is confident in his ability, finds those picks. But like I sort of said yesterday, that 3-3 it nullifies, it cancels itself out almost. And now we head into this more important, or even of greater importance, is this second half. We see the roles switch. Are the teams going to be stronger or weaker on these sides? That begs the question.
The thing that I find really interesting is straight out of the gate, we notice a complete contrast in playstyle from the defensive side. There are a lot of different ways to interpret different bomb sites, and this Church and Arsenal one is a specific objective that has two super contrasting ways to interpret it. You can do what Team FEROX were doing on their defense. You completely anchor, you try and deny hard breach, you try and just be a really hard egg that is tough to crack. Or you can do what Rhythm are doing, where you basically say, hey, we're going to control the entire map. We're going to have castle barricades, mute jammers, and Mozzie pests to slow down the attack, deny those drones, that information gathering, and even invest reinforcements off-site as well. Rhythm are leaning into a more frag-centric, a more loose kind of playstyle, rather than, well, I guess I could say it disables or it disincentivizes FEROX from just going for a really strategic, structured kind of utility clear take that you would typically do against a turtle setup. So I really like this idea from Rhythm. I think they're leaning into their strengths. Let's see if they can back it up.
I definitely respect Rhythm for attempting this, as it's affectionately known, you know, the SSG roam, you bring the castles, you play offside, as you alluded to, Dev, but it has fallen out of popularity, at least here in OC. I can't think of too many teams throughout the regular season that even bothered to try it. I think there was one funny example from Wildcard, I think, where Diesel accidentally popped the kitchen hatch and they were forced to go for this scuffed roam, but that wasn't planned for. Most teams are quite comfortable hunkering in towards the site, but Rhythm are going, hey, we're going to get in your face. We're going to throw something at you that we might not have seen in quite some time, and it could pay off and give them that early advantage.
But Repix has been a gamer all day long, looking for this first shot. M7 sticks 2 in hand. A serious favorite, but he gets a nitro right to the body. Bouncin says, mate, this is my kind of play. Get out of my server. Repix, the first to fall. Eventually a refrag, and still FEROX turning up the heat upstairs. I think he just missed that long angle shot. What an unfortunate situation of timing, but have a look at this. Rhythm have all the info they could want to try and enable this roam, and Bouncin, he's not stopping anytime soon.
Now we can take a breath. We've seen the action off site, and now we're going to see the defenders default back down below. And that's the whole idea behind this roam strategy. You go above, find a couple of picks, but your primary objective really is to just waste time. We know that it's a huge factor on this site, and the more of that you can bleed, the harder it is going to be for FEROX to get the plant down and set themselves up for the post plant. With just under a minute to go, Oda goes above with that sledgehammer, starts to work the vertical, and now you can think about getting the hatch opened. On this occasion, it's not the Hibana, it's the Summer Chargers that will get that job done. And actually, to be fair, the time management for FEROX has been alright. If this doesn't get tricked, they have 40 seconds to work with.
So 40 seconds left in a round that is looking quite similar to Rhythm's attack on Church Arsenal in the opening round here in Clubhouse. The only difference is rather than a 3v5, it's a 3v4. So FEROX not out of it. Nazgul will push through dirt and at least look to provide a different avenue of attack rather than just everyone following through kitchen hatch. You would suspect one will drop down, go for the plant, the other one will stay up above, and then Nazgul will just try to find one through dirt. He's successful, but they did lose shade in the process. Pretty handy player to have. Oda drops down, does get a frag immediately. Diffuses on the floor, inside of the smoke, gonna get picked up by Oda now, going for that plant, while Nazgul just watches 1 versus 1. He's got to get off the plant. Unfortunately, too slow to react, and Drex comes up big towards the end with a quick double.
Oh, the end of that round was so close. I thought that Nazgul was going to be the linchpin. We saw him have free access in towards dirt, rightly so, because the defenders went for the upstairs roam. It was barricaded off, which slowed him down a bit, but he found the pick. I thought that was going to be the turning point in that round. It was so difficult for the defenders to find themselves back in that one, but Drex, popping off, finds 2 key frags. He gets the first on the player covering the plant, and then unfortunately the second player going for the plant did not react in time, and he was able to hit the shot. So a great response there from Rhythm on a round that could have, again, gone either way. It was pretty tight towards the latter stages of that round, but they pull through and they lead this map once again.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh man, this is just getting more and more difficult to call the longer this game goes on for, man. I don't know. I'm pretty stumped at this point. I definitely thought that Rhythm after that first half were looking pretty strong on their attack, but yeah, the fact that FEROX managed to even it up 3-3, as you said, guys, kind of set us up at a bit of a reset. And now, yeah, Rhythm have won their first defense round. That's great, but that's kind of expected. And keep in mind that it came down to a 1 versus 2 clutch for Drex in order to secure that for Rhythm. So FEROX have actually had a pretty good shot here on their attack thus far with that just single round to go off. And I feel like if that's how good they are on Church Arsenal, especially dealing with the numbers deficit after losing that roam clear, I guess you could say, losing a 2-for-1 player trade, I think that I'm going to have some faith here in the FEROX attacks for the other 2 bomb sites.
Well, this is a change up for Rhythm. We saw Team FEROX on their defense over towards Gym Bedroom, again extend over towards Cash, but for the most part, it was really just Repix by himself, not too much utility to back him up, but that's been flipped on its head here by Rhythm. We can look at the setup. Only a single reinforcement on the wall to open things up a little bit for Bouncing. We also saw a shield placed further back at the top of the main stairs alongside an ADS device. So maybe that's going to pose a threat here to FEROX, but they've just completely bypassed that. They've already opened up Jacuzzi not even a minute into the round. We didn't see Rhythm open that wall once at all on their attacks.
It was a big talking point the last time we saw... Well, it's not the last time, actually. It was the first time we saw Gym Bedroom this particular map. As you said, Rhythm didn't even open up Jacuzzi wall at all. Their entire presence was over opening up Kennel's wall, pushing through Con, etc. on the balcony as well. So this is going to be, again, slightly different. And we've been really seeing it throughout the entire series over on Oregon and Clubhouse. Both these 2 teams attack very, very differently. FEROX generally quite eager to get a lot of their tasks done early. Rhythm are happy to go all the way down to about 15 seconds left until they go for the execution.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well, halfway point eclipsed, of course, into the round, and not a whole lot has been really done by FEROX. Sure, they opened the wall, but now almost a minute's eclipsed, and they haven't done a whole lot elsewhere. Sure, they've gotten the CC wall open, but Bouncing, he hasn't been pressured a whole lot in that position. Todd actually has drone forward. He knows that the main stairs is clear. That's a key piece of information for FEROX to try and play off here. Maybe they can start to get something going, know that it's quite safe over in that direction.
Yeah, in fact, it looks like FEROX are not going for a cache clear whatsoever. They're just leaning into this Jacuzzi wall. The idea there for Odo was to nade over and hopefully flush out that bandit. Novak's the second one does the trick, but oh, there you go. A great concussion from Repix. That cancels the animation of the bandit trick from Novax and enables that X-Karos to detonate. Novax takes a Tiki aggressive position, but if another breach is opened here, he'll be exposed. The drone may well see him as well. And with another player, I believe it was Nazgul, trying to sneak up the main stairs, FEROX actually have quite a strong position.
Shade does find the opening frag as well over towards the balcony side of the map. So even though Jacuzzi wall has been a big part of this play from FEROX, it's elsewhere though that they're getting it done. As you said, Nazgul pushing up those stairs. Shade over there on the balcony as well. Oh, just found a double kill, and all of a sudden it's a 5-on-1. What a flawless round from FEROX right now, down to Drex in a 1 versus 4. Technically it was a 1v5 to start with. He's now got 2 kills. Shade has been eliminated. Now Todd is extremely low as well. If he can find one, no, he cannot find any more. No 1v5 dream yet there for Drex. FEROX, well executed in the end. Patience play, structured play, and it ties up Clubhouse again for 4.
Classic clean Clubhouse there from FEROX. They got the wall open early. I was a little bit critical that maybe they didn't do a whole lot in the mid-round to capitalize on that, but I was wrong. They droned it out. They got a couple of other breaches open elsewhere to, again, apply a little bit more pressure and cut down the number of rotations that defense could make. And they were able to convert the round. So FEROX not going down without a fight. If they win this map, they keep their position in the Oceanic Nationals next year. Let's not forget that. If they lose this best of 3, they go down to the lower bracket and they have to fight against Roffelcopter. Both of these teams want to retain that coveted position.
Just to talk about that for a minute, right? You play Rainbow Six Siege almost every day of the week, if not every single day. And you're not only trying to just play the game because you love it, but you're trying to play because you want to be the best and you want to make this your career. And let's be honest here, that's something that's actually a lot more difficult to do here in Oceania than it is overseas. Playing Rainbow Six, yeah, it might be a lucrative profession in North America perhaps, but it's a very different situation here. These players are playing for passion. Look at Rhythm. They literally don't have an organization to represent themselves. These guys have nothing but the clothes on their back.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers have located a bomb.
Spot on with a minute 45 seconds. To be fair, I'm not too surprised here that not much has really happened. We haven't seen any opening frags yet. Leb's still over in rafters. The Kennels wall is open, but where else has FEROX really got territory gained? That's the main thing.
A bomb has been located.
Well, minute 26 now left on the board. The damage has been done on the walls, and now it's time for FEROX to progress in towards the site. How are they going to achieve this? It looks like they've been backed up quite deep in towards the top of the main stairs, which makes things quite challenging for them. But look at this. They're all just grouped together here. Sure, that might work if they can refrag it out, but it's not going to take much to clear these positions quite easily.
55 seconds remaining for this round. A very important round as well, to be fair. Because at this point, it's been really back and forth, and who can take the lead, getting edging closer towards that match point. Shade with the opening frag onto Leb makes things a bit easier for FEROX as they do look to push in now. And unlike a couple of the earlier rounds for their attack, they are going to go for that late execution here for the cash CCTV site. Oda, usually you can expect him to find 1 or 2 kills, and right now the kill feed is just popping off, unfortunately for Rhythm, in the wrong direction. Nice quick little flick though from Boats, expecting to push through Kennels and potentially on the site, and he's not going to find either. 14 seconds left. Shade just gets the diffuser and now goes for the plant. Boats, with the beautiful vault from top red, will shut down Todd. Shade's got to commit to this. There's only 4 seconds left. They may just yet still lose the round to Boats. Needs to push in. Knows where that plant is going to come from. But he hasn't been able to find where Shade has gone. And Shade's going for a quick little wraparound from behind. It's a game of cat and mouse. Ring around the rosy. Boats gets on the diffuser though. Shade, is he going to be too late? 3 seconds left. He should spot him here. And does from behind. Oh, that was some heart-pumping stuff to close the round, and FEROX come out on top.
I'm glad we didn't miss the end of the round. That's all I'll say. I'm happy to miss the start of that one, but definitely not the end. Close indeed to close things out. FEROX 2 rounds away from securing their position now in OCN 2021. Oh, it's been a nail-biter so far, and that's only raising now to another level. We're going to head back down to Church and Arsenal. We've seen it one time in this second half, and in fact it went in favor of Rhythm. So if that is repeated, we're going to once again see these teams tied up at 5 apiece.
It's palpable, the determination that we're seeing out of FEROX right now. They had a pretty significant deficit in the first half. I would have said that, winning 3 rounds on the attack for Rhythm is pretty massive, but now FEROX have shown that they've got some bite on their clubhouse attacks as well. And after a fantastic map 1, it looks like they may be the first team out of the promotion relegations to rejoin Oceanic Nationals for 2021. And you look at a player like Shade. If I'm not wrong, Shade has played in every season of ANZ Pro League back in the day, and then into Six Masters and now Oceanic Nationals. He is a true veteran of the scene. And not only does he find the opening kill, playing support, plants the diffuser, and wins a 1v1 clutch, he does not want to have to go and play Challenger League to qualify back into this.
No, I don't think either of these teams really want to. It's been a hard campaign for both of these teams over the last even 12 months. I mean, the likes of Rhythm, for example, they've struggled to win even just one map in some of these seasons. Sure, Pro League Season 11 wasn't too bad for them, but then they had the roster changes, and Six Masters 2020 was super rough. I think they picked up one map win, I'd like to say, in that, and then OCN, they only picked up the one as well. So yeah, this has been very rough for them. They're looking for redemption. They were so close, in fact, to actually just avoiding relegations altogether. They had so many maps that went to overtime. So look, I think they have what it takes to push hard through the traversities, or not travesties, the hardships, probably the better word to go with, that are going to present themselves in this series. And well, it's going to just keep on building because they are still at that deficit.
Well, it does come down to these next few rounds for FEROX and Rhythm. Surely we expect to see a map 3 out of these two very closely matched teams, but FEROX have the lead here and they will get it done without the need for Villa at the end of the day. It's a free roam once again for Rhythm. Now they managed to cop an early advantage last time when FEROX pushed them. It was a 2-for-1 trade. Rhythm got the better of them. But FEROX ended up winning that round regardless, and it looks like they're starting to bypass the roam for the most part. This is a double-edged sword that may come back to bite them in the late round.
And just quickly looking at the operator picks, because we haven't mentioned it yet, Rhythm actually electing not to bring a Jaeger. It's only the second round of this entire series we've seen that, and the second on their occasion as Oda gets that first pick, meaning that they're going to be very susceptible to the projectiles coming out from FEROX. They're going to have a couple of nades to work with, alongside Repix's projectiles as well. So that's going to be quite the task. I'd like to know the reasoning behind that. Maybe they're justifying the pick of the castle, and maybe more the roam heavy style to counteract that, but it still is quite risky.
Well, it is just a matter of time now before the execute comes through from FEROX. It's been all kitchen attacks all day, and man, these roamers having just about no impact. It is a direct trade. Headshots both ways. Bouncing and Oda eliminate themselves from the equation, but with 30 seconds left, that does leave FEROX with numbers advantage.
That's a bit of hot potato at the moment. 30 seconds left, 4 versus 3. Rhythm do not want to be down match point already. They've been great to watch, but FEROX, to their credit, have just been able to withstand whatever they're thrown at them, and it just continues. We didn't even get to see any of that. It was just so quick and sublime. Match point, 6-4 on the scoreboard, and FEROX, as I was trying to say, it just feels like back over on Oregon, back now here on Clubhouse, Rhythm at various points on both Oregon and Clubhouse have been able to get off to a good start, get a couple of decent round wins on the board, but FEROX just keep responding. When they respond, they don't stop, and it feels like that train has now left the station once again.
Ooh, match point, map point, series point, promotion point. It's all up for the taking here for FEROX to grab onto and take with two hands. And I might be reading into this a little bit too much, but you could see Rhythm there taking a really long time actually to pick their operators. So they're thinking quite deeply how they're going to respond, maybe considering, do we actually head back to church? They had the option of all 3 sites because they are yet to win one outside, of course, round 7, meaning that rotation's already reset anyway. They do, of course, elect to go back downstairs. It was so quick and clean that we didn't quite get to see exactly what went wrong, but something needs to change up here because Rhythm don't have a second chance in this series.
Oh, yeah, man, I am concerned here for Rhythm, but I appreciate that they're sticking to their guns. And, well, in one regard, they're sticking to their guns. They're going back downstairs, right? But in another way, they're actually completely changing things. You mentioned those operator picks and how it took a few seconds for Rhythm to decide what they're doing. That conversation was no doubt, hey, guys, look, we just got absolutely destroyed on our roam. Our roamers were ineffective. FEROX didn't try to clear us. They just waited for us to try and make flanks, and they punished us. And as a result, our bomb site presence was weaker. So instead, Rhythm are clearly going for a full anchor strategy. Now, they might have one loose roamer here or there, But the idea here is you've got Malusi, you've got the Goya, you've got the Kai. These are, and I guess even the Shield and the Smoke. These are operators where your idea is to just delay time and fortify that bomb site rather than expanding your control to other places on the map. So we might see a bit of early aggression from players like Bouncing here on the main stairs, but he's very safe, and his priority is very much to come back to the bomb site.
Feels like for Rhythm as well, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If you could be too aggressive, try and roam around, try and find early picks, then they have that potential, that risk versus reward, where you could lose that player. And on a site like Church Arsenal, if you're down a player in a 5v4 or 5v3, makes it so hard to then defend that attacking pressure. On the flip side, though, if you can get that frag, and if you can make it a 4-on-5 in your favor, then it makes it even more really hard for the attacking team, right? So ultimately, it's a matter. And then also, if you just turtle on the site, you're just giving FEROX free roam to do as they please, and they're just too good as a team to be given that much space and time. So I feel like, for me, it comes down to whether or not Rhythm can kind of get a bit fortunate, like, say, for example, Nevaix getting a C4 kill or not.
Yeah, and the one thing we haven't seen yet really is a whole lot of pressure established by the defense onto the kitchen hatch. I don't think we've seen a successful trick at all, an impact trick onto the hatch to deny that once. Sure, FEROX do have both the Ace and the Havana on the board, which will make it not as much of a pain in the butt to actually get that hatch open. But I would like to see Rhythm maybe try and go for that, waste a little bit more time. But again, it is that balance of risk, because if you do die, then that is that man down. And as you mentioned earlier, and it makes things quite challenging. It doesn't look like even yet FEROX are putting pressure on that location. Just over a minute to go, and it seems to be like maybe they're just going to try and send it down the main stairs and apply some pressure into Moto potentially, but even that hatch isn't open.
Yeah, wow. Such a difference here for FEROX. That's an aggressive play from Boats. 1 minute left for the players of FEROX to secure this match point. It's hanging, dangling in front of them. Can they get the job done when it matters most?
45 seconds left. Could this be the final round that FEROX have to play in 2020? Because it means that they will have qualified for OCN 2021. They're on the verge of that qualification. Fortunately for Rhythm, they will at least drop down and play Rafflecopter if they do lose this round. Nazgul's getting so aggressive here. Peeks on up. As he peeks, though, he does die. This is good news for Rhythm. This advantage with only 20 seconds left is quite paramount. It's a really strong advantage, and even Todd can't do much but get a 1-for-1 trade. Repix in a 1 versus 4. Blows up that Vulcan shield. Does get a kill. 2 players inside of the smoke on site. Gas canister will choke him to death, essentially. Surrounded. Outgunned. Rhythm just breathe a sigh of relief. They got to deal with one more match point, but they can evidently now push it to overtime.
And I wonder if the pressure is maybe even a little bit more on this round, right? Because you're so close to just at least getting it to overtime, and it would be incredibly disappointing to fall short by 1 round. But it's important to just put that in the back of the mind. We talk about this so often, that it's important to try and treat every round like it's 0-0. Of course, that's going to be very, very difficult. It's by no means easy, but if Rhythm can play that same way, just hunker down, chill out, find those picks. They should be in a good position. I think one player to highlight in that round was Boats. He got 2 massive picks. I was so worried when Nazgul got all the way in towards blue. No one contested him. I don't think anyone saw him either. So Boats, just with that reactionary shot, really backing up the rest of his team. If he had found a couple of picks there, it might have been all done and dusted here, and FEROX could have taken the round.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just such a testament to Rhythm's decision to change their strategy on that bomb site. Changing from a heavy roam to a heavy turtle, it just worked perfectly. You can see FEROX, as you mentioned during the round, unable to breach all those hatches, and just, I mean, the rest is history, isn't it? Now, Rhythm, they put their hopes and dreams on Gym and Bedroom, a bomb site they have failed to win defensively thus far. And if we have a look at the operator lineup, it's almost identical to the last time they defended this. Main difference is Leb has moved on to that Kaid instead of the Valkyrie as he was previously. So yes, a little bit more wall denial this time around. And in fact, both of those electric claws are going to be used on that Kennel's wall. I really like this. I think Rhythm realized last round that if they just try to hold on to the hard breach denial a little bit more, FEROX are going to slow down a lot.
Yeah, that said, it wasn't necessarily this side of the map that proved costly. It was actually really this jacuzzi wall, and we're already seeing this interaction between Shade on the Thermite, Novakes on the Bandit. Novakes is trying to trick the wall and prevent it from being opened quickly, which happened almost at this point of the round. It felt like it was really, really early last time. Main stairs control was forfeited as well by the defense, and FEROX capitalized, but there's one player here that could throw everything out of whack. It's bouncing balls. I think he's over in towards Strip. Might be able to find a cheeky pick here if he plays it right.
Oh, he's going for it. What is that shot? He finds a double! Bouncing! He just bounces those bullets right off Repix and Oda's head. The two fan favorites from FEROX are the first two to fall. Good luck trying to get that wall open with, your remaining three players all rotate over. These guys are stubborn here on FEROX. They want to get the job done, but a 3v5 is a tall order.
Novak still has a Bandit battery in the pocket, hits the second exothermic charge, or maybe it was only the first charge that got detonated, but it doesn't matter. They know FEROX that they're really not a great chance of getting this wall open, and they're going to decide to rotate off, head over towards the Logi/con side of the map and try and get something going, but it's probably going to be a case of too little too late. You can see, Rhythm, they've already adjusted. They know they're going to rotate here.
Yeah. Oh, so the fact that Repix was killed there, the Zephyr, meant that there was no counter for FEROX to deal with that bandit trick, and that meant that Novakes got the bandit trick off successfully, and that meant that FEROX just had to completely give up on breaching the jacuzzi wall. And now Rhythm, as you say, have read into this. I think this is going to be their round. We're likely to see overtime here.
It's not over yet, though. I mean, we've still got 48 seconds in the round to go, so there's still a bit of time for FEROX to rejig, try and find a few picks, which they were able to get one. Although, as I'm saying that fight they lose, and immediately, kind of like the last couple of rounds, it just ends up being a bit of a slaughter fest. 3 deaths in about 3 seconds, and we go to OT. We're not done yet in this series, in this best of 3. FEROX have not qualified for OCN 2021 just yet. They've got to get through overtime. They lose this, and we head to Villa to close out this series. 6-6 couldn't be closer.
And you could say that maybe that round was convincing in the fact that they cleaned them up quite early into the round in respect, the 20-second meta. I think the round finished with about 40 seconds left or whatever it was. So quite convincing in that department. But the round really was won off the back of that run out from bouncing balls. That's not going to be allowed to happen again. FEROX know what happened, and they will counter that if they need to attack that site next. So that raises the question, right? If Rhythm win this round, lose the next round, where are they going to head for that final round? If they go to Gym Bedroom, there's a real risk that they lose it because the likes of Bounce and can't make a big play, and they haven't been very convincing on any of the other sides.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's at this point in overtime, though, especially if you're Rhythm, yeah, you can think into the future and think maybe, okay, it's going to be difficult if we have to go to a secondary bomb site. But, man, you just got to win one at a time. One round at a time is where the focus needs to be for Rhythm. Now, remember, they've only tried this anchor strategy once, and yeah, they won it quite convincingly, but FEROX has now seen it. FEROX won't be expecting the heavy roam anymore. They'll be expecting this anchor strategy from Rhythm, and they're going to be better prepared to deal with it, in my opinion, as well. So I definitely would favor FEROX more so than the last time they attacked this bomb site.
I mean, saying that, they only won Church Arsenal once, which was the time that Rhythm tried the roam strat, right? So now that they've sort of given up on that, while FEROX obviously you would think wouldn't be expecting Rhythm to be doing that roam strat again, they haven't actually been able to successfully crack this more sort of turtle setup. So ultimately, I can't actually back Rhythm in here, provided that FEROX once again struggled to get an early pick in the round, and it's really up to Rhythm more than anyone else to not give that pick chance away. They keep all 5 on site, make sure that they obviously be careful once kitchen starts to be remodeled, etc. But if they can get down to about 30 seconds left and they've still got 5 players up, I definitely back Rhythm to win the round, and that'll just put all of the pressure then mounted onto FEROX, because that would mean, what, 3 rounds in a row to Rhythm at that point? It's an amazing little comeback here to keep this series alive.
And there's a couple of key things that I want to see FEROX improve upon compared to their last attempt on that side. On this side, one of those is getting the kitchen hatch open nice and early, remodel the floor, and get that job done. If they did get it open last time, it was super late into the round and didn't really affect it the way in which it did play out. On top of that, the moto hatch probably also needed to be opened. Sure, it was electrified with that electro core and would have taken a bit of utility dumping to actually get rid of, but that probably would have helped a little bit as well. It did feel like it was, again, a little bit of a trap that FEROX fall into at times, where it's a little bit one-dimensional, a little bit easy to read into. So hopefully they can apply the torch to Rhythm, who are actually playing super aggressive. I mean, look at these positions. Maybe Novax can find a pick with his gun, with a C4, and that makes things, again, increasingly difficult for the attack to recover from.
Ooh, impact trick ×1, but that electric claw is not likely to be effective. The ace explosion will probably just destroy it dead in its tracks. Let's have a look.
Oh, no.
No? What? Okay, a single ace Selma detonated on the hatch, but one more needs to detonate in order to get this hatch breached. But I'm pretty sure Shade's all out of charges. This might be the last chance.
Does Oda have nades for Todd to even get it open? I mean, that's another question that can be posed. He does, so maybe they can get that going. But again, those pellets will be susceptible to potentially the impact trick. I don't think they'll risk it this late into the round, because look at Rhythm. 35 seconds left. They're sitting comfy. Sure, it's a 5-on-5, but look at everything that FEROX needs to do to get this plant down.
30 seconds left in the round, and this is sort of what I was mentioning before. If Rhythm can have 5 up with under 30 seconds remaining, they're going to be sitting pretty. They're going to be pretty happy. FEROX have now got to sort of rush this, right? They're going to have to sort of just funnel in and drop down that hatch. If they can find a kill or two, it'll be good. But it's not going to happen. Rhythm obviously set up and waiting and watching, and they were anticipating that drop down from FEROX, and they've been able to do it quite well. Ripix, though, they haven't been ready for him, though, over in blue. 2 versus 2 remaining. He's just opened this right up. No more, though. Nazgul, oh my god, he comes up clutch at the end to get the double. Repix started it. He set it up, really, for Nazgul to just spike it down, and FEROX have stolen the round from Rhythm.
What?
I actually don't know what to say there. It was a Rhythm round to lose. They wasted time. They had 5 men on the board. Bouncing was popping off, almost on for the ace, in fact, in the end, to actually give his team the round win. And then FEROX just managed to frag it out. It was obviously quite difficult to track and to follow, but they were hitting their shots. They found the picks they needed to, and Rhythm, only a few seconds, only 1 kill away from securing that match point. But now they're on the back foot on the attack. How are they going to come back from this?
Well, I mean, once we get back into the prep phase, I'm going to turn your attention over to a mate called Repix. Now, he's the streamer. He's kind of a big deal. You might have heard of him. How many kills has he got so far? Let me take a look. 17 goddamn kills. He's been popping off. I mean, we've got some big hitters in this game. Just having a look at the way that the guns come to life in the dire moments, you can never count out either of these teams. Because, man, sometimes it just comes down to a frag fest. And I don't know which way this is going to swing, guys, but FEROX have not only match point here, but OCN 21 point.
Oh, yeah, this is getting quite challenging to call. I'm thinking that maybe this will go the way of FEROX. If you look at the round history, it's only been played once by Rhythm, and they lost the round. There's been so much going on, I can't even remember how close that round actually was. It's listed as a 26-second opening kill, so it would have been quite close. Yeah, Rhythm. This is a feels bad moment for them, especially if they lose it from here. That last round could have been theirs for the taking, but they just fell short when it mattered.
Well, all of Rhythm's hope fall into this round. They have to win this. Absolutely. No other way about it. They've got to win this round right now on their attack. They've got to do it for the chance to stay alive here. Otherwise, it's down to the loser bracket for them, and they'll face Rufflecopter. That could swing either way.
Yeah, you just don't want to drop down there and have that be potentially a curveball. You've got to prepare for a team that you're not used to playing either, so you can run into some funky strategies, or as Guz likes to say, tier 2 strat. Shade getting very ambitious, though. Bouncing could very easy. Got to shoot that C4, otherwise he's going to die, just like that. Oh, that makes it so difficult now for Rhythm. And that's just sort of a 50-50 moment that goes the way of FEROX in the crunch. And now they've got a 5-on-4 advantage for the remainder of this overtime match point.
They did lose their strongest gunner of bouncing, but they still at least have plenty of utility to work with. So in that department, it doesn't mean by any stretch that this round is now near unobtainable. They've just got to try and find one back and apply pressure as to where they want to try and go for this execute. It's looking like maybe they're setting up for a con push. That's going to be so challenging. I mean, any push really is going to be a challenge. They might even try and get some control of Garage, but you can see Oda on the rafters just chilling out, and there's no incentive at this stage of the round, as there often is, or often is not, for FEROX to peek. They can just sit here and wait, make the attackers initiate the rest of the round.
Shade's actually going to go for a run out, but he's not going to commit. Not a bad idea. We cast our minds back. These cache CCT bomb sites ended up swinging the way of FEROX every single time they went there. It's looking grim for Rhythm. They may well drop to the loser bracket here, Xenox, as the fire comes out. FEROX hold on. No Vakes falls. Oda looks for a second one. He is punished, though. 30 seconds left. And when will this chaos stop?
Yeah, it's not going to stop, unfortunately, for Rhythm. Leb, the last one. No more. GG. FEROX clean in the clutch. And they move on to Oceanic Nationals 2021. 2-0 over Rhythm. Hard-fought victory indeed on Clubhouse. And a much-earned victory at that as well. Rhythm, they drop down to the lower bracket final now, where they will play Rufflecopter GG to decide their fate for 2021. And they're not going to have much of a break either, guys. That's the thing. Rufflecopter's been sitting here watching. They would have prepared for, I guess, both teams. But ultimately, for FEROX, they can now breathe. They know their fate. It's secured.
It's been a rough year for FEROX, but they've managed to do it. They hold on. They retain their spot. They're going to be absolutely thrilled with that result. It was hard fought, but they were the better team in the end, I think it's fair to say. And congratulations to them for returning next year.
Yep. And on the flip side of that, Rhythm in overtime. Lol.
Oh, you guys are toxic.
You could say
guys
Ruffle.
are
You could say
absolutely
Ruffle
toxic.
Yeah, Ruffle.
But that coin flip moment, though, with Shade, the C4, if he gets that C4, probably then gets the frag onto Shade. I feel like that was the play, really, that set up the entire round. Then you go down a player, 4 versus 5 for the remainder. Yeah, there was a bit of back and forth over in Garage. I think it was a 3v4 at one point, but then ultimately FEROX had the numbers to then just send a few more extra over to that fight, get a couple extra kills, and then obviously ended up being a 1v3 or 1v4. Leb had no chance really, and that's it basically. But ultimately, right, it's not just a one round affair. When you look at the map as a whole, FEROX, to their credit, after again another rather slow start, it was very much a slow start on Oregon, a slow start as well on Clubhouse. Then they just went on that choo-choo train again, 5 out of 7 rounds to close out Clubhouse. That's storming home dev.
Yeah, if you ask me, okay, what is the one moment in that map where things turned around, where something happened that maybe you hadn't expected, and it spelled death for Rhythm? It was got to be round 11, that second last round of the map. And the fact that FEROX managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat, Repix went insane with 3 kills, and Nazgul with a 2k clutch. That's a round that Rhythm are going to be kicking themselves for a very long time, especially if they end up losing this next series to Rufflecopter and fail to qualify for OCN 21. I'm definitely looking at that round 11 and the players that were responsible for it, Repix and Nazgul, and saying, mate, I tip my hat to you, good sir. You just pulled something out of nothing, and you basically won the map because of it.
Yeah. I was expecting you to add something, Guz, but thankfully you didn't. We'll go to an interview instead with one of the fan favorites, Oda. Congratulations, mate. You've obviously qualified for OCN 2021. A breath of sigh of relief. You don't have to go to a third map. You don't have to worry about playing Rufflecopter. In the end, after that breezy first consulate game, everything else was actually a breeze.
Yeah, look, pretty breezy out here, boys, getting dubs. But that game was so good. That was well sieged, good siege.
Yeah, I guess I just want to pick your brain a little bit, not necessarily at this match necessarily, but just sort of the season that you've had as a whole and for the team. Because when you jumped into the roster, it's probably fair to say that it was a rough time for the squad. You didn't have much time to adjust. You then also, after OCN, then had Sushi leave and you had Repix jump in last minute. What has that experience been like, and just how happy are you that you actually pulled through in the end?
Yeah, when I first joined the team, we only had like 2 weeks of practice for OCN, and it was just like screaming every day, trying to do what we can. And then at the end, when we didn't make it, Sushi leaving put us back another step. We had to get Repix in, and he's honestly fit in really well, coming from just playing ranked, and he just fit into the comp scene really well, doing great, as you can tell.
Yeah, I mean, certainly looked like that in the last few rounds there. What a crazy series you guys have had, and I want to know, what's that weight off your chest now? It was no doubt a high-pressure situation all the way through. Is that something that you personally felt as a comp player who's now coming into OCN fairly recently in the grand scheme of things, and with players like Repix, does the pressure get to you guys?
There's definitely a bit of pressure, especially in relegations, because if you don't win, then you're out, and then you don't know like when the next event is or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure, sometimes a bit of nerves. Yeah, sometimes it gets you.
I'll take us back to sort of the start of this particular series. The last time you guys played Rhythm, you won 7-3 on Clubhouse. Were you pretty confident when they picked Clubhouse to go to Clubhouse? You must have been feeling like you won that map veto.
Yeah, the ban veto definitely went our way. Our worst maps definitely got out of the way. I think with the bans, we definitely had our best 3 maps, I'd say. And yeah, we were loving it. We were just like, yeah, let's get this dub.
Easy. Looking into 2021 though, what's the sort of goals, I guess, for this current roster? I'm assuming it's to stay together and make sure you don't come back to these sort of relegation tournaments.
Yeah, definitely getting out of relegations, not getting put back in that spot, and definitely going for that top 4 spot.
It's good to aim high. Congratulations again, Oda, and best of luck in 2021 as a team.
Appreciate it, boys. Thanks for the cast.
One of the fan favorites, and I guess with Repix on the team now, FEROX as a whole is surely becoming one of the fan favorites. Ultimately 2-0. I had it going down as a 2-1. You guys, I think, would have felt similar, especially considering these were our 2 teams from OCN. They weren't our, as Guz likes to keep referring to, our tier 2 teams. But ultimately, FEROX too strong, and I think as this roster keeps playing together, Repix is fit in beautifully. There's some really good signs, Dev.
Yeah, absolutely. There's kind of 2 ways to swing it. Often a new player jumps in and they're a bit intimidated joining comp for the first time. They're not quite sure how things work. It's very rare, though, that you'll get a player who jumps in there and is just straight away on fire. And that's exactly what was happening with Repix. I know a lot of people like to ask, when does Bolo play? I do wonder whether the ANZ community is going to start asking, when does Repix play?
I'm gonna take the flip that storyline around a little bit and talk about Rhythm, because it's a storyline that we tried to develop. They're on the up, they're rising, they're coming into form, they're going to be better, but time and time again they're just falling short. They're so close in so many of these maps, so many of these series, but ultimately they are losing them, and the pressure now on them is immense. They have to defend their position against Rafflecopter. Sure, they beat them yesterday, but this is a new day, right? Who knows what Rafflecopter have in their back pocket? I know they're a crazy team sometimes, so they could be very difficult to tame.
Well, the other team that was difficult to tame was FEROX. The train that left the station, it left Rhythm in the dust, and now they're going to have to go and play a helicopter that likes to ruffle after the break.
Bomb. Attackers. Seconds. 10 seconds. Attackers bomb. Attackers drop the bomb. Attackers. Attackers drop. Defender has been discovered. Seconds remaining.
such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know. You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
It's been a long season, it's been a long year, and this is where we finish up. Rufflecopter and Rhythm, the last two teams that remain, and only one of them can go through to the Oceanic Nationals 2021. By the way, welcome back from the break. Of course, we've got a changing of the guard. We said see you later to the other guys that do this kind of stuff, and hello to Raven. Dev, of course, has already joined us. Dev, maybe I'm going to get your thoughts before we jump into any of the meat and veg of it all. What were your thoughts on that matchup that we've just seen? It was, look, to be honest, close, but Rhythm just having some issues on those final end games.
Yeah, no, definitely a close game all in all. For Oregon, turning point was as soon as FEROX hit their defense, they went flawless there. And yeah, in particular, Clubhouse was really, really tight back and forth. But that third, I guess you should say, that round eventually, that second last one in overtime, just, yeah, pulled out of nowhere from Repix and Nazgul, and that made the difference.
Yeah, and Raven, what are your thoughts on the bracket? Obviously, you know, everyone can see it at home right now. Is this what we may have expected coming into this weekend?
I feel like this is pretty much the expected scenario. I think a lot of people would have been really anticipating that FEROX and Rhythm would fight it out in that upper final, and that Rufflecopter probably would be the wildcard team to kind of make it through into the lower final. So yeah, here we are. It's the final game for this whole bracket. We're going to get this final spot decided for OCN next year, and I'm really excited for Rhythm versus Rufflecopter 2.0.
Oh, 2 point. It's the perfect way to explain that. Obviously, yesterday we saw Rhythm and Rufflecopter play it out. 2-1. Rufflecopter got off to a good start, as you can see on the left-hand side of that upper bracket. But very quickly they were dismissed in the last two games, I should say. But I think moving forward now, Dev, this is where we start to really cement our storylines. Rufflecopter have been a decent team in LPL, but the question is, will they be able to stand up against Rhythm again? Will they be able to get past this hurdle?
I think there's no doubt that this is going to be a fight. We can see that just from, as you said, it was a 2-1 just yesterday when these teams played each other. Ruffle has got what it takes to fight with the big boys. If there's anyone in T2 at the moment who can play at a T1 level, it is Rufflecopter, but Rhythm as well are not to be underestimated, so it's going to be a fight to the death.
Raven?
Yeah, look, I think I completely agree with that. I mean, Rhythm showed yesterday against Rufflecopter that they are a really strong team and can take their own against Rufflecopter, but at the same time, in that second series for Ruffle on the day against PC 419, it really felt like they stepped up their gameplay. I'm not sure whether that came down to also PC 419's form, but regardless, Rufflecopter just looked incredibly strong. So I think if a really top-tier, high-performance Rufflecopter shows up, after what we just saw from Rhythm, this really could go either way. I reckon we're going to see all three maps.
What we've seen from Rhythm, of course, a little bit unfortunate on the slip up there, but we'll have a look at the team just to refresh your memories, and potentially anyone who may be joining us for the first time today. This is the roster that has done so much damage throughout OCN. They have come so close to beating the best teams in OS, overtimes against 4 teams, including Wildcard, Noble, these kind of big statured teams, and can never get across the line. Dev, any thoughts on any particular player that the audience may need to look out for here?
Oh, well, what's funny about this team is, yeah, they might have played in OCN, Six Masters Pro League for quite a number of seasons now, but let's also remember that a lot of the veterans of this squad have moved on to one place or another, whether it's be retired. Of course, our beloved Spruce, of course, once played with this roster, and that's made room for some wonderful up-and-coming talent. Drex and Bouncin, in particular, the newest additions to this roster. Bouncin was popping the hell off in the previous map. So many crazy big multi-kills and a lot of big plays that I'm definitely going to be looking out for him in the server.
Yeah, look, and I think Drex is a real big one that you can highlight here. He had an absolutely banger day yesterday, and then even earlier today, he was still on fire. So for me, I think you've got to highlight Drex on this roster because he's just been so consistent.
I think your dogs agree with you there, Raven.
Yeah, I think they do. They were very excited, weren't they?
I'm not sure if they're supporting or disagreeing with you on that one, but I have to agree with you. Drex has been an insane player and definitely someone to look out for. The other team, however, that will be on the other side of the pitch, if you will, Rafflecopter. Now, by all means, an incredible performance backing up against PC419 last night, and even that match against Rhythm, it was close the entire time. From everyone we've spoken to, from all we have seen, if there's one team that can match up against Rhythm, it is going to be Rafflecopter. And this roster has had for, I would say, it makes for a very dangerous lineup. And Campo, particularly Raven, yesterday we saw doing such solid work for this roster.
Yeah, Campo was doing a great job, and I also really thought Depcho was stepping up hard for Rafflecopter yesterday. Just some of the kills that he was able to get really impactful, and at times that this roster just needed something to happen. So I think between that combo, it worked really effectively. On top of that, Boydie felt like a bit of a glue between those two players, often there as the second man to trade out, which was a massive highlight for me for this roster. Their trades and refrag capability was fantastic.
Dev?
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of potential out of these guys. Of course, keeping in mind that there's a lot of pedigree on this roster. It's formed primarily out of former OCN, Six Masters, Pro League players, guys like OJ, Deptra, and Campo. In fact, it's actually players against their own team, former team, Campo in particular here. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of skill, but also a lot of rising talent on this roster. It's a lot of fire. It's just a question of can they harness that and direct it at their opponents rather than at themselves.
And one player I will just very quickly touch on before we move on here, Rigba has had some pretty big moments in both the games yesterday and even today to an extent. But let's just very quickly talk about the maps before we actually jump into them here, guys. I want to get quick thoughts. Dev, starting with you, Raven, you can go afterwards, but surely we do not see Consulate again.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I feel like we're probably going to see the instabans come through. It's like what I was saying in the first series of the day, right? We're used to best of ones. This is a best of 3. It means you only get one ban before the enemy team gets to pick you. You have to think really hard about what your first ban's going to be. If you look at Rhythm's side, Cafe and Villa definitely both fall into that category, but they banned out the Cafe against FEROX earlier today. And Villa is probably a safe one to let slip because Rafflecopter don't play that map. I think we're most likely to end up on something like, a Clubhouse. I think is going to slip through there. Maybe a Coastline would be pretty exciting. Good map for both these teams. Otherwise, yeah, maybe I was going to say a Rafflecopter. An Oregon for Rafflecopter. We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with Dev. And also, we did get insight from Yoshi yesterday in their initial winner interview that Theme Park is pretty much their insta-ban. They just don't play Theme Park, and they couldn't really ban anything else, right? It's the beauty of best of 3 veto is once you've banned once, your opponents will get to pick. So if they are going to insta-ban Theme Park, maps like Consulate that they are potentially quite weak at will continue to slip through. So if that's the case, I wouldn't blame Rafflecopter for picking it again, given that they had such dominant performances on Consulate.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. The vetoes are going to be very tough to get through. Consulate obviously ended 7-3 in the favor of Rafflecopter. So let's have a look. The first bans, I'm not sure whether Theme Park or Consulate will have to be banned here. Rhythm have gone and left Theme Park in the mix. Guys, does this leave Theme Park out in the open? Is this a potential pick for Rafflecopter?
Oh, Oh, it's such a gamble. Like, I mean, you look at Rafflecopter's LPL and Oceanic Nationals so far in the relegations, like, they've never played theme parks. So if they go to that, it's a massive risk. I think both of these teams are more likely to try and play to their strengths. That said, if anyone is going to try and be a dark horse on an unknown map, Rafflecopter. You know, make me excited.
Yeah.
Make me want to see that.
100% agree. And look, it's the right time, right? Like, the stage is set to do some of those kind of risky plays. This is for an OCN spot for next year. You don't want to try and just fall into total safety blanket. You got to maybe sometimes get out of your comfort zone. Those big plays, they can make it.
Out of their comfort zone. Is that where we're going to head? Cafe is picked up Oregon, meaning that Theme Park is left. They're going to go for the safer pick. And Cafe, Raven specifically, I'm going to talk to you about this map with Rafflecopter's performance in the final match of yesterday's games. They really took it to PC419. Do we think that this is going to be a backup here against Rhythm?
I mean, I think so. Rhythm haven't really had a whole lot of experience on Cafe either. And just given the form we saw from Rafflecopter yesterday on the map, it really feels like it is a strong one for them. Yeah. So I'm feeling like that is likely to go in Rafflecopter's end. And then look to see Rhythm go for Oregon. I think that's pretty brave as well, because I feel like that's actually a pretty well-suited map to Rafflecopter. And I don't think I've been particularly convinced at all of Rhythm's performances on Oregon. So I don't know. I'm a little scared that potentially we're seeing a stage set for a Raffle 2-0 out of this veto.
Yeah, you say you're scared. I'm actually excited for that exact reason, Raven. I totally with you. Cafe let through the ban. It was what Rhythm banned earlier today against FEROX. They let it through. Man, is Raffle ready to punish them for that? Surely Rhythm would have expected this. I feel like Rhythm have going into this veto with their hands tied straight behind their back, and Rafflecopter are the team ready to punish. I think they're gunning for that OCN 21 squad. It could well be a 2-0.
That's an exciting prospect. The third and final map, should we need to go there, Coastline. That will be so interesting. We saw yesterday Campo and Bouncin, they both play similar styles on that defensive side. I am so happy we're headed to Coast, Raven.
Oh, me too. I mean, look, if it does get to that third map, I think it's the perfect decider between these two teams, because it was a great matchup yesterday there. 7-4 was the final result. But at the end of the day, I think it's just a map that can have a lot of variance. It suits some of that free-flowing, aggressive playstyle like you've highlighted, Manic Campo, bouncing players that just thrive on a map like Coastline. It would certainly be an exciting end to the series.
Dev, you're licking your lips at this one. Please, I need your thoughts.
It's exactly what Raven said, man. Coastline is not only a good map for both these teams, but it's one that lets players shine. It's also just my favorite map to end any series, whether it's a best of 3, best of 5, because Coastline, I feel like, has become really iconic in that regard, and that anything can happen when you go to Coastline. Have your expectations, whatever, throw that all out of the window, and I'll chuck my spreadsheet away as much as it pains me to. Just, no, whatever happens in the server happens. Coastline is where, I mean, we can decide things, so I kind of hope we do see that, but maybe not.
So Mountainside, hey? That's where we're headed. Cliff edge, quite literally on the edge of the world for both of these teams. We're going to be getting straight into the action, gentlemen, because we've got to start somewhere and we have to end somewhere. Cafe will be the first step in our journey to determine who will be heading to OCN 2021. Rhythm and Rafflecopter. It's all on the line here.
It's all on the line. And I'm super excited to be getting stuck into this one right now. The ban phase also always a little bit exciting to go through. I think on Cafe in particular, you can have some pretty impactful bans. And it's going to be Rhythm starting us off with the attack ban coming out. And it's going to be the Thatcher, which, I don't know, still come to be expected these days. Quite an impactful one in that it just... Thatcher is so helpful for clearing that utility. Hey, Dev.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It really means that you're probably going to see a 1-my ban eventually on the defense, but for Raffle, they're going to get rid of the Maverick just as they did yesterday against PC419. And the big thing about banning Maverick when Thatcher's already banned is it means that hard breach becomes very difficult because the hard breach denial operators that the defense have available, Mute, Bandits, Kaid, they really just flourish. And so we may well see a Kali taken for these teams, or we might see what we saw on Clubhouse just earlier in the Rhythm game, where teams try to get creative and clear that util in other ways. Nonetheless, it's going to be very difficult to hard breach. Is that what my ban? Oh, Jaeger ban!
Hey,
oh my god!
You love
This
to
is
see it.
This is so good.
Dan, I don't think I've ever seen you so excited behind a broadcast before. That
Jaeger
is
ban, bro!
Is that the first of the playoffs? Well, rather the play-ins, if you will.
Yeah, I think it's the first in relegations.
yeah?
90% sure about that one.
Yep.
Alrighty. Gents. Oh, third floor is where we start. We saw Rafflecopter take pretty much, I think it was all of their starting rounds on Reading and Fireplace in their last matchup against PC 419. So I'm sure they'll be ready and fully waiting for a third floor. But with my being left in, obviously makes things a little bit more safe for the defensive side, and well, they're going to lean directly to that, not having the Jaeger.
I have gone for this mirror pick as well, and it's something that came up earlier in the first series, that mirror, once available, you really do see it picked pretty frequently, so you can see why people are often banning out the mirror, and certainly Cafe is an effective map to play a mirror on, so I like that Rhythm have gone with this. I just generally like their lineup. They're going to have these additional shields through Leb on the Goyo, and then just the time delay of pushing. You can't enable a rush with Banshees. So against a team like Rafflecopter, you want that time delay. You want to slow them down. You want them to have to expend that utility to clear what you've got set up, so that when it comes down to the final dance of the execute, that it is that slow crawl and they can't get a direct impact.
I guess one promising sign, no matter the shields, no matter the utility, is the Jaeger obviously being banned out. The earlier in the round you can dismiss this utility, the better it will be. So very keen to see how that one will eventually pan out and where that one will play from, looking like toward Pixel and holding with the piano control. That's a lot. What? Hello? Okay. Let's make a statement right off the bat. And Leb has opened up onto Rigba. That's exactly the kind of start you will be wanting from Rhythm.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Especially starting here on defense without Jaeger, you really have to take the fight to the opponent. You can't just sit back and wait for the round to play out because you don't have those ADSs to protect your anchors. That's why furthering your man advantage is so important and so pivotal. You can see because of that Jaeger ban, Bounson's pretty timid here playing Pixel. He's much safer behind this mirror than he would be in that Pixel corner behind the shield. But I love this strategy right now. Oh, one thing is this Excaros may counter that mirror, except he's gonna... Wait, did he miss one?
He did miss one.
Was he blind? Can someone please explain what just happened?
All that work down the drain, but at the end of the day, like, they cleared the Goyo shield at the same time, so he was never going to be able to stay safely there. Yes, he would have still had that mirror, but it was going to get opened eventually, so it's kind of like the inevitable continued. But what's really important there is Rafflecopter now have pretty clean control of Piano. They can now take through and start to put pressure in towards White Hallway, Washroom, and this is just good time progress in general. With still over a minute to go, it's meant that the defense have pushed all the way back towards Cocktail or have had to extend below.
Thought for a second Leb may have been looking for that flank up red stairs, but instead maybe just giving some sound cues early on. Important for them still to have that man advantage coming into the last minute here. Okay.
Campo hits a big frag though, and they're getting aggressive now. Detra pushing in towards Washroom. Nice long angle there towards Cocktail. This nade may hit the mark. It does. A double for Rafflecopter. They are surging forward.
Jeez, doubling down on everything they know. It's going to be a trade coming through. Oh no, it's actually OJ that finished off Boydie there. Nevaic, the last to remain in a 1 versus 3 to kickstart this lower bracket grand final. Nevaic's position well and truly known. Rafflecopter will just be able to play back Turtle. There's no need for them to take any of these fights, and the second he walks up, Campo's already holding the line. First round on the board early here for Rafflecopter.
Really great job for Rafflecopter. Just, I really liked their attack. They didn't let themselves get too stalled out through Piano. They really flushed out that position at Pixel effectively and giving themselves around that minute 20 to start to put that pressure back towards the defense. And one thing I was surprised is that Rhythm, they didn't really attempt any flanking, and it didn't feel like there was much to stop Rafflecopter at that stage. Didn't feel like there was much presence from C4s or any other kind of denial or time delay. It felt like Rhythm maybe just started to turtle a touch too much. And given that they got that spawn peak at the start, I think maybe they took their foot off the gas a little too much.
One of the things I really love to see from Rafflecopter is, despite the fact that Rhythm were the ones to do that unusual ban of the Jaeger, Rafflecopter straight away lent into it. They're not just playing comfort picks, well, I mean, they could be playing comfort picks, but if you look at the operator lineup, it's the exact same as we've got here once again. Every single on the attacking lineup has some kind of projectile utility that would have been caught by the Jaeger, and now the defense is solely relying on Wamai's few magnets. And keep in mind, he gets his 4th magnet, I think, at the 1 minute 30 mark, because they regenerate over time. And with the number of nades and flashes and concussions and explosives Ruffle are bringing, it's just absolute hell on earth for the defense.
Just to double down on that thought as well, leaning into theory crafting here, would love to see if this is going to enable Rafflecopter to continue that aggressive, very forward-moving play early in the round there. Obviously, Leb opening up that round in the first kind of puts a spanner in the works a little bit there, but I think that the precedence has been set here for Rafflecopter. And whether it's followed or not is another thing altogether, but just doing bouncing things. Why does that not surprise me at all?
Yeah, look, he's all over the place. There's what you know bouncing for, and it can have that real hit and miss impact. Sometimes he just absolutely slaps, but sometimes he can go a little missing or it's a little quiet because his opportunities aren't working out. So that can be a little bit of an X factor there for Rhythm, so to speak, if he does get in or not. But good signs from Rafflecopter, I've got to say, out of the gate. They are clearly hungry for this OCN spot, just with the confidence and the precision out of that first attack.
Really happy with how early in the round Rafflecopter have taken that top floor control, and Bouncin seems to have been pushed off of White Stairs and all the way down into VIP, has done as well. Rafflecopter not wasting any time with this. Very efficient. And Rhythm now just need to be cautious that they can hold on a little longer.
Yeah, this is great, honestly, because top-down clear for kitchen cooking usually takes all of the best 2 minutes that you can muster, and the fact that Rafflecopter are here is putting all this vertical pressure so soon at the halfway mark, but boy, Fakes, he wants to put a stop to it. That's Deptra out of there, and that's the biggest vertical pressure that Rafflecopter had offering, now off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be much more difficult to breach open this floor, which is super pivotal. Still more C4s on the board for Rhythm as well. Leb still one in pocket. He might go for this right here. In fact, he's going to do it, but the player moves away. He's going to get back onto the scanner to try and confirm that kill, make sure he's got the info. This numbers advantage is getting furthered more and more. Surely he blows it. Cool, guys, don't look at explosions. See you later, Boydie. And wow, Leb has just made this a basically unwinnable situation for Ruffle.
OJ, very happy to take that fight. Oh, can they find the trade? My goodness, how is Campo missed so many bullets in that encounter? Quite literally point blank. I don't think the barrel could have been any closer. Novakes just watching the tight line behind bar, and backside will be shown. I mean, I would really, really hate to see Campo go off here, but with 20 seconds left, I couldn't imagine it's going to happen here, Raven.
Nope, no it's not. Leb is just going to shut Campo down before he even gets to really get around that corner, and that was a really good defense from Rhythm. I mean, I was singing praises for Rafflecopter's time management and the pressure it was going to put on, but Rhythm kept their cool. They got some nice C4 kills that just really put them into that solid man advantage, and yeah, they held their own, which is what you really want to see from them, answering back after the strong start that we've seen here from Rafflecopter.
Back onto the third floor, and I do think that it's obviously worth noting Rufflecopter's ability in that earlier round, they really steamrolled, and Leb has gone back onto that Goyo, even though pretty much Rufflecopter seemed to have been able to dismiss all that utility, all of those gadgets very, very early on in the round. I think, you know, we were down to like the minute half and they'd already flushed out Pixel with the mirror, 2 shields. They'd put the pressure onto the cocktail tables even. So very, very quick in forcing Rhythm back into an uncomfortable position, regardless of the opening pick coming from Leb.
Cocktail to be repeated here on the defense. So what they decided to fix up from last time, and as you can see, there's not a massive difference in their lineup. I don't believe they had the Kaid on defense back in round 1. Regardless, though, with that Jaeger ban, it does mean certain fundamentals are going to have to be the same. Well, my will be a certain must pick up here, and this shield play around the corner of Pixel, again, is almost a certainty. So it's really just about how they can further delay Rufflecopter's control of Piano, because that really was the start of the end, so to speak, in round number 1.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this a good adaptation, bringing the Kaid as well. We can see the Electroclaw placed to protect that wall that will no doubt have a mirror on it once Boats gets around to putting it there. I mean, surely that's the play here. Boats has only placed 1 mirror thus far, if I'm not wrong. The second one very likely to go down inside washrooms. That was a power position that was dealt with very easily, honestly, by Ruffle last attacking round. Just some easy Hibana pellets. But already 1 Vulcan shield has been dispatched, with Campo's actually on the south rappel and in a pretty strong position to potentially nade out Bounce. And I don't think any of these magnets would protect him.
No, I don't think so either. And he's in a really tough position. Drex there to try and back up to the window, and Campo. Oh, that's a nice nade. He does clear out that spot for Bouncing. So again, Rufflecopter starting this attack on the right foot forward. And they have Piano control again within this first minute 30.
They are unrelenting at the moment. Their pace, their tempo, it's definitely something that I think Rhythm are, I mean, obviously in that last round they were aware of. They just have to be cautious of now, taking complete control of Cigar. Nice C4 attempt from Novax, but it's to no avail. Gemini, look how much information that hologram's getting right now, all the way down into that freeze up. A nice trade, however, from Boats.
Good one in particular, getting Deptra on that sledge. Of course, the soft breach capability of sledge, very important. Those frag grenades having an impact. Deptra proving over the last couple of days that he is pretty good at cooking those grenades. Al dente, some might say. And with him off the board, that is going to make it more comfortable. As Boats, though, he's been taken down, not finished. OJ pushes deep. He's going to start planting, in fact.
What? Campo gets a shot through the wall there, as Boydie will be able to help out. But OJ, he's confirmed the plant. 30-40 seconds left in the round there, and they're not going to let that time tick any further. There's a player on the flank toward red stairs. In the meantime, Novax goes down. And this has crumbled completely for Rhythm. Leb, I mean, in a very similar situation to that first round. 1 player left coming up from white stairs, and against 3 or 4 players, it's never going to bode favorably. OJ cleaning it out, and 3rd floor cocktail is not at all favorable for the defensive side of Rhythm right now.
No, it's been quite the struggle, honestly, this bar cocktail, and I just hope that they probably stick away from it. Maybe they can bank it up until that 6th round now, because it's really not working out for them. And I think it's not good to beat a dead horse, you know, keep repeating that bomb site when it's just not working out. So this is good. They've gone to reading Fireplace now. Does create some variance, some breathing room. They did well with that kitchen cooking. So I think it's just about not getting stuck into a bad pattern.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, I definitely think, look, I'm actually an advocate for reading as a bomb site. I think it's the best bomb site on this map. I think that the way you can really, well, in particular when you have Jaeger unbanned. Banning Jaeger just throws a whole kind of spanner in the works. But let's just go back to that previous point, right? Reading, why is it so strong? How do pro players defend it? Well, the idea is really reinforcing this top floor area up here where Leb and Boats are holding right now, Cocktail and the top of White Stairs. It's very difficult for attackers to flush players out of these positions. And as long as the defenders have control of Cocktail, they can use the vertical potential in this soft floor to deny any kind of plant down inside in the B bomb site. Typically, you'd see one file in from that north-facing reading room door and try and plant behind the cabinet. That can all be denied vertically. And teams that don't flush out that vertical control are frequently punished. So my question is, how do Rufflecopter deal with this? Do they try and clear out this top floor, doing a more traditional clear, or do they do something else?
Yeah, look, I think what you will really expect to see, and from what we have known of Rufflecopter based on yesterday's match, is that they love doing the classic west to east, top floor clear across, get that Cocktail control, and then they really hold their verticals and do the default plant, like you said, in from that north side into reading. And already not wasting much time, just getting down in towards Cigar and getting this info, loving the use of the Yana Gemini replicator, just constantly feeding them really fast, efficient info. And they've been able to back it up. You see 3 players already dropped here, pushing through towards Piano and Bar from Cigar side. It does put a lot of pressure back to Rhythm.
Certainly does. Great efficiency, as you're saying, from the Ayana. And once again, leading the charge there, Campo, as to be expected. Boydie just on the shoulder as well. Leb gets taken down. Campo finds the first kill, quickly traded out by a C4. This is an explosive start. Rigba look to progress further with Campo, obviously making the space to do so. Doesn't confirm just as of yet, and Rigba now going to be able to put a little bit more pressure toward that Cocktail balcony. Just sitting in the corner and waiting for some sort of support there.
Man, Boats, he was just surrounded, and finally he is finished off by Rigba. That C4 below Rigba's feet, not quite hitting the mark. There's still one here, it's Bouncin. He hasn't been spotted. He gets a pick onto Rigba. Does make it a 2v2, so potentially salvageable here for Rhythm. But now getting down to this time, there's still a minute to play. So that's actually quite a lot for the attack to make something work.
This vertical angle might find Drex a kill. He lands almost enough bullets, but OJ still survives. Now Drex, he's the lone player on the bomb site. He needs to stay alive. That's the pivotal thing for him. There's so much time left that if Rufflecopter can make this a 2v1, it may be all over Red Rover for the defense. Rhythm desperately trying to cling on to these defenses on Cafe. And both of their players have made their positions known. Now, it's up to Ruffle to close it out.
Campo just edging past the fireplace now. Bouncin will have a direct line once he makes his way through. Just might have seen a pixel there, just a change in coloration, but they're going to be able to pins from both sides. Now you can see OJ coming across to reading. You still have Campo sitting in fire. Oh no, that is a misstep, and OJ, he's got it all to do in a 1 versus 2. The round should well and truly go to Rhythm.
Oh!
No time remaining, and it should be the free kill from above here from Bouncin. It won't matter, actually, a second in it. Okay, it was getting me a little bit excited toward the end, but Bouncin will be able to close that out. And well worked there to defend what was a very quick top floor take.
Fantastic. Look, it was a good clear from Ruffle, but Rhythm just, again, it was similar to how they ended up winning Kitchen Cooking. They stuck to their guns and they held their positions. Boats just held the side of Cocktail that he was holding until he died. Like, there was no way he was ever going to get out of that. So he stayed nice and patient. On top of that, Bouncin stayed very patient on the south side near the hatch. And it meant that when Ruffle pushed over, it didn't feel like they expected it. And then Bouncin again, patience key on the White Stairs. If he had moved an inch too soon, then he was going to get spotted from Campo in that dining section. So just beautifully played from Rhythm there to equalize the score.
Bouncer's definitely been an impact player here. I know that we've been talking about him in the previous game as well, earlier today, and I mean he's that X factor. He's that new bit of blood in for Rhythm that you don't know what he's going to be doing. You don't know where he's going to be seen, but at the same time, I feel like he's playing some fairly typical positions. You mentioned his position at cocktail, which we saw on the replay just there. I mean, that's the normal position. It's not like Bouncin is just this one-trick rank star who knows how to QE and run around the map like crazy. No, that's not the case. I mean, yeah, he's pretty damn good at that kind of playstyle, but he also knows when to just chill out and play his position, and he does it so well. And it's I really think that he was a pivotal part of why that 2 versus 3 ended up being a round win for the defense.
A Q&E rank star, hey Dev? Great way to explain your own play style in just a very quick, short sentence.
I'm glad it wasn't just me thinking that Dev was talking about himself.
Any chance,
all right.
any chance, fellas.
Love to see it. All right, now we'll get to see what Kitchen Cooking has in store again for Rhythm. Was successful in round 2. Rufflecopter, they had a great clear up until about the 90-second mark, and then it really just fell apart. C4 kills were the factor there. 2, in fact, were the openings that Rhythm needed to get an advantage, and they held that for the remainder of the round. Essentially, it felt like it was next to unchallenged from that point onwards. And there it is again. C4 answers. Rigba out for the count nice and early.
Man, it's just been C4s every second of this damn game. Like, I don't know what it is, but I guess Rhythm, every single round, they've had at least 2 players rocking those C4s, and the polls as well, particularly on this downstairs objective, certainly had an impact in that regard.
Vex loving the C4s in the early parts of these rounds, so just multiple times we're seeing these kills coming from the vertical lines, obviously through C4s. Doing the damage very early there, and once they've taken this top floor control, Deptra's already explored, and exploring, I should say, into mining. It's all pretty steady and calm right now, considering what we've seen these past couple of rounds to be.
And look, this is where Deptra's going to have to be careful, and he does dodge 1 C4. It was probably Leb's. In fact, he tags Leb back, but this is where Deptra was lost out in the Kitchen Cooking round previously. He was here trying to make the verticals, and the C4s has got the better of him, but the fact that he's survived now is pretty critical for Rufflecopter. He can make a lot more presence through the verticals, and that means that the positions held by Rhythm on site will not be as comfy. They can't just sit back, and I believe they've now expended the majority or all of their C4s. I think it would only be Novakes and Leb, right? Oh, Bouncing's still got 1 in the pocket. So 1 more to dodge, but it's looking better for Rufflecopter. It's just more so time is becoming a bit of a factor. They got to start getting this pressure onto site, and OJ is in.
Oh, wow. Okay, nice line being held from Boats, and that'll be the confirmed kill. Campo through the wall. You love to see it. Boydie now going to be sticking that defuser, and they've got the support to do so as well. Deptra taking down Novakes. Campo's taking a couple of shots there. Hell, my word, was going to say, how is he not dead? But now it's on to Boydie and Deptra. Deptra coming on the flank. This could be absolutely massive. Dismantling that push from Leb, who was looking to give him a taste of their own medicine there. And it's Bouncin', none other than Bouncin'. They have absolutely no clue where Deptra was coming from. And he is left wondering what on earth has happened to this round. Boydie sitting in wait. All they need to do is burn through this time. Bouncing can clear all he wants, but unless he can stick this safe, there's no chance, and Deptra will clean on up. The janitor duty has been officially confirmed.
Yeah, wow, quite a significant difference between that Kitchen Cooking attack round, which was so very well in favor of Ruffle, compared to the previous time. I mean, that execute came through with a decent amount of time left and forcing down that plant. Yes, it took a lot, took just about everything Ruffle had, but they managed to eventually, with Campo pushing in from prep aggressively, distracting. Eventually he was downed, but he really did the job of covering that plant, getting it down, and in Ruffle in that, I think it was a 3v2 post plant for the defenders. If you count Campo as out, he was just injured. And quite a significant difference from the fact that, well, Rhythm had, what, a 2-man advantage very early on, the previous time they defended that bomb site. So Ruffle definitely turned up the heat there.
Yeah, they really did. It was a good adaptation from them, and this is where, I mean, it gets a bit scary already, because it is Rufflecopter's map pick. Sure thing. They're on 3 rounds in their attack half, going pretty well. And Rhythm, they're just trying to hang on. I feel like there are signs here that Rhythm are just doing what they can with what they've got and just getting through. I think the Jaeger ban is a bit of an indicator for that. You know, it's a pretty up there, ballsy kind of ban that does make a pretty significant impact. And it's the fact that they have had to defend with that issue first. I feel like it was more so just about destabilizing Rufflecopter. And I've seen a lot of operator swaps as well within Rhythm. I mean, often if a team is strong on a map, a certain player will probably just main an operator for that map. There's a little bit of reading into it too much potentially, but
Yeah.
I feel like it is just Rhythm hanging on with what they can.
Yeah, hanging by a thread. By the way, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Aloha. It's good to have our faces back on camera. Well, maybe not for you guys. Maybe it's not a sight for sore eyes. What would be the opposite of a sight for sore eyes? A
Aside for not sore eyes.
Nice.
Sleeping.
There. We saved that one nice and gently there. But I think we will lean into that, Raven. We were talking about Rhythm. Obviously, it looks like they are on the back foot. Is this because it's Rufflecopter's map? That's the question, Dev.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, right? And you mentioned it, Raven, earlier, that Rufflecopter had such a good showing against PC419 on this map yesterday. Yeah, I definitely think that would favor them. I think Rhythm tried to just throw a crazy spanner in the works with that Jaeger ban. I mean, that's going to treat Rufflecopter pretty poorly, but it's also going to treat themselves pretty poorly. And like you said, they're just keeping their head above water as best as they can on their defense. 2 rounds might be all they manage, which is probably not too bad. Decent effort from Rhythm for a map that they don't really play that much here, Cafe. But the question is, how does that affect Ruffle when they get onto their defense? Their strategy is relying so much on Jaeger, relying so much on protecting those deployable shields, that Jaeger ban is just going to hit them slap bang in the face. That's my question. So yes, this first half is important. Rhythm needs to do their best to get a couple defenses, but I think we're really going to see that Jaeger ban come into effect when it's Ruffle that has to defend.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And look, something else we saw yesterday with this series, Rufflecopter versus Rhythm, is that Rufflecopter, they smashed out of the gate, right? They won Consulate, I think it was 7-3 in the end, off the top of my head. And they looked really dominant. And we were like, oh no, Rhythm, this is looking a bit hectic right now. Can they bring this back? Rhythm were then comfortable on maps 2 and 3. And so it could be a similar situation here where, look, maybe their map pool, it's not that deep. We already heard from Yoshi yesterday, Theme Park was their insta-ban, so they had to just weather the storm of Consulate. It might be just a similar thing here. They're weathering the storm of Cafe, and they just got to win their map pick to at least force it to that decider so they can try and close it out on map 3.
Yeah, and it's certainly worth noting, obviously, you know, throughout the regular season, the best of 1 bans work as 6 bans in a row, and the deciding map is chosen by what's left. And so I think that it can make for a very difficult, depth in map pool, because we're not requiring you to play even potentially the Villas, for example, if you don't want to play that, or the Oregon, whatever it is that you don't want to play. You have 3 chances to ban that out. And I think right now we're seeing from Rhythm a weakness. I just want to kind of make a blanket statement, a weakness on Consulate, Cafe, and Theme Park. Obviously, Cafe hasn't finished yet, but I do hope that they can tidy this one up. And Dev, like you're saying, this second half could completely change the entire storyline here.
Yeah, I think the second half is going to be really pivotal for both these teams. That said, we're not quite there yet. And if we have a deeper look at how this has gone so far, I heard that it's a requirement to wear glasses and have a beard. So next broadcast, you're going to see me strapping a fake beard to this. So
why not a real one, Dev?
If you tried to see blonde Dev Marta grow a beard, you'd be ashamed to even accept me as part of the beard community. So to reel it back in, yeah, Rhythm is returning back to that kitchen bomb site, and we had a squiz at the operators before we had this rehost. They've actually made some significant changes. We're seeing that Cade has stayed there. So they still want that wall denial, but they moved it on the boats from Novex and getting Novex on the Maestro. I think that goes to show that Rhythm, while they had good information gathering through the floor with the Pulse, when it came down to that execute, they clearly didn't have enough info to deny that plant that went down in kitchen cooking. And on top of that, I think they want to slow down this map control take, which Ruffle have been so efficient at, right? I feel like most of these kitchen rounds has been Ruffle opening up the floor, and just it's on their terms, right? So we've seen Bouncin move on to the Mozzie instead of the Malusi, and probably going to be engaging a bit more of a roam, and the castle pick from Drex instead of the smoke is also very much suggesting that. So I'm really excited to see exactly how Rhythm interpret this. We've seen some teams in the past put castle barricades up around, I don't know, mining, train, and really just try and protect that middle floor of the map. And we may well see the same here.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and that's the thing is Rufflecopter were very efficient on both times. Kitchen Cooking was defended by Rhythm. It just so happened that in round 2 that Rhythm got 2 C4 picks to open it up. One of those was Deptra, which I think is a critical pick, being the sledge. So with that not going in their favor on round 5, as we just saw, Rufflecopter ended up just running over the top of them. So I like the adaptation about potentially getting more aggressive, denying some of that control in through the verticals, or just even denying more time, or making Rufflecopter divert their energy into doing something else other than getting map control, getting vertical pressure, and then just pushing in for a pretty comfy plant.
And I think like this is very important for us to set the standard here, because I think if we do move on to Oregon, I don't really like Ruffle's chances going up against Rhythm, who we know to be quite a strong team on Oregon. And for me, it will be Coastline that kind of decides a lot of the fate for this, particularly if Ruffle can, let's say, back up in the second half. One player that I definitely will be looking at with a microscope, I think, will be Deptra on that defensive side when they do swap over, because for me yesterday, it just felt like every single time that Rufflecopter were even close to those rounds, on maps like Coastline against Rhythm, it felt like Deptra was one of the highlighting players in pretty much all occasions there. So I am keen to see what happens in that factor, but we just have such a fair way to get there. I mean, God only knows how long we could be here for, and I think that once we do bury ourselves in, that will come to show. But I think the C4s for me have just been such a limelight for the rounds that Rhythm have been able to convert, like you were saying, Raven. It's continuing to be a little bit of a nuisance. But you know what? Enough waffling from the man with a no brain, and I'm going to pass it over to the boys with the all brain, not to be confused with all bran.
I don't know, Rob. I saw you hit a pretty nutty clutch yesterday when we were playing some ranked on Oregon. What was it, match point?
How many kills did I get?
I think you got one kill in that clutch, and it was your first kill of the game in like round 6. But hey, dude, it's what we needed.
You know what? I'm more there for the hype guy. I'm more about those long-winded motivational speeches. Like, boys, we're going deep into overtime here. If we don't pull this out, it's done and dusted. Maybe I should become a coach.
Do it, bro. Do it. I would support you. Hashtag vouch. Hashtag Rob for coach.
Oh my god, all I can think of is that meme of everyone standing around each other saying vouch. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, don't worry, I got the drill coming out on both sides right now. To bring it back into Cafe for our red hot minute. We are, in fact, going back, and you'll notice the operator lineup is exactly as I described it previously. Teams, when there's a rehost, have to stick the same operator lineup. We'll notice a castle barricade here on the mining door, going to that hallway. It's going to make it a bit easier now for defenders to play on this middle floor. Couple castle barricades, really isolating mining.
Rush.
Kind of like, you guys could... Oh, what?
Oh, hello, Boydie. Oh, Novak steps up for
What?
2. OJ will be able to trade. Oh, Rhythm have been caught off-site, and I don't know how much they're going to be able to claw back from here. Look at the line from Deptra. Great shot. Trades once again from Rigba. It is so sharp and so prompt coming in. Now they're going to have to try to open things up at the C4. They've got no other way to make these rotate holes. Leb wobbly hit, absolutely nothing. The toes of Rigba. The shrapnel comes out as Bouncin starts to edge his way a little bit closer. The lines are so tight right now. You can see Rigba is just waiting for that player to vault over the top. The information's being given across as Leb goes down. It's all on to Bouncin, and a 1 versus 2. But you're back into the hills every day. 20 seconds left on the clock. Bouncin, he knows where the next player is. Rigba sits in the corner, just spotting him out. Bouncin won't be able to convert, and what a call, what a round from Rufflecopter, changing the pace up. and completely catching Rhythm off guard.
I was just sitting there while you two were talking, and I was thinking, oh, how would I counter this if I was Rufflecopter? And I was like, you know what? Like, I guess they could rush Bakery, maybe. And then as soon as I like double check to see if that's what they're doing at the double door, they're just there. So I was like, rush? Oh my gosh, that was hectic, but that was exciting because it just ended up being trade. It was like 4v4, 3v3, 2v2. And it felt like Rhythm might have been able to get that retake, but not to be. And Rufflecopter going out to the 4-2 lead on the half with their attacks, I think is pretty justified, given that it felt like they had some serious control of that half overall.
Oh man, I'm still not getting over that rush. I was so deep into the analysis of that castle strategy, and then I just hear you say rush, and I'm just like, you know, we're talking memes. You know that GIF of the guys like with his like brain
Galaxy
exploded? Yeah, galaxy brain. Far out. I can't even speak. I'm rendered completely mute from that round. But my goodness, I flicked back through the VOD. That diffuser was planted by OJ 33 seconds into the round. 33 seconds
Crazy.
into the round. You're lucky if a kill happens in the first 30 seconds of the round. We had the plant down. That is insane.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, we will see Rufflecopter change up what we saw from the previous matchup against PC419. We saw them instantly go to reading on their first bomb site. They've gone to the top floor here, and again, a huge talking point for us, and I think a huge viewing point for everyone at home will be what the adaptation is without that Jaeger, and what the differences are between these defensives.
Yeah, excited to see what Rufflecopter do have up their sleeve to adapt to this, because it's probably not what they were expecting, right? This is Rhythm's ban, and we theorized that Rhythm are probably just treading water, doing what they can to stay afloat while Cafe is going on. And this is a pretty significant ban. You know, this will change a lot of strategies. It does change the way you have to play the map, especially on this top floor. We've talked a lot about Pixel being played pretty differently. You have to stick the Wamai to make this work, but Campo has found an opening kill onto Bounce, and he tried to enter too swiftly and maybe carelessly in towards reading.
Yeah, you just look at this operator lineup and you think, is there some kind of cheese going on here? Like, you've got the Amaru, and it always screams a yeet up this balcony where Novex is droning right now. You've got the Yana to drop down Skylight and get lots of info. How many players are in Cocktail? Well, you know the mirror's there, but you already knew that. Maybe that's not as much info as you wanted. There's a bulletproof camera up there at the Cocktail balcony. Novex wants to re-drone this, but Raven, I don't know about you, but this seems so risky to me, and I just can't see it working successfully. I have no doubt that Ruffle will punish.
Yeah, I have to agree. And actually, I think what they were trying to do was get that reading control, get the Amaru in, up through maybe the laundry hatch, and then they try and do a bit of an inside-out kind of attack there. But it was perfectly countered by Rufflecopter. I mean, they had the vertical holes ready to watch reading. The mute jammers below meant that they could not get the info either. So I think that was just well played from Rufflecopter. I don't know whether it was just a perfect read or whether they just happened to counter what Rhythm's plans were. And we're seeing a pretty significant stall. Finally, it's answered. Drex taking out OJ. And Campo, he's been down by a nade. So maybe Rhythm have found some kind of opening here.
Yeah, and in fact, they now have that control of reading, exactly what that they were gunning for from the get-go. Plus an injure, but Leb can't secure that kill without watching his back. Eventually he does. Novex also comes in to support. Raven, I think you hit the nail right on the head. It looks like this Amaru may well try to push up that hatch, but the players are dwindling and the numbers are looking grimmer on both sides.
C4 going to be able to even out the odds here as they push on in. Deptra taking down Drex. It's a big opening frag in this engagement. Novex steps up with an unbelievable spray transfer. Maybe a third to finishing off as well. It's Boydie stuck in freezer as he makes his way back around the bar. He's got two players to deal with, both in the same position. The drone's given away everything there. He cannot find that first kill. And now with the diffuser down, it's made his job a lot harder, and Rhythm claw that back.
Wow. I can't believe they actually did it, Raven. I mean, that was the plan from the get-go. We thought that, no way that's happening. Like, they don't have the control. They lost the first player, but they committed, and they got the job done.
Yeah, it really felt like Rufflecopter had thwarted that. When they got that opening pick onto Bouncin, I thought that Rhythm might just abandon ship and be like, okay, it's going to be tough, guys. They've got mute jammers, they've got vertical holes. It's pretty hard to clear that out from the single window that you have on Cocktail, other than the one that's above the pillar's door. But you don't get a direct line of sight. You can't hassle a whole lot from there. So yeah, it just felt like to me that the good decision might have been to bail. But no, Rhythm stuck to it, and they got the 2 picks needed on Cocktail to get them up and in there. And I mean, nothing really won that round more than Noveix's 2K as he got into Cocktail. That was significant.
And I just love the fact that Rufflecopter seems so in sync in everything that they do. Like, let's remember that rush, right? In the previous, oh no, wait, I'm confused. Yeah, they had a rush previously, right, on their attacking side.
Yes.
And I mean, I feel like Rhythm are also mirroring that kind of synchronization as well, right? You look at that position right there. They had the Capital, the Flame and Smoke went out in the perfect time to enable that Mara to come straight up through the hatch. And really, I think we're in promotion relegations here, right? Let's not beat around the bush. These guys are not your wild card and Pittsburgh Knights. They're not the teams who are going to the major. You expect them to not necessarily be at that echelon, but man, the team chemistry on these guys is insane, and I'm super impressed.
I would definitely second that conversation there, Dev, because even from yesterday's game with Rufflecopter, I was quite impressed considering the fact that I'd never want to use the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 teams kind of analogy, but it is the best way to put it. With Rufflecopter playing teams in LPL, sure, teams like FEROX are in there, but it's not, like you're saying, it's not those kind of the first grade teams that we know and love in OCN. So this could be a really good look in, and likewise, Rhythm seems to be turning up when it matters most. The looming question for me that will be answered in this series is what happens when Rhythm's back or against the wall? What happens when it's the end game?
I feel like this is almost already Rhythm's back up against the wall. I don't know. I'm still pretty hard on this theory that they, again, have just had to weather the storm of Rufflecopter's map pick first. And they did that yesterday with Consulate. They tried what they could. It just did not work out. And right now, it feels like it's the same. I mean, that strat is a very brave strategy to pull out. I think usually you would only kind of do that kind of stuff either if you're very comfortable on a map or quite uncomfortable to the point where you're like, hey, boys, let's just try this. Might work, you know?
So you're really, really thinking that Rhythm, they're going to lose this map and come back and win 2-1. Is that what you're feeling?
I mean, I'm not set on them losing it, but I think they're just, I'm not saying playing out of desperation, but it's kind of like they're not so confident where they're going to play structure. Sometimes they'll just try and do some riskier things, you know? Like, when you're not fully comfortable on a map, sometimes you need to try not to play the exact structure that you would expect on that map, because a team that actually is strong in it will counter that pretty hard. So playing unpredictable, I guess, is what I'm saying with Rhythm. And if they do get this map, well, then maybe they can get the series a quick 2-0.
This seems the difference as well. Just look at the timing that Rufflecopter had when they were attacking and they were clearing this top floor. Looking like polar opposites at the moment.
Oh, so many shots. It's just trade for trade for trade between these two teams. But Rhythm, they have brute force through the bar.
Oh my god.
And that's such an important kill. Boyd, he completely caught unawares. And eventually Rhythm do fully clear this top floor, but they only have 2 players. Wait a second. Hold that thought, guys. Drex finds his third on the round. My goodness, Rob, I can't contain this all. And now it's a 2v1, but Campo, we know he can win these, but he's got to step up huge.
If there's one player you want in this situation for Rufflecopter, my god, it's Campo. He will dismiss the first, but it's the trade, it's the buddy system that comes up trumps. So close, but yet so far away.
Oof. It's heating up. I tell you what, it's this is quite a spicy map that is transpiring right now. And Rhythm are doing a great job with these attacks. I mean, they've won their first 2 in a row. They've now equalized this scoreline. And at a moment where I really felt like Rufflecopter should be in a comfort zone on defense, might run away with it. It's almost exactly what we saw on Consulate yesterday. It's just not happening. Rhythm are getting away with these things, and they're playing really well together. You emphasize trades, or Dev was talking about it's trade after trade. I mean, that's what we saw a lot of Rufflecopter yesterday. It seems to be the same on Rhythm's side. So this is just two, what feels like very even teams right now, having a great fight on Cafe.
Yeah, I'll also point out that not only was that crazy trade for trade just then, but I was actually Drex finding 4 kills in 1 round. I'm like, yeah, you look at the scoreboard and now he's topping it, but there was 4 out of his 5 kills across the whole game were only in that round. That means most of these rounds, of these 8 so far, like he's only found kills in 2 of them. That's not great, but I mean, sometimes it's an impact play that you need, right? Sometimes it's just that one big hitter, and especially from a player like Drex, who hasn't really been playing in like the tier 1 competition for very long. I just want to say I'm impressed.
It's a very fair point to make. I think that Drex was a very much a highlighted player for us for Rhythm yesterday, and you know we spoke about him in the pre-match. So it's always great to set up the idea and the storyline that a player is good. But like we were talking about yesterday, Raven, it feels even better when you get that affirmation in the actual server. You know, when it's reaffirmed for everyone at home.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob, and I am just looking forward to seeing, now that this is 4-4, I mean, like, again, I was just so concerned that Ruffle might run away with this map, and it was going to be a similar thing to yesterday, but now that it's just like Rhythm is in this fight, I'm just anticipating a very exciting end to this map, and like I was kind of getting to, I feel like Rhythm, if they do manage to sneak this one away, I would almost back them into 2-0 it, as we were talking about Rambi Rufflecopter 2-0ing it, but just seeing how Rhythm are playing right now, it could be what we're going towards, but it's really tough to call at this stage.
If there's one thing for damn sure, it's that this map has been absolute chaos, crazy, and that Jagerban, I think, is partially responsible. We haven't even mentioned the Kappa Cam from Campo. I mean, like, what? He's just... this is just cheeky business. Just cheeky business for Rufflecopter, and I love it. Very unusual setup. Kind of a light roam, I guess. Like, they had kind of tempting out the roam. They invested quite a bit of util upstairs, but not really committing, and instead just dedicating to holding onto that middle floor. I think the strat here is just mute Castle Mozzie, pretend that you're roaming as long as possible, have some Capcan traps to try and maybe do a bit of HP damage, and then just sit on the bomb site and hope that Rhythm are going to be executing so late that you can win.
Yep. Oh, Navex, he's going to open it up through the verticals there onto Deptra. That's a big pick. It's answered by OJ, though. And that means that it's still going to keep even. Again, these trades are pretty significant. And Leb is going to go to work on the floor here and try and get this Electric Claw off the hatch. And now they're going to be able to put some pressure back into sight, coming into 40 seconds. They're going to get this hatch open, and now this gives them a direct path to sight. Fountain. Oh, he's going to get dragged by Boydie, and now this is getting tough for Rhythm. They've got a man disadvantage as we get into this phase for Execute.
Such awkward timing there. Boat's obviously going to make some space. Boydie stepping up when it's needed. Rigba doesn't hit the shot on the pixel, and now Drex. He's made further room for them to move. They need to be careful as they come around the corner. They haven't cleared out all of the cap cams. This could be absolutely menacing. You saw the HP go down. It's an absolute flush on the side here. What is going on? Rhythm come away with the round. What are we witnessing right now?
I know there's something that you'd like to say, Rob, but it's similar to a cluster charge. Can't quite say it. But oh my gosh, that is almost exactly how that attack finished. That was insane. Like, we couldn't even keep up. It was just kill after kill. The poor observer, it just, that camera was bouncing around. And I can't believe it, honestly. Rhythm, 3 rounds in a row to be up 5-4 on Cafe right now. This is looking better for them than I honestly expected.
Can I just point out that yesterday when Rufflecopter played Cafe against PC419, they only needed 3 defense rounds, of which they won all 3, to close out the map in the second half. We've just seen Rufflecopter lose 3 defense rounds in a row and are yet to even find 1 as of yet. When we were this deep into Rhythm's defense, they'd already found 1 defense and were well on their way to finding their second. Now the tables have well and truly turned, and Rhythm are running away with Ruffle's map pick.
I mean, I'm speechless to the last 3 rounds. What finished out to be a 4-2 half in that first one. Really, I thought Rafflecopter had set the tone, but the second they've come onto their defensive side, you have to give full props to Rhythm and what they're achieving at this point. Once again,
5 seconds remaining.
Dev, just to reiterate your point on that reading defense, that top floor being so crucial to hold on to. And in the previous, it is one thing I'm noticing that is, you know, the difference between Rafflecopter and Rhythm. Rhythm on their attack seem to be a lot more, I don't want to say methodical, but a lot slower in dealing with what Rafflecopter are holding. It was a minute before they had really flushed out those players by a cocktail, whereas on the flip side, Rafflecopter had top floor control at that minute 32-minute mark, and that may not sound like a huge difference, but 30 seconds can really change the tides in a round.
Rhythm just need to work on closing out the map now, because they have started to build this solid momentum and advantage in their favor. And look, it's something that we can't beat the bush around, the bush of, however you want to say it. I tell you what, Rhythm, they have struggled to close out maps over the last few months. OCN, the story of their season or stage was that they just struggled to close out maps. And so this is where you have to look at them and say, this is the area you have to have improved on to be able to get your spot back in OCN, because yeah, it's do or die for them. They need this series, otherwise they won't get a chance to fight back in OCN.
Jeez, these C4s not hitting the mark.
Oh, you jinxed him! You jinxed the poor man. How do you get away with that, Rob? How do you just... You come in here and you jinx the poor man and he's just gone.
I actually don't think that has ever happened to me before. Talk about a caster's curse. My God. Well, what I was going to say is we haven't seen the C4s be as effective for Rafflecopter, but very quickly am I eating my own words there. Led with a nice line on the Deptra, though, brings it out even.
Well, Deptra was holding a C4 in his hand as we spectated him, so you certainly know that C4 did not come up. So that's not going to have an effect. 3 magnets stacked on this door means Boydie is going to be particularly safe behind that shield. Significantly now, though, Rhythm have not got much map control, and given this 50 seconds on this kind of attack, you would normally expect to have taken Cocktail, and look, it tells me and looks like they're actually just going to go straight towards Dining. They've taken up control in Train, down Red Stairs. I don't think they're going to bother with reading. I'm not sure how this is going to work out, because there's a bit of a kill box setup in towards Dining.
Campo once again across to those white stairs. Last time not as successful, sorry. Oh, the bullet holes. This would be absolutely gnarly, and you could not fault him for doing so. No, Vaix looking to get that diffuser down, will be taken by Rigba. Oh, the flank, but Boats has been able to secure it and save potentially the round. OJ taking down Drex. My God, it's an absolute mad fight on site right now, but Rafflecopter will double down. And like you said, that death box, that death trap, really is the deal sealer at the end of the day.
That's the first round we've seen where Rafflecopter has closed out a defense. It has been neck and neck. We've seen even 1v1s. Last time, it was Rhythm to take that in a 1v1 after that crazy trade fest. But this time around, Raffle finally get the job done.
Did a good job there, but I just have to question Rhythm a little bit. I mean, it was great that they decided not to do the standard. It's always good to keep your opponents guessing, but it is hard to just straight do a push in towards Dining for a plant, because it's so common, right, that you'll just see teams never reinforce anything there. They'll just open up holes everywhere in towards Dining. You have angles from bottom white, top white, in towards Reading, Laundry. Like, it's just so hard to be safe and comfy to get a plant down. So Rhythm just needed to, I don't know, have more control potentially of Reading, or at least that red or the middle hallway, just to try and actually get something happening. But yeah, they clearly didn't have enough control. It fell apart very swiftly for them. And that's how we've seen it get back to this 5-5 tied scoreline.
And if you ask me, oh, Dev, you know, give me your no-brain thought, who's going to win this next round? I can't bloody tell you. If you ask me, hey, Dev, give me your, you know, nerd out, expectation based on the stats, based on all that. Who's going to win this round? I don't know. Like, it's just so damn close. And last time these teams played this objective, I thought Rufflecopter were poised to win it. It was such a late push for Rhythm, and they came out of nowhere. Drex had an insane round then as well, winning a couple gunfights, even I'm pretty sure getting a knife kill. And the execute came about with 9 seconds left, and Rhythm just collapsed, and Ruffle had absolutely no chance. This time around, the only real change on the defensive side is out with the Kaid and in with the, out with the Capcan, in with the Mozzie. And I don't know about you guys, I don't feel like that's the most impactful operator switch out. It's really going to be Rufflecopter that has to step up in the server. And what is this? That's just, oh no. Surely this doesn't work.
Trust Rufflecopter to be doing something. Wow, that is hilarious.
The double take.
Oh, the double take is great. Oh, that is excellent. That is almost Hollywood-esque. And Boydie, though, he has rotated back around, nevertheless. Rufflecopter wasting a fair bit of time on that third floor at the moment.
They are wasting quite a lot of time. In fact, almost half the round gone here, and Rhythm are stalled out again. This is pretty much what happened in last round. They just got pretty stalled out before they really got a chance to get much happening. And on top of that, they still need to keep pushing down. This is kitchen cooking, remember. Leb has found the opening kill onto Boydie, but time has started to be a very significant factor. Leb needs to be on the other floor making hulls here. He needs to be in dining, potentially getting verticals of train. It's been quite the struggle, and so I think even though Rufflecopter might end up with the man disadvantage coming into execute, they're going to be able to sit back in their positions, and it's going to be quite the explosion onto site for Rhythm.
Sorry, when did Rigby get here? I don't remember him, but I guess he's just been here all along. Always has been. Cue that space meme. And well, Rigby, he's in a position to deal some serious damage. 50 seconds left, and as you say, Rhythm are just looking into shambles right now. They might have the man advantage, but they've got just about nothing else for them. And Rigby, what's more, gets back to site. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but I just can't see this working for Rhythm's favor. That said, it's been this way before, and they've surprised us.
OJ on a very early peak there. Rigby now being under siege of sorts. OJ comes into prep there and just absolutely massacred by Leb. The Lions are looking pretty good for Rhythm. It's a 5 versus 3, 15 seconds left. Surely we don't see a repeat of a round just gone. No, this time, Rhythm, my word, they get it done a lot smoother. However, oh, wow. Rigby had a chance to stand tall there and can't get past that second player of bounce, and no surprising there, but man, what a clean round from Rhythm on the attacking side of Kitchen.
It somehow ended up that way. Like we talked about it a lot in that round, you know, like their time management and just progression had seemed pretty hindered, and Rigby was somehow caught, or not caught, I should say, playing around that middle floor, but Rhythm made it work. They won their gunfights as they pushed through, and they just pushed as a team. And that's got them a match point now, and that's very significant here. This is Rufflecopter's map pick, and we really felt that this could be even a Rufflecopter 2-0 when we initially saw the map veto. And when this map started, the first half, it just felt like this was going to be a Rufflecopter map. They pretty much controlled the first half quite well, you know, from attack. 4-2 half is pretty decent. But Rhythm, man, they have started to just step it up.
Yeah, I honestly, I can't believe how many of these rounds have swung the way of Rhythm. It's just absolutely ridiculous the number of times where I've said to myself, or I've said, okay, yeah, this is definitely looking to be a favor for the defense. And then Rhythm's just like, you thought. And it's just time and time again, my expectations are getting thwarted by the smart plays in the late round. Like, for Rhythm there, yeah, we talked about it, Raven, like pretty kind of poor vertical play, but that didn't matter in the end of the day. They rotated to a bakery take and completely surprised us and stormed it out with a flawless round at the end of the day. And now we're back to Bar Cocktail. Now, this has not been won by the defense as of yet. Not for Ruffle. But this could be where Rhythm closes it out and actually surprises everyone and takes Ruffle's map pick.
Well, it would be detrimental to say the very least, especially after what Rufflecopter have really been able to achieve, not just in the playoffs, but in the open qualifiers leading up to it. There was a real feeling around Rufflecopter being that team, being the team that might have been able to push it with the likes of Rhythm and FEROX. And they've shown good form, they've shown good mentality, but nothing trumps performance on the day, and right now, that is exactly what Rhythm have gone for, and they are turning up in ways that I'm sure Rufflecopter may not have expected on Cafe.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel expected by them, and I mean, even a little bit unexpected by... I can definitely speak for myself, but it was a little unexpected that this is where we're at, because, yeah, I felt like this was not a good match for Rhythm, that they had been just making some moves, not out of desperation, but just to try and really keep their opponents guessing. The Jaeger ban, pretty significant and not that common. But look, maybe that has been the play that has worked out here. I don't know if you could say that's enough of what's destabilized Rufflecopter on defense. But, you know, it certainly could be. It means that they've had to change operator lineups. Somebody is not playing their comfort pick of operator for this. And just you can't hold positions like you normally would when there's a Jaeger ban. So potentially that has just been the big brain move from Rhythm all along.
I think a lot of people expect, right, that, okay, Jaeger's banned, so we're going to see a lot more nade kills. We're going to see a lot more kills thanks to flashbangs. And that's not necessarily the case, right? Because these players are smart. They know that if they stay in the same place, they're going to get naded, they're going to get flashed. So we might not necessarily see more of those kind of kills. We're going to see people move differently. And my God, I'm trying to do some analysis and just chill out right here, and everyone's dying. Can you guys just chill out for 2 seconds? Rufflecopter says, guys, we want overtime.
And it's looming quite large here, Dev. 3 versus 5. The favor in Rufflecopter's hands, but that can very quickly be dismissed. We know the kind of players that Rhythm are as they push in deep here. Boydie steps up big for 2. Bouncing with what should be an unachievable task. Being tagged up left, right, and center. Out of bullets in the primary, pulls out the secondary. And we are headed to overtime. Rufflecopter push to round 12.
Overtime, and look, I think nothing signals scary zone for Rhythm than overtime. I'll tell you what.
Oh, don't.
It's time to shake the voodoo here. Time to shake the what seems like to be the unshakable for Rhythm. They've got to close this one out, because I genuinely believe if they can get this map off Rufflecopter, they are just in such a great position to be able to end this series before we get to Coastline. And look, as much as I'd love to see Coastline, I feel like that's kind of just the reality of the situation. And on top of that, it does put Rufflecopter into the high pressure situation. Let's bring it back to the stakes here. These guys are competing for that last spot of OCN for the entirety of 2021. The pressure is going to be firmly on the back of whoever loses map 1.
It's a great point. It is really, you know, we do bat on about the stakes, and especially I know particularly we were highlighting them yesterday in that PC 419 game, with both of those teams really being the highlighted teams from LPL and ones that we were expecting to do that kind of damage. But at the end of the day, if you miss out here, it's 12 months out of the top tournament in OS. And I mean, it's further than that. You know, you miss out on the opportunities for those major points, for the 6 Invitational, should you be good enough to make it. The implications are quite drastic.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Well, we're back into Rhythm's attacks. This has been a starkly attacker-favored map thus far. 8 rounds of attack to only 4 of defense. And guess what? Rhythm have brought to the table not their standard operator lineup. Well, they found a first pick there. That's going to certainly help out. But they've also brought this Amaru strategy. This is 100% going to be that east side Amaru strat. They're going to take control of reading. Bach will do the work to flush out whoever decides to play in reading, or rather above reading in cocktail. That's Campo. And then we'll eventually see Novakes come up the hatch. It worked out so well for Rhythm last time. Can they replicate it here?
Thing is, just how exactly do they get that reading control? Because again, the vertical holes have been set up by Campo. He can just hold that doorway. They do have the mute as well from Deptra, so surely they've done a similar play here where they've got the door muted up. It's barricaded on top of that, so they can't see directly who is there. So they're going to have to do a pretty solid clear of this middle floor before they decide to push through from a different direction. Rigba is playing aggressively around White Stairs too, so it's not just a matter of being able to push in through this hallway. Bouncin might be in for an early engagement with Rigba, and this is where it gets really risky for Rhythm.
Rigba may not have been... Well, sorry, Dev, I'm going to quickly cut you off there. Rigba may not have been the most of impactful players, but by God, he's been a thorn in the side of Rhythm, this entire side on their defense. And likely to be so, as he's still holding that line deep into reading there. It's going to be even more complicated for him to take it.
You can see that Rhythm clearly, at the moment at least, want to commit to this attack on the east side. The hard breach charge works just as well on castle barricades as it does work on hard walls. Novakes now to drone out the mirror. He spots it out. Yellow ping for his teammate. Novakes likely to go down eventually, but at the moment, the flashbangs rain in. Leb's going to try and secure that kill from underneath. Boats as well to throw in a nade, but Campo just staying alive at the moment, and the longer he can do so, the less likely Rhythm can take this round.
Gonna be tough. 40 seconds. Vertical holes being played. Campo stuck on the edge of that cabinet. It's not being able to capitalize though by Leb, and this could come back to haunt them as they try and get something happening towards side.
Oh no!
Time to liven things up. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Coming down to the last minute there. They will be able to get that defuser in, and Novakes, big kill. Detra making his way in. Face checks it. And in a 1v3, he's going to have to make this work. Both players out on the rappel. It does not seem doable, and Novakes directs to clean up, but... Whew, that looked really clean from Rhythm.
I can't believe that they managed to pull it off. Rhythm are the kings of committing. They just, they never give up. I mean, it's crazy to think that it took so long to flush out Campo from Cocktail, but as soon as that deed was done, it was a full send up the hatch, in through the windows. Let's get the job done. And Rhythm, well, they're quite good at that strategy, man. It's just, I'm really impressed by it. And I will say, there are a couple tiny pivotal moments that went wrong for Ruffle. Like, yeah, maybe if Campo hadn't whiffed his shots and had managed to take down Leb when he jumped off that Cocktail balcony down towards reading, maybe that round would have gone differently. Deptra was playing inside Freezer, and he tried to toss his C4 over to Cocktail. It got caught on the door frame, and it sat there, and it was unimpactful for the whole round. If Deptra had nailed that C4, maybe we'd be looking at a Rufflecopter match point right now. But guys, it is here, and Rhythm are one round away from taking Ruffle's map.
Great attack from Rhythm. Somehow that is 2 of the pure East attacks that they have now successfully done against Rhythm. I mean, that's not very common. And I'm going to say maybe that's what's going on. You know, Rufflecopter are probably very much used to the norm. You know, a team wall attack from Piano's side. They'll take Piano control, Cigar, they'll push through White Hallway, get Washroom, etc. But it's been a very unique attack from Rhythm. I mean, it's not like it hasn't been done before, but it's definitely not a situation that's been practiced a lot by some teams. And Rufflecopter, given that they, like we've said already, you know, they haven't played a whole lot of games at OCN kind of level, maybe they haven't had a lot of experience dealing with it, and it hasn't worked out particularly well. I mean, they have some of the right things there, like the vertical holes, but over-committing in certain areas. Campo, I mean, maybe things could have gone different. If he had yeeted over that ledge and got a kill, it could have panned out differently, but it just didn't. And Rhythm, they just are one round away from taking map 1 in this series.
That would be a very somber storyline for Rufflecopter. But it is definitely a reality at this point with the way that Rhythm have performed in this map. backing up from that as well. I'm sure after their narrow defeat on Clubhouse against FEROX in just the map prior, they will be feeling vengeance like no other.
Aggressive position might not work for Bouncing, but that's a Yana hologram, and the refrag comes out. Boydie and Campo together take down Bouncing with no refrag from the defense. That's a textbook demonstration of how to use the Gemini.
Really is. It's such an effective way to face check and have someone follow up to get the pick. So really great job from Rufflecopter. And speaking of really great job, look at this positioning. They have taken up all around this first floor in towards Freezer. That is going to put so much pressure towards Rhythm. And if the vertical comes through from above to clear out around B site, you see holes there already. This could end up being a comfortable plant for Rufflecopter. I think this is looking quite good for them at the moment. They just have to capitalize on what they've got.
55 seconds left. This is still match point here for Rhythm on the first map. OJ uses his ex-Kairos, but as you said, I mean, this could go either way, very much so. Time's ticking away, and when this execute comes down, the numbers equality has been achieved by the defense, and this is about to get hot.
Certainly a big talking point, being able to trade there. Rigba has the long line. Noveix doubles down, but that's what we needed from Rigba. Stepping up when it matters. The impact is there. They're going to drop into Freezer now. Drex might be able to hold for a second longer, but pulls the smoke out at the wrong time. Boydie will catch incredible timing there. OJ now down. Noveix falls. It's all on the boats in a 1v1 with Boydie on the other side. Boydie's going to stick it right now. Boats, does he have the information? He's going to hold it as well. Will he peek up, Boydie? Oh my word, I thought that was Boats, but he's still alive. He's still holding on. And can he make it work? No.
Oh my gosh.
Boydie holds on for dear life, and to round 15 we go, all the way through overtime to decide this one.
That was, my gosh, what an end to that round. That was insane. Boydie, what a great effort though. I mean, like, he really opened the round up for Rufflecopter to get into that position. It felt like Rhythm were holding fast on sight. They downed OJ in the plant position as well. Boydie came back to answer and stepped it up. Far out. And now here we are, 7-7. This is the decider round for this map. Rhythm, they need to pull together one more attack if they want to take this off of Rufflecopter.
Man, this could definitely swing either way, but if there's one thing for sure, Raven, it's that this series, I should say, has delivered, in fact, far outshone our expectations. I mean, if you have a look at what we were saying going into this game, it's that maybe Rufflecopter with this map veto can take it in 2-0. Rhythm surprised us with how strong they were in this map, especially on their attacks. And now it's a complete toss-up. But this is Ruffle's map, map 2. Just after this one will be Oregon. It's what Rhythm chose to take us to. And I have absolutely no idea who's going to win this. I have no idea who's going to take the series. But, damn, it's been exciting.
That's the best ride, right? We're gonna decide it all the way down to the end, and of course, I'm sure this goes without saying, but so far in this series in particular, it has been so attacking-sided, it's not even funny. 4-2, 4-2, both halves finished, and so far, not a single round in overtime has been won by the defense, clearly. Generally the way it goes, isn't it? But this, if we're statistically speaking here, favors Rhythm. If we're speaking in terms of storyline, I don't like Rhythm's chance. They have been notorious for being in this situation on multiple occasions, Raven.
Look, it's going to be tough. It's a 50-50 situation for Reading Fireplace. Rhythm won it way back in round 8 on the attack, and then Rufflecopter, they won successful defense in round 10. Now, that was the one where Rhythm decided to do the dining plant, which was really, I don't want to say too doom and gloomy, but it felt like it wasn't going to work out, right? They just didn't have the right control. It wasn't set up well enough. So this is going to be on Rhythm to adapt, to figure out what they can do different. Are they still going to do the dining plant? And if so, are they actually going to push through and do it. This is a nasty angle from Campo. He hasn't found anybody from it, though.
He sat there that entire time waiting, and the second he moves away, the player repels upwards. Oh well, all is well that ends well there with a minute 30, well minute 40 I should say, left on the clock. Rufflecopter will want to continue to burn that time down. You'll obviously see a fair few C4s potentially coming up into that flooring with OJ getting all of that intel. No one to face just yet. Ribba actually comes up to support from White Stairs as is kept control of by Rhythm.
Both previous defenses of this bomb site, Ruffle found the opening pick. One of them, they ended up winning the round, one not so. Boydie actually decides to get back to the bomb site and completely sacrifice this top floor control with 1 minute 10 on the clock. That's going to enable Rhythm to roll up in and for Leb to open the floor and start to take out these players. In particular, Deptra and OJ are especially vulnerable, but that floor is going to be lava in just a minute. Another C4 rolls out, but still no cigar, pardon the pun. Deptra holding on for as long as possible, and this is going to be a 5 versus 5 when it comes to the execute, surely.
Scary stuff. I tell you what, these vertical holes have not been fruitful, which is what you need. I see a player on the flank of Brown Stairs here. 30 seconds. Campo might be able to open up as Rhythm push through. Manic, how is this map going to end?
Surely Campo is the linchpin right now. You couldn't ask for much better. How's that C4? No! It doesn't connect, but Boydie's been able to do some damage in the meantime. Bouncing continues to double down on the side of Rhythm. The diffuser is down, but the trades are coming in so quickly. Rhythm can't hold on. All of a sudden, OJ, it's got to come down to it. Leb, where is he? Does he have the vertical line? Just gets off it in time. He can play for this, but they're going to go with the 2v1, sorry. OJ and Campo, two players you need in this situation with Campo going down. That may just be the nail in the coffin. Leb doesn't have the angle, but it won't make a difference. He can sit there. He can toy with him all he likes. OJ knows he's going to have to stick it eventually. Leb's going to spot him out, and that is going to be it. Rhythm walk away with the map pick of Rufflecopter, and that sets us off in a 1-0 start for the lower bracket final.
What a way to do it too. Oh my gosh, that round was absolutely insane. That 5v5 execute coming out at 30 seconds, maybe even later. I can't even remember what timestamp it was. That was nuts. And Leb, I don't know if people remember, but maybe flashbacks to their match against FEROX and OCN. That was an overtime loss for them, and they did not deny the plant or the disable from Todd. Regardless, I just think that was a fantastic effort from Rhythm. And that's just the first map of this series, guys.
Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is the first time we've seen Rhythm actually confirm an overtime match in OCN. So,
yeah, fifth time's the charm. It's just ridiculous when you think of it like that, right? Like, Elevate, Wildcard, Noble, Knights, finally. I don't know, I'm just... if I was Rhythm support stuff, if I was Yoshi watching this, I'd just be like, no, mate, this is too much. Too much to handle.
Yeah, I feel that too. Oh my gosh, it'd be such a heart attack. And then, like, the worst thing is support stuff, right, is you're not watching, you're just listening generally. You usually only hear the comms, that kind of thing, and you can't see what's going on. I can't imagine how chaotic that last round would have sounded. But full credit to Rhythm. They played that map so well. Their attacks were beautifully done, and they did some attacks that I would say are just, not particularly normal. Of course, you can do them, but not the norm. That cocktail attack in particular is what stands out for me. I think Rufflecopter really struggled with that on a site that you would try and really back yourself into winning bar cocktail. Rhythm swinging that in their favor, I would say, is significant in this victory.
Yeah, I was in particular really impressed with Rhythm being able to convert those really late executes. Their average execute time was 16 seconds left versus Ruffle at 33 seconds left. That's such a stark difference, but Rhythm ended up being better on attack overall.
Look, it was a couple of chaotic rounds, it was a chaotic match, and a chaotic start to our our best of three for the lower bracket final, guys. We're going to go to a short break. We're going to catch our breaths. We suggest you do the same. We'll see you on the other side for the second map.
Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
Well, the nail is in the coffin, but the hammer may fall on Oregon. It's Rafflecopter down and Rhythm up. They're ready to step back into the limelight, step back into OCN 2021. It was probably the most chaotic map I have ever seen. Raven, please, just very quick recap thoughts on what that was for anyone who potentially just joined.
Look, it was a very attacker-sided cafe, for one thing. Really, we didn't see many defense rounds won at all. In fact, it was 4 for the entirety of the map out of 15 rounds. That's pretty significant. But yeah, Rhythm just did a great job stepping it up. That was Rafflecopter's map pick. It felt like after a 4-2 half 1 from Rafflecopter that it was just going to be in the books and Rhythm would have to look at map 2. But no, they really stood up. They fought hard and they got that 8-7 win.
Dev, final thoughts before we move on to what will be Oregon of all maps for Rhythm here?
It was incredibly exciting, and my god, I couldn't call it either way. Rhythm had some fantastic attack rounds, but then again, so did Rafflecopter as well. We saw a lot of creativity from both teams, rush strats, cool different strategies, but yeah, as you said, it is Rhythm that took it at the end of the day, and for the first time, managed to score that 8th round that they needed in an overtime.
Overtime, finally, at last, the curse is broken. And like you said, Dev, it only took 5 times to get it done and dusted. We move to Oregon now, which I'm sure Rafflecopter will be at least well prepared on, you'd have to expect. Potentially they may have some issues here. I don't really think so. When we look at their seasonal stats from LPL, they went 3-1. I do want to make sure that we preface this, but that is a very different competition to what we see a team like Rhythm in, for example. But we have only seen Rhythm play on it once. So any thoughts about why potentially we're seeing this particular map, Raven?
Look, I think it's important to say that Oregon loss for Rhythm and OCN was a 6-8, one of their overtime losses, against Pittsburgh Nice. So that is no slouchy kind of loss. It's not like they lost to, a team that's a bit of a pushover or anything like that. Like, it was a very well-fought match against one of the top 2 teams in Oceanic region. So while that is all we've seen on Rhythm, why I'm not particularly convinced on it, it still shows that they have good form. On the other hand, looking at Rafflecopter's LPL results, they did lose at 6-8 themselves to FEROX. So based on that, I mean, like, that shows they're pretty decent at it as well. I think it's going to be a really tight contest.
I mean, considering FEROX is the first team through promo relegations to qualify back for OCN, yeah, I think getting a close 6-8 loss against them in LPL is still pretty good for Raffle. So that's at least something going for them.
Yeah, the best part about this is Rafflecopter genuinely had a good map on Cafe. So our storyline continues along the same trek of this is really anyone's game. I don't want to go ahead and say 50-50 at this point, but it will come down to those small nitty-gritty things. You know, I think that both of these teams have shown their form, especially in the playoffs as it stands right now. And I think in their own respective competitions, every team has had to respect them at some point. Do we have any reservations for Rafflecopter, as this will be this would be the last map if they can't get past it, Dev?
There's nothing standing in front of these teams except for each other. It is a dog fight for that last spot in Oceanic Nationals 2021. Only one of these teams will make it. Honestly, it could go either way. I can't call it. I'm going to sit on the fence until the deed is done.
Feel that. I'll tell you what, I feel that. This is going to be tough because, I mean, Cafe was very close. That's the thing, right? It's not like Rhythm just stormed away with it. It was an 8-7 win in a 1v1 post-plant situation. Both teams played very well on Cafe. And here we are. Oregon is Rhythm's map pick, but at the same time, we've already said it, you know, we see Rafflecopter probably playing pretty well on this map as well. So I don't see why this potentially isn't stacking up to be a similar kind of banger that we saw out of map 1.
Diving into this operator veto, though, I'm going to have a look, and, well, previously, Rafflecopter have always banned Maverick on this map, so it's a bit of a surprise to me that they're the ones getting rid of the Thatcher. I'm super curious as well that Rhythm get rid of that Capitao. It's something that we actually saw Rhythm themselves using on map number 1. And as well earlier today in their game against FEROX. Not a super staple ban, though, these days. Maybe that Capitao ban is, what? You got something to say there, Rob? I can feel it.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm just grinning. I'm grinning behind my teeth on that Clash ban.
Oh, man. It's when Clash is in the server, it can be very frustrating. So I don't blame people who want to get rid of that. But of course, that does leave at the moment Mira in. Mira may well be the final ban here. I think it's the most typical one. And there you very much go. Of course, that does leave Kaid on the board, and Kaid is incredibly strong here, especially with that Thatcher ban. So we're likely to see, just as we did earlier today on Oregon, Maverick picked just about every single round.
Yeah, Maverick is going to be important, especially for basement defense. You're going to have to be able to get electrical hatch open, maybe blue walls if you're going to push that way. In general, Maverick, as you said, Debbie, he's going to be a pretty solid stayer in these lineups. Ace is also probably going to be the secondary hard breach because he is very helpful on Oregon at the same time. Hard breach is usually a pretty important role on Oregon. There are some pretty key walls in all 3 bomb sites that you would generally hold here that you would want to get open. So that is going to be important. And look, I don't think I saw a Kaid picked on the defense, which I'm incredibly surprised about.
Yeah, in fact, 0 wall denial operator choices on Raffle's part, which is very, very unusual. But hey, there are like ways around it, especially because the Hibana has not been picked here. I mean, the Ace, I guess, still does the job. Like, I'm trying to picture how you could just accept walls being breached out without trying to contest them. But I really got to say, I think that is maybe a bit of a blunder on their side. And look, I'm ready to be proven wrong. But perhaps it's the case that Ruffle really want to lean into this shield meta rather than playing any wall denial because they've leaned into the Goyo, the Wamai, and the Smoke all together, bringing shields out a total of 4, plus that Malusi. I think the Malusi would be the obvious one that I would trade out for the Kaid, but maybe they just want to make sure that Rhythm can't go for these aggressive plays and make sure that Rhythm have just more bulletproof utility to clear.
I think that's pretty bang on, Dev, and I'm excited to see how this does work out for them. They've also played a more, I don't know whether you call it strange, but it's a different shield placement here in the elbow position on this extension. They've played it very far back, so maybe the idea is to bait out some of the drones, thinking, hey, it's a free corner, and then try and catch them off guard. I don't know. It's a strange little strategy that we've got from Rufflecopter here, because they've also got no reinforcements on that electrical angle towards pillar, which you would kind of see one there to allow some freedom of rotation around that pillar. It depends how Rhythm reads into this. I think this could catch them off guard.
I think the big scary thing for me, the big weakness in Rufflecopter's setup is if they do end up losing all of these shields, that's when I think they're going to be in a really exposed position. So I'm definitely looking at Rhythm. Can they deal with the fact that there is both the Jaeger and the Wamai on the board? These days, you don't often see both together anymore. Often one gets banned. Can they burn through that utility and then destroy those deployable shields? Because if so, I think that Ruffle may find themselves exposed.
2 magnets and 2 ADS systems there. That is going to be a lot of fun for them. In fact, that was 4 magnets put over there. They will be able to dismiss that first of the shields there, Dev, as you were mentioning prior. But they've still got, I believe, at least it's 1 magnet and 2 ADS systems to burn through on OJ's position. So this could play dividends for Rufflecopter in the end here.
Oh. It's another shield gone as well. So just 2 left, and that does leave Pillar and Electrical very exposed as we see the drones come in droves. Ruffle needs to be very careful. This could slide against them.
Yeah, also, it looks like Ripper is actually going to reinforce OJ into this corner. No, he's pulled out of it. I was really expecting that they were going to just stick that. But regardless of that, the time delay right now has been very significant for Rufflecopter here. It is 40 seconds. And only just now are Rhythm pushing in through blue to start to prepare this execute. No picks from either team either. So really starting this exactly how we finished round 1. Bouncin gets the opening though.
Why does it not surprise me? Really nice line held. How does Boydie win that? Now Noveix will start to stick it just on the edge of E there. They hit a C4. It'll actually catch Boats, who was trying to move to pillars there. And Noveix is going to go back and reattempt to stick this. They're going to try to swing now. Leb's got a great line to hold and support from a 3 versus 3. It's all crumbling apart in the hands. Drex is pushing deep, and Boydie now will be able to hold on with Campo by his side for a first round on the defensive half and basement.
Very close though. I tell you what, again, it came down to a lot of trades. That sort of a 5v5 kind of execute in that stage ends up happening. I kind of felt like Rhythm had got themselves to a point where maybe they were going to be able to get that, but no, Rufflecopter, they stuck their heels in. They did lock it out, so the strat worked. And I mean, on top of that, they did get a good time delay, honestly, with no wall denial, nothing denying hatches, and just the way that they had set up the shield in elbow, that kind of thing, they really did burn a lot of time out of that attack for Rhythm. So, yes, good job, Rufflecopter.
Especially considering the fact that they did actually lose elbow control. OJ was the first one to fall. Yeah, I mean, I think Bouncin was refragged there, but considering all that, I wouldn't have really favored Ruffle at the end of that round. So I thought Rhythm had it going for them, but a couple of really nice C4s. They didn't necessarily deny the plant from Rhythm, but they delayed the plant because Noveix himself was trying to bait out C4s. He would start planting, and then he would run away. He managed to survive the second C4 by that method, but it meant that by the time he came back, well, Rhythm were a bit overwhelmed, and Rufflecopter had delayed enough time that desperation led to Rhythm's demise.
Like, there were a couple of turning points there as well. You know, Boydie catching out Bouncin on the elbow, like we were saying, and then Boats unfortunately copying the shrapnel from that C4. They would have been well in the advantage of a 4 versus 3 and potentially could have changed the tides completely. OJ Maybe leaving himself with a fair bit of room and support down on that first floor, which we do see being so pivotal in holding this top site of dorms.
Very solid extension there. Down below. Already, Lev has used a breach charge to clear one of those castle barricades. Campo with an ADS in the corner here in Armory. Looks like he's set to hold this pretty hard and yes, aggressive at this window. Lev's going to have to be careful if he's going to continue to push this. It actually seems like he is pulled away here. And now he's going to clear this barricade at the top of the Armory stairs. I'm sure that's a breach charge that's got placed. There it goes. So already a lot of those castle barricades cleared away. But it's more about what they can do with those cleared. Campo is still running very freely around this Armory side.
Well, Campo gets aggressive. May well find someone here bouncing just outside the lobby.
Doesn't surprise me at all that it's Campo spearheading that attack either. You can see on the other side of things, Rex and Boats, they already have that right-hand side open. Some nice little holes to burn through the utility in Addict as Campo. Oh, how's that for a roam? This could be absolutely monstrous here, guys.
I think there's a drone in T1, but I didn't see anyone on it right now. This could be a chance for Campo to flank. Yes, there is an air jab from the Nomad to contend with, but if he could shoot that, this might be a free flank. I don't think anyone's aware of it. Boats looks completely caught off guard, but Campo decides not to commit. You can see how paranoid he is about those drones. He might have missed a huge opportunity here, and he may well get caught out by bouncing if he comes up the main stairs. No, he goes up Laundry, or rather the freezer stairs. That's a smart move.
Yeah, by Campo. Could have really gone bad for him. And right now, again, we are really approaching this final phase of the round with 5v5. It's started to become the trend for these teams as we've seen the last map of Cafe and now Oregon these first couple of rounds. Some good progress made from Rhythm, but it's about this final push through, and Drex looks like he's going to be the first to fall here, so Rufflecopter standing up.
Whether they know or not as well, nice shot from Deptra to stop the player coming in from walk-in. Rigba holds the deep line from Dorms. Look at this from Campo. Oh, he'll find himself a double. That is absolutely massive. It may have just dismantled that push from Attic, and now they're going to have to try to cut their losses and go deep here. It's only bouncing, and he's not going to make it past OJ. That is a huge round from Campo to find those two players in Attic, but once again, credit to Rufflecopter for securing it.
Man, yeah, it fell apart very swiftly there for Rhythm. Campo was, I don't reckon he was ever within 50 meters aside. I mean, I don't know about the distance, but seriously, he was just everywhere but the bomb site that entire round. And yeah, he had an impact the final 20 seconds. Caught two in Attic. Made it very hard for Rhythm to even salvage something for that round. So Rufflecopter are looking great at the start of Oregon. Potentially a little fired up after the way Cafe ended.
Doesn't it just go to show that patience is a virtue there for Campo? He was so tempted to flank up the rear stairs, and then he went back to freezer. He moved back. I mean, I want to know what his pedometer reading is, because I'm sure that he's done more than his fair share of 10,000 steps today.
And it's so funny, because that's what we were highlighting, that we've seen Campo, and, well, actually not just Campo, but Bouncing as well, on a map like Coastline, where you really just can't control them. You cannot contain them, and a Beast Unleashed is probably the best way of explaining them when they hit their kind of final form on those flanks, and it's a great way to highlight that just there.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, so here we go, onto the third tertiary bomb site, kitchen and meeting. See what Rufflecopter have on this one. If they do manage to go up the 3-0, it's starting to be a bit of a daunting situation for Rhythm, just given that, I mean, these have been tough rounds to them. They have used every second up until execute without getting opening picks, and I think that's hurting them quite a lot. I think they're really going to lean on a man count just to initiate something, get them going a little earlier. I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you, just given how well Rhythm were attacking on Cafe, that this is their map pick, and it just feels like they're struggling to get something happening with these attacks until it's just very late in the round.
Well, let's not forget, right, that when Rhythm played this very map earlier today against FEROX, they lost 5 attacks in a row, and in fact failed to win a single attack the entire map long. So I think it's pretty safe to say that Rhythm attacking Oregon, it's just simply not their forte.
That's a very good point, and obviously we did preface in the pre-game with this is also a map that Rafflecopter are very comfortable on. Rigba happy to take the early fights there. Drex has been downed in the meantime. These Lions from up in Attic give Rigba all the support that's needed. And looking for something very cheeky. Rigba will be more than happy to capitalize on a misstep.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Rhythm.
Does make you wonder, you know, if Rhythm are really that struggling with Oregon attacks, why is them a pick? But at the end of the day, look, maybe they are backing it in to be able to just get a couple of these rounds and then bring it home on the defense. We'll wait and see, but at the moment, Rafflecopter, they are all over Rhythm. Campo will finally finish off Drex. He was down in an earlier engagement. And this is 2 minutes gone. It just feels like Rhythm are almost quite literally, they're up against the wall.
There's still a little bit of time left for Rhythm to prepare for this, but man, they look a little bit lost. This meeting and kitchen bomb site is probably the least common, and here you go. Nice shot there from Leb, perfectly read onto Rigba. 35 seconds remain left, 4v4 on the server. The execute, the onus is on Rhythm.
OJ making his way down kitchen stairs there. We'll keep an eye on him on the flank, that is. He's going to try to take the fight into Bouncin', and Bouncin' will come out on top. No Vex is going to open up onto the side as well. Pushing straight through Split, dismantling them on sight. And Deptra, well, he'll be caught out by Leb. Rhythm really tidy it up there, and it looks all but neat in the third round on Oregon.
Such a good execute in the end. I mean, they just ended up storming. I wouldn't even say they stormed side. I mean, they did get onto meeting eventually, but they got picks around. They got OJ. Novak's got a beautiful little double that got the initiation into meeting. That was the real crutch there. And Leb as well, he was a significant impact just hindering those flankers or roamers. He got one. It was Rigba, I believe, down in the basement, and then he rotated all the way up to the top floor to catch the other, which was Deptra in Attic. So, great attack in the end from Rhythm. I mean, I was criticizing them. Really looked stalled out. They looked like they were getting absolutely nowhere. And then just after a few picks, that's all they needed. Into meeting, getting plant down, and that's it. Round one.
If I'm not mistaken as well, Drex was the first player to fall, which was that Maverick. And you could see they had that top line for the Maverick trick open on meeting. And once he falls, they don't have it completely open. I really do give props to Rhythm for adapting to that mid-round, because it was around that 2-minute mark that had been burnt through the timer before they had to kind of rearrange and reassess. So good signs from Rhythm in the third round. They will definitely want to be backing this up. However, this site was caused all sorts.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, we've actually seen a complete pivot in strategy from Rafflecopter, keeping in mind that they won their last defense of this laundry supply room bomb site. Now they've decided, look guys, actually let's no longer lean into that shield meta. In fact, there's not a single shield on their lineup. Goodbye Goyo, goodbye Smoke, goodbye Wamai. It's very much a roam-centric setup that we have here, plus a bit of wall denial thrown in for good measure. Not only do we have information denial in the Mutant Mozzie, the castle's going to help reinforce those roamers, which you can see at the moment are going so far as meeting and kitchen. It's going to be really difficult here for Rhythm to try and clear the map, and really tempting for them to try and rush the site, which of course is going to be difficult with the Kayi to protect those reinforced walls and the Malusi to boot.
Bouncing though. Here he is. He's so early in towards the start of the map. My gosh. Campo is going to fall caught sleeping. It's not well backed up. Drex has been taken low, but he comes out on top of that engagement. And just like that, within the first minute, that is Rafflecopter losing 2. OJ gets a snap onto Boats' head, though, to at least start the fight back for Rafflecopter, but certainly hasn't worked out as well as the previous attempts.
Oh, that was a gnarly shot from OJ, but just like you're saying, Raven, Rhythm really just kind of brushed them aside on that top floor roam. Bouncing being, once again, just such a pivotal part in opening the round up. Campo, who's been such an incredible player with so many good performances. Look at this, the reaggress. Sorry, as I'm in the middle of talking here, they've reaggressed on the flank. They've got 2 players now pushing kitchen as OJ is the sole person on site. And they may just cut their losses and fall back here, but still quite split and open up here.
Yeah, jeez. Rufflecopter doubling down. Bouncing, though, he's still looming around that kitchen hallway, so this is where it's going to have to be an interesting little tussle for Rufflecopter. They don't seem particularly aware. This is a great angle, though.
Oh! He's out of bullets! He couldn't finish off the spray, and as a result, Novakes is somehow allowed to stay alive a bit longer. Rigba gets punished. He pays for it with his life. Now just a low HP OJ and Deptra to hold on. This is going to be so tough with 40 seconds left. OJ and Deptra hold the fort just a bit more. Suddenly this is a 2v2, and Novakes is so low HP as well. He goes down, bouncing. You better clean house right here.
What has happened?
God, no way that Rufflecopter have just come away with that. OJ just stands up. He finished it off with 3. Unreal.
Oh, you're kicking yourselves if you're Rhythm in that situation. Literally from like the first 30 seconds, we had them picked to take that round. Then Rigba misses an entire clip on that player just underneath the meeting hatch. It looked like it had all gone horribly wrong, but just Deptra and OJ, 2 players that we've highlighted throughout this weekend, once again step up in a colossal way, if you will.
Yeah, it was actually a 4K for OJ at the end of the day, which is kind of funny considering what Guz just sent me that he had been spamming in the chat, which is not a very nice thing to say towards OJ's feelings. And I guess that kind of just riled him up a little bit. And he's like, mate, I'm gonna shut you right on up, get a nice cheeky 4K. And I mean, to think that Rhythm started that round with 2 kills onto the roamers, and then Rufflecopter just absolutely turns it on its head.
2v4 into the win for Rufflecopter. That was big. That was looking like we were going to see a 2-2 scoreline. Rhythm had done a great job. I kind of felt like maybe what happened to them at the end was they just tried to play a little too careful. I don't know, like they should have just... I felt like they could have just monstered site. OJ in particular, it was just sitting there. They were both low HP as well, OJ and Deptra. It was just 1 bullet basically for both of them to end it, so just refrag it out. But I don't know. Either way, Rufflecopter, that was a big round now. It was kind of against the grain because Rhythm had done a great job with attacking in round 3. And now round 4 looked like it was going to go well, but it just hasn't. This 3-1 lead is looking good for Rufflecopter.
Well, we'll turn our attentions back to the dorms bomb site. Honestly, I'm still impressed that the Rhythm have found 1 round. There's kind of grim as that sounds, right? It's pretty damning when you look at their game earlier today and they didn't find a single attack. So I'm definitely expecting Rhythm to come in with a vengeance on their defense. And as a result, Ruffle really needs to steal away as many attacks as they can. Now, that impact trick didn't quite work on the first shot, but the second one does do the trick. But I expect Novak should have 1 Selma remaining to make a at least crouchable hole, if not a walkable hole, on that games.
And Devil's Advocate here, Boydie from all sound cues should still have his 2 impacts should he have brought those in. So there you go. That is going to be all the Selmas done and dusted, my friend. Not good.
Look at this. Manic Monday, the analyst. I love this.
Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Don't worry, I'm turning the tides here, gents.
Got it. I love it. But he got tagged up a little in the side there from a nice tight angle at the double window. This is just going to stall that Rhythm a little bit. Certainly something that they are prone to. That's a dangerous place to be sticking your head, Novak, so I would be careful about doing that more than once. And he certainly learnt it from those bullet traces.
Yeah, well, he wants to breach this wall, but he knows Boydie's still got 1 more impact, so he wants to try and peek it. But Boydie's just gonna, there you go. That pick's not gonna do a damn thing except soak up a bit of damage, but the first pick does go the way of Rhythm. And Rigby goes down to a nade.
Yep. Looking good here for Rhythm. They're setting up now, and Bouncin gets another. So here we are, same position as the previous round. It's a 5 versus 3, but OJ standing up. It's back now, Manic.
Oh, God. Leb's trying to get something done here. Campo's still alive. That's a problem. OJ from the previous on a 4K. He may just be, once again, the linchpin for the Rafflecopter defense. Both of these players in good stead. Rhythm very cautious in their approach to the site. They don't want to give up anything for free here. And Campo, he's going to go for a repeat there. Oh my goodness, Leb's hit a nutty shot. That's going to be the diffuser put down now. OJ essentially in a 1v1 once that diffuser starts to be put down. He peaks at the perfect time, but he can't connect anything. And now with Boats on such little HP, if he can find the timing, no, Boats will hold the line and OJ will fall. This time Rhythm ensured the advantage. But it was still a nail-biter.
Oh, nail-biter for sure. Oh my god, I can't believe it ended up in almost the same situation there. OJ again getting amongst it. But it was well fought and held by the Rhythm crew. And now 2-3. I think that's not too bad given that Rafflecopter have looks like they might have been able to run away with the half. And if Rhythm do manage to salvage a 3-3 half here, I think that's a bit of a win for them.
Oh, no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind here that even a 2-4 for Rhythm is looking pretty fly. I mean, considering that against FEROX earlier today, I know I keep harping on about this, but if you look at Rhythm's defense, rather, so that's what we'll be seeing in the second half, against FEROX, Rhythm won 4 out of those 6 defenses. So, I mean, yes, you're right. If it's a 3-3 half here for Rhythm and they can simply replicate that 4 defensive rounds they won against FEROX earlier today, then the final score will be a 7-5, presumably, or it could even be so good as a 7-3 should Rhythm find all those 4 defense wins in a row here against Ruffle. And yeah, even if it's a 2-4 against Rhythm in their attacking half, I still have full faith that they can at minimum push overtime.
One thing I'm finding really interesting right now, talking about stats, so far out of the 20 rounds that have been played from Cafe now onto Oregon, the opening kill, opening death have been split right down the center. That's 10 apiece. And I honestly think that's a testament for how close these games have really been. The fact that we're seeing such tightly contested openings to the match. You're looking at the end round being 3v3s, 5v5s. It is just something that kind of has kept me on the edge of my seat, I'll say that much. But Campo, I will really want to highlight here. He's currently 5-1 in terms of the opening kill, opening death. So he is really standing up for Rafflecopter in the early parts of these rounds.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. And now back to this Dorm's defense. So this is the 3rd attempt. It has been 50-50. Very much like a bit of a deja vu here. Oh my gosh, Campo, I thought he was out that window, but no, he decided not to jump. Leb is just going to be doing his dues to open up both of these castle barricades so that they have the access in towards Armory. Campo, might have been caught sleeping there, but Leb was not actually behind the breach charge. So either way, he's still able to run around, but a bit more restricted. And it looks like it's just business as usual here for Rhythm on the attack at Dorms.
There was a bit of a change-up, though. I mean, Ruffle, this is the same lineup that they had the first time they defended this bomb site, which they won. And then they changed a few things around. Like last round in particular, we saw Deptra playing the smoke instead of the mute, and we saw OJ on the mute. The castle was simply forgone. That's not the case here. Deptra's actually going to try and play aggressive. Perhaps this is part of the reason he wanted to get off the smoke so that he could play aggressive and risk his life earlier in the round.
Just waiting for that early contact. He's going to see the knees. Did Drex get it open in time? I don't know if there's anything left in that. And if there is, oh my word, how fortunate is that? Wow, that would have been the last second there, Raven.
I reckon he's cursing this wall, man, because that looked as good as open, but hasn't worked out. And Campo on the flank, he's going to finish off Boats. And all Rafflecopter, they have stepped it up on this round, and Rhythm are left flailing right now.
Oh, Bouncing just going to be missing that one. Novaic opening up. Boydie actually gives them a fair bit of space to move into, and you can see Bouncing was trying to capitalize on that exactly. If Rigba goes down there, it's anyone's game. It's not to be. Rafflecopter will take the final round of the half. 4-2 it ends as we now switch halves.
Yeah, a big round there for Deptra. I mean, if you look at the start of that round where he was getting so aggressive, risking his life over on in Attic, he not only found the first kill onto Drex. I mean, yeah, Drex had managed to do his job in terms of the hard breach, but from that point, Deptra said, hey guys, I'm not backing off here. He would have called out to his teammates that he was continuing to aggress in that position, and Campo enabled that flank, and then it was all over Red Rover, really. Rhythm were just desperately trying to claw something back, and Deptra wasn't done. He ended up hunting down at least one more kill before the round was over. Ended up being, in my opinion, probably the most convincing defense that Rafflecopter managed to pull off in that half.
It's funny, isn't it? The last round of the half is what gives us one of the better performances, but by all means, Raven, we had some close rounds in there. By the way, welcome back very quickly before we move on. I always like to say hello to the wonderful audience. Wave to them, Raven. Dev and I have. Don't be rude. Come on. There we go.
All right.
Good.
Jeez.
And now we're moving
slow.
on. Now we're moving on. But very, very similar to a lot of what we saw on Cafe as well. Closer rounds, quite hotly contested. And once again, some really chaotic rounds.
Boy, yeah, some of them really have been chaotic and come down to those last moments. And it's not just about the whole 20-second meta thing either. It's just that they have the 5v5 and then it's just this explosive execute, or it just gets this messy execute, if that, and it comes down to these 1v1 or 2v1 situations. Regardless, it has been a solid half. Rafflecopter, I think, would be kicking themselves that they didn't win more rounds than that. And I think Rhythm will be stoked, like Dev said earlier, that they did manage to secure even two. It does situate them in a pretty solid position moving on to defense now. If they can back themselves to win the majority of these defense rounds, they could take this map. I think Dev said it as well, 7-5. You know, that seems like it's a realistic scoreline.
Yeah, and I've got to say, to bring this all back in for a minute, we're at a bit of an impasse at the moment, a bit of a break, because that first half is now concluded. It's kind of a reset moment for these teams. We see Ruffle switch onto the attack. So I figure, let's bring it back into the grander scheme of things. And, well, Rhythm, they've been playing in OCN and T1, whether that's Six Masters or Pro League, season upon season. And yeah, that roster's been pretty turbulent. A lot of veterans have parted ways. But Rafflecopter, they're kind of a lot of players who have played in various teams in the past. You know, Campo actually on Rhythm, Deptra on FEROX, and OJ on Rhythm way back in the day as well. In fact, at the Six Masters 2020 LAN event that we had. So there's a lot of history with this roster, but only one of them's going to make it to OCN 21, and the other one's going to have to sit in LPL for the rest of the year and just chill out and ride the wave. I don't know, if you ask me, trying to make a career as a professional player, I can tell you for damn sure I'd be gunning to get a spot in the proper T1 league. So, I mean, there's a lot riding on this. And with Rhythm already taking Ruffle's map pick, and now in our mind, Raven, being in an advantage here on map number 2, this is where we really need to see Ruffle step it up.
Yeah, and likewise, I'll play the devil's advocate. I'll flip the side of the coin here. Rhythm, if they are unable to secure their own map pick, one, we will ask questions, but two, we go to Coastline, and look, we did have it didn't look close if you're just looking at the round difference between Rhythm and Rafflecopter just yesterday on Coastline. It was 7-4, but there were some huge clutches from Drex and Leb and Bouncin that really pushed them over the line. And so for me, I'm leaning toward that Rafflecopter camp should they be able to convert this. And, you know, at the end of the day, this is a great point that Raven brought up yesterday, and I'd actually forgotten about it. The wonderful esport journalist Ducky had actually told us not told us, made a tweet about this. They were 4 to 5 rounds off coming first in OCN. That's Rhythm, of course. And they're in relegations right now. Like, what? It could not become more of, you know, a better storyline if we'd asked for it, Raven.
Yeah, oh, look, 100%. I love that you brought that up, because I think it's just such a great way to show how Rhythm had played well in the season, but just couldn't close their maps. And that's just, yeah, it really was the story of how it played out. And right now they're in a situation, it doesn't matter what they do, they have to close these maps out. They want to be getting back into OCN for next year. There's no question about it now. This is the time, the only time that they will have to be able to defend that spot. If they lose this series to Rufflecopter, well, that's it. They've got no more opportunity. And it's great you also brought up the coastline map that we saw yesterday because, yeah, look, they did win at 7-4. It was at least 3 rounds on the top of my mind that they clutched that just should not have been theirs by all rights. And Deptra from Rufflecopter did mention it in their interview as well. He said they knew like they were rounds that they should have won, and if they had tidied that up, they probably would have won coastline. I dare say that's how they've, or why they've let it through in the veto to be the decider anyway. So look, as much as I am incredibly excited to see a map 3, at least for now for map 2, I want to see this get closer. I would love to see OT again, honestly.
And just to build this even more for Rhythm, right? You said that amazing quote from Ducky that really puts things in perspective, which is if those 3 or 4 rounds had gone the other way and Rhythm had won those maps, then they would have come first in the season. That's insane. But also, if we just simply had draws instead of best of ones with overtime, Rhythm would have come in front of FEROX because they would have had enough draws that it would have outweighed FEROX's extra wins. I mean, isn't that just crazy? This goes to show how close Rhythm is with the rest of the Tier 1 competition in our region. And, well, Rufflecopter, they've got to prove that they deserve their spot because, I mean, I think there's a hefty argument for why Rhythm do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the odds would stack against them in this conversation, but it's also what makes this such an interesting topic is you look at LFO from, 2 seasons ago, and for the most part, many people hadn't really heard of LFO. I know when I came back into the scene for OCN for the latest season, I had to do my research. I had to go back and find all the stats I could to try and build that storyline for LFO, and potentially this could be exactly what we need to see from Rufflecopter as well. One of those teams that can come in and compete at that level. But it really comes down to these matches, these do-or-die matches. And we've said it time and time again, but it's what separates the good from the best.
That's right. So back into the server we are, and Rufflecopter, they'll be on the attack now. This is where things start to get a bit nitty-gritty. If Rufflecopter can really do well with these attacks and take a couple of rounds off Rhythm, obviously they need to take more than 2, right? So to be able to secure it, 3 gets them the dub. Well, that's obviously going to be map 3 for us. Rhythm, they are still in this fight. 2 rounds on Oregon. On defense, can fly by quickly. We can see this come to 4-4, and well, boy, she's game on then.
Think of it like this, right? Rhythm need to win 4 rounds of defense minimum, right? And, well, okay, you win your dorms, you go down, you're forced off this bomb site, you win laundry, you go off your tertiary bomb site. Let's say you lose your tertiary bomb site. You have to then, wait a second, what? What is you doing, Deptra? You're in the goddamn bomb site! 1 minute into the round, did you...
Oh, Dev, just hold that thought completely, my friend. He's stumped you, he's cut you off. And that long-winded thought process has completely cut short.
I'm just trying to cast here, and Deptra's like, L85 go brr.
L85 do go brr, and now on the back of that, Rufflecopter have tried to make it into the site. Another player fallen in the form of Campo. And they've really stalled out here, Raven. Rhythm doing a good job of ensuring that that is as far as they get.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing about what Deptra did is, like, it's one of those players that'll go either way. You get 2 picks, that could open it up. Rufflecopter could have stormed, and that's it. But he died, and then in potentially an effort to back it up, Campo also got dragged out. So now they are at a man disadvantage, and they only have a minute left. They've lost 2 pretty valuable operators, the Sledge and the Zofia. They've now lost their Maverick to Bouncin. So this is looking grimmer and grimmer as we go by for Rufflecopter.
Well, Boydie is going to be pushing straight through the line of sight. They're
Nice
finding
shot.
one. If he finds that second there, Fakes goes down and OJ has a good opportunity. Instead, all of OJ's attention is put onto the Maestro. And Bouncin is allowed to trade efficiently and effectively. We move on now with Rhythm taking the first round, but Rufflecopter. Questions for me will be asked. That was pretty wild, Dev.
Yeah, I was in the middle of trying to explain some kind of elaborate thought process when... Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy. Like, Rufflecopter came into that round thinking, let's just do something unpredictable. And yeah, it was unpredictable. It makes me wonder, like, what if 5 players from Rufflecopter had done what Deptra did all at the same time? Maybe they would have had the bomb site. Maybe they would have refragged it out. But instead, like, Deptra, it's like a splash of water in the pond, right? Like, what does it really do to the ocean? Not much. Like, he finds one kid that gets traded out, basically ineffective in the grand scheme of things. Whereas maybe if Rufflecopter had maybe committed to something together, we would have seen a bit more success.
I agree, and again, that is the downside to that kind of play, right? Is if you don't make it work out as a solo, you kind of just given your team a pretty significant disadvantage. And so, to me, it's kind of like if you commit, you're committing as a team. Just go all for it. Otherwise, it's just such a risk. And I mean, it just didn't work out for Deptra. Campo fell soon after, and then that was pretty much it. They tried to make something happen as they pushed through. Trades came out, but yeah, look, ultimately they couldn't save it. And again, that lead, 2 rounds disappears so fast. It's only 1 now, and as you were trying to make a point of, Dev, they're in Laundry. You would expect Rhythm to win this round.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's 4-4, so it's all open season once we get to that point.
I think it's going to be very tough for Rhythm to win without at least dropping... Like, I mean, I think this is going to be hard for Rhythm to win outright, because not only they're going to have to win Laundry twice and Dorms twice, but they're also going to then have to also win their tertiary bomb site 1 time. That's what they'll need to do to actually clean sweep and win 7-5 or 7-4. But it's highly likely here that Rufflecopter ends up getting the opportunity to attack Rhythm's tertiary site twice, which is the point I was trying to make earlier. And that would, of course, give Ruffle 6 rounds, which is enough to take them to overtime at minimum.
Well, the early contact in blue here, expecting them to try and flush out Drex of all players. They still need to be cautious of that player just at the side of Pillar. They could swing from Electric. They've got 3 players there to try and hold. Drex with a really nice shot, but it won't matter because that nade catches them all. Bouncing reaggressors. Wow, what are we seeing right now? Rhythm falling apart, but managing to trade out efficiently. And only 1 player... Okay, what has just happened there?
Okay, yeah, 3v1, but these guys are going to be recovered in the corner. They're just holding hands, waiting for some assistance. And we'll make it a 3v3. Oh, no. Now they're finally going to get this recover. But look, unfortunate. If Bouncin was able to call out that the other guys were downed here, you might have been able to just chuck a C4 out that doorway, and that would have been a 3v1. Has been salvaged, but they've been significantly damaged. I mean, Rigba, Boydie, both low HP now. Detra's still full, and it's just going to hinder their progress. Rhythm can sit back and try and just stay comfortable on site, waiting for this execute.
I don't know about you guys, but I just lost the feed.
I'm not going to lie. I had a heart attack
screen of death shutting down.
Me too. Yeah, me too.
I actually had a heart attack because I just had a system update come up and I was like, oh no, I won't worry about that. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh no. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's okay. I think a 3 versus 3 at the very end of that one, guys. It seemed like Rhythm had kind of decided to play a lot more defensively and go for that post-plant, you know, or at least denial of the plant strat. And Rufflecopter, what a wild round that was. They took us on a ride.
Yeah, and Rhythm was a large part of that, actually. Bouncin in particular, peeking aggressively on the blue from Boiler. It was just nuts. I just bring it back. I can't get this image out of my mind of, like, when you're at the arcade as a kid and you're like trying to play that game, you get a game over and it says, please insert more tokens. That's what I feel like we just got to. It's like, guys, it's a 3v3. The execute's about to happen. Please insert more tokens to see the end of the round.
Oh, it does feel like that a little bit. Totally right. Look, that was such a... I mean, it could have been over already. Rhythm was so close to ending that round. If Bouncin had been able to secure the 2 downs, I mean, one was already downed by Drex on the smoke at the SMG-11. But regardless, like if they had finished that off, we probably would have had like end game right now, or end of round right now. We'd be talking about a 4-4. Who knows? Maybe it is as we talk. They probably have finished the round. We won't know the result until we hear something. But Rhythm are looking pretty good. They're really standing up against what Rufflecopter are trying to bring, and I think Rufflecopter are trying to be a touch extra aggressive, or just a little. I don't know, there's something different with these attacks. I mean, Depth tried to do that swift push and Dorms in round 7, and just then they really, really tried to clear out Blue fast. There was like 3 or 4 of them stacked at that double doorway to do so, and I think they're just trying to keep Rhythm pushing back and on their toes.
Yeah, and I guess like when you... It kind of goes 2 ways, right? Like, if you try to keep someone on their toes, they're going to be faster to run, right? But if you can push them to the back of their heels, well, they've got no power, no momentum to move forward. So I can definitely see the theory crafting from the side of Rufflecopter. And I think if we look back to Cafe as well, and you actually dissect some of their attacking rounds, they seem to be, or at least in this series, a much more fluid and faster acting team on that attacking side. And it definitely showed in that round number 7 there in the first the first round of the second half. Deptra's already in dorms, and the rest of his teams are over in Armory bedroom, like trying to scrounge
Wait
around.
a second, Ruffle won
that?
No
way!
Ruffle won that?
What?
Unreal.
That is just nuts. The fact that Rufflecopter somehow run that round, I mean, unfortunately, I'm sure that some of the players might be recording. Maybe we'll get to see the clips from it on Twitter later. But, of course, our obs PC unfortunately didn't catch it. But, man, there's no way Ruffle won that.
That's big. Because, I mean, like, again, we were backing that in, like, Rhythm were going to get that round, and they haven't. That is a real anti-momentum. And to bring it all the way back to the points we'd been making before all this happened, Laundry was totally expected to be won by this defense, and oh my god, okay, just go off.
Just hold thought.
Nice job to find one, but I mean, wasn't that a bit of an overpeak there from Drex? You're losing your smoke. Surely he could have burned some more time. Nonetheless, that is your Maverick gone down, and the nades with it.
Oh, Boydie just narrowly missing that reinforcement there. Deptra's going to be able to find one with a nade. Campo's gone down in the meantime from that trade at the back of Pillars. And Rhythm have clawed this back from the man down. Still looking for that extra peek. OJ very aggressive and ahead of his team. No chance for a trade. Does not predict Novix going for a secondary reaggress. Guys, what is going... What?
This is basically deja vu of the previous round. I mean, I feel like this is almost like what it would have looked like. A little bit less time, but a 3v3 that has just been narrowly brought back. A HP advantage on the side of Rhythm. Campo obviously got downs there in bunker, but Boydie, he is poised to take this gunfight. And there's a nice crossfire now set up for Rhythm.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Now going to be waiting for the time here. Generally that crossfire setup, you see it quite often here. Leb will be able to make it just around the corner in time. Should they have that E wall open, they'll have a chance to move here. Boats just going to be able to trade this out. No, it's too little too late for him to swing. He'll finally catch out Boydie.
Oh no, you can see his foot in the drone hole.
And they're on a slither of HP each. What is going on? Campo realizes that the time runs thin. He's going to have to try and make the play here. Off the diffuser, he gets boat swings wide, and Campo goes down. A 1 versus 2 clutch to secure a 4th round on the board.
I'm going to end up chewing a hole through my fingers, man. I just keep biting into them every time these rounds get close. This is getting stressful. This is very much like Cafe all over again. We're trading rounds as we get to the tail of the map. 4-5 is the scoreline. Rufflecopter, they are 1 away from match point, but Rhythm they are that mosquito that just won't go away. They keep biting back. And it's just, I don't know, it feels like an OT map to me.
Oh man, well, Rhythm have at least broken the curse of overtimes. Just earlier today on Cafe, we thought that taking Roffle's map pick would be a significant boon for the former OCN team. But, I don't know, here it looks like Roffle might be able to take it. I still can't get over the fact that not the result of that round just passed, but the one that we missed off stream, the fact that Roffle won that and what that means now. Now keep in mind, it's been more than 2 rounds since Rhythm won Dorms. Dorms is unlocked, but Rhythm decide to take the gamble and go to kitchen and dining. Is this the play? I'm not sure.
Well, one thing's for sure. You couldn't imagine that Rafflecopter would be expecting this, right? That is pretty ballsy, if we're being completely honest, to move away from the site that, 1, you seem to be feeling more comfortable on, and 2, you've chosen first.
I think that's a great point too, that Rafflecopter won't be ready for this, because a key part of attacking this site, if you read into it, is to bring a thermite. Because you can do a classic thermite trick, for example, in small tower onto that wall, get the long angle through dining, makes it really hard to play around bomb site. So by taking it now, at least Rafflecopter can't read into it. If you're going to lose it, you're going to lose it. You could try back yourself in to get Dawn's Laundry to get the OT, but if they win it here, well then they've got Dorms and Laundry to potentially close the map or take it to OT. I think this is a good decision.
I think that's a great point, Raven. Like, if Rhythm went right now over to Dorms and they won it, the next round they'd be playing this bomb site, but they'd have the disadvantage of Ruffle knowing about it. So this is actually quite a smart move from Rhythm, and I kind of hope it works out for them.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Just wait and see if it pays off. Showers obviously being that extension that we see oh so often. Leb feels like he's going to be able to hold it for, at the very least, longer than the minute, as they still haven't really tested him just yet. They've still got the ADS system up in front of that Goyo shield, so they'll actually fold control with Noveix holding the line. They have made good progress toward that dining room.
There's a drone right next to his feet as well, actually, before he rotated away, so that's a bit of an oversight. Half the round gone, and Campo is going to take up into Showers if he can make it through that hole, which doesn't look like it looks like a curse rotate, in fact. But regardless, they have gotten really good control here. Small tower, Showers. This is going to cut off a big part of this defense. So can Rhythm dig deep here? They have to deny from deep. They've got the operators to do so. Got Maestro, Evil Eyes. Bouncing steps up to get the opening pick onto Campo. That is big.
I think Campo bit off a bit more than he could chew there, aggressing in Showers just a bit too far. The drone economy is in shambles here for Rafflecopter, but they've taken this Showers control. It might not be enough to convert. 50 seconds remaining. Rhythm, all they need to do is delay the time. They've still got the gas. They got the Evil Eyes. But I have a feeling that the rounds is no longer ticking away.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say this may just be the most cursed... the most cursed game.
This is so cursed.
Oh,
Dev, why didn't you bring more tokens?
Seriously, man. We needed that. All we needed was a quarter. All you had to do was put a quarter in, and we would have been able to see the end of that round.
Sorry, I don't take any cash on me these days. My bad. I'll make sure to load up on gold pieces next time.
We're either up to the next level or we've lost a life, because that's not good. But tell you what is good, the fact that we're still keeping this so competitive, and I'm not going to curse it and go ahead and say that that looked like a Rhythm round, but they were well and truly in the driver's seat of that one.
Well, just like last time, that is real deja vu, isn't it, Manic? I feel like, yeah, look, it's been working out well for them on that round. Yeah, look, hard to call how it's going to play out. To go back to what we talked about at the start of the round, I think this is, again, just a good play from Rhythm. You can look at it as a full pool of what they've got left, right? So it's 3 rounds. They can't play Laundry for 2 more, so they have to toy between Dorms and their Tertiary. So you may as well go the Tertiary now in an unpredictable situation where potentially that gives you a higher percentage chance to win the rounds. It means that the operator pick can't be tailored for that site. So to reiterate, I just think this has been a great pick from Rhythm. Whether it works out or not, I think the decision making is good.
Yeah, I would back that. And as you've seen down on the bottom part, we didn't unfortunately put an extra quarter in. In fact, the whole game was unplugged. So we're into the rehost, and regardless of the ifs or buts, no matter who was really in the advantage of that round, we've got confirmation we are going to replay it from beginning to end. The fact that we're coming down to the wire and, you know, what's this, round 10 we're into, and these rounds are still so close. You know, it's one of those things for us that when we take a step back and we look at the series as a whole,
attempt to stick this, they're going to
Cafe
try to
all the
sweep.
way through to Oregon right now. I want to give the props to Rafflecopter, considering they haven't played at this level of game yet, Dev.
Oh yeah, and let's just take a look at some of those replays. This is the game thus far here in Oregon, and as you can see, it's been just back and forth. And yeah, I totally agree with you. It's commendable to see Rafflecopter step up in such an impressive fashion when, yeah, they haven't played at a tier 1 level. They honestly have looked like a dominating force throughout LPL Pro. They've been the team to contend with in both that and through the qualifiers. I think most people would have expected that they would be the team here fighting for an OCN slot, more so than PC419. But it's a massive team that they've got to come up against here in Rhythm, and I do have to feel at the moment that Rhythm have been in control of this series for the most part, but Ruffle certainly hasn't been far behind.
Not at all. Raven, would you echo that sentiment?
Oh, absolutely. I just think, above all, this has just been such a great display of evenly matched teams. So whether Rhythm do take this series and get back into OCN or not, I think it shows that Rafflecopter also probably have what it takes to be an OCN. I mean, whether they don't win these maps, regardless, it has been so close, like literally toe-to-toe. I think if you can do that, that's enough proof for me, in my eyes at least, that they deserve to be there. So if they do come across and win this in the end, what a triumph it would have been, because they were up against the wall in their own map picking Cafe, and now they're fighting ahead in Rhythm's pick on Oregon. If they do somehow bring this back, win Oregon and win Coastline, it would be a pretty glorious entry into OCN.
It would be something that we'd be talking about for quite some time, because it is, you know, setting statements, and we said it yesterday for Rhythm and FEROX. We'd look to them to make the statement, considering they are the teams that have already been in OCN. They've already had all that experience at the top level of our scene. And I think that no matter the struggle they had on those first maps, both FEROX and Rhythm, I think they did come up with the goods when it was required from them. Rhythm, unfortunately, right now, from all of today's games, you know, it's one thing that I don't think we've talked enough about is the fact that they have already played a best of 3. And the heartache, the heartbreak of that overtime match against FEROX, where they were knocked down to the lower bracket, would surely have an impact on the mental psyche, whatever the game that you'd like to talk about. And still they're prevailing. I mean, you look toward the opening kill, opening deaths. It's one of my favorite statistics. When you look back at a match and you look how dominated it is, generally the teams that are, you know, really manhandling the game pretty much are getting all of the opening kills, and it's just not the case here. I think Rafflecopter are actually up in that category, 13-12. So it's like, you know, it's telling the story itself, without a doubt, it's been a phenomenal effort from Raffle to really push it this far.
What I do find really interesting is that, I mean, you mentioned the opening kills on this map in particular. On Oregon, it's actually an even split 5 each. But there's a massive difference, a disparity between these two teams converting those opening kills to actual round victories. Rhythm has only converted 1 out of those 5. I think it's 17%. No, that would be 20%. I don't quite know how the maths works there, but that's what my spreadsheet says. So 17%. They're much more struggling to convert these opening kills to round victories compared to Rafflecopter. And hey, I mean, that's pretty impressive for Raffle. But despite that, now, we are still just about neck and neck, 5-4 advantage to Raffle at the moment. So I'm definitely looking at Rhythm and saying, come on, guys, like, what is the thing what is that barrier for them? Because they got so close so many times in a row. And like, when is it just going to break through? Because I feel like this match is just bursting at the seams at the moment.
Yeah, tell me about it. And look, it's hard to say because we did have that one round that concluded when we weren't seeing it in that 3v3 situation. But it certainly feels like, especially in this half, they have been in an advantageous position to win almost every single one of these rounds. If you include the rounds that we just DC'd in as well, I would say they almost could be 4 straight right now. But they're not. Who knows how the off-meta side, or the tertiary side, I should say, sorry, would have played out. But with that laundry supply that they lost and the one that they almost lost, it kind of feels like when they get into those positions, I don't know whether you'd say they play too passive, but I feel like there's just so much of a switch in their minds where they're like, we've almost won this, guys, let's settle. I feel like they end up over-settling, and it's giving an aggressive team like Rufflecopter, like you saw Boydie on the Ash, that hallway, he almost was able to make that play and win that round. And I think sometimes you can't give players like that too much of an inch because they'll run a mile with it.
No, it's a good point. The polar opposite play styles almost that we've seen. And look, to be honest, Rhythm is a team that we do know to be a little bit more aggressive than some of our OCN teams. And right now, in my eyes, I'm looking at Roffle and being like, oh my God, these guys they are more than happy to take these fights. They are more than happy to try and open up the round. So I think that should Rufflecopter make it through here, it will be intriguing to see how they go up against these bigger teams. And Dev, you were alluding to the experience of this roster before, OJ, Deptra. You know, I mean, I'm not going to say the list goes on, but, you know, we've got a couple of players there, I think 3 in total, that have really played at that level and have had the experience of playing against some of the best teams. And, you know, LAN experience is one of those things we talk about. Was it OJ?
In fact, I mean, it was a fateful roster. He actually would have played with Leb at the time from Rhythm. It was the Rhythm roster that played at Six Masters 2019. Last year... Yeah, memories. Unfortunately, that roster did get absolutely destroyed by, wait a second, 5-5.
Yeah. So we're just getting confirmation from our production right now. So the players actually continue to play that round out. And Raven, I'd love to get your thoughts on this because you were the one leading into this idea, into this concept that taking the tertiary site, taking that third site, is actually going to be a huge advantage for Rhythm heading into the last 2 rounds.
Well, it really just puts them in their best position to close this at a 7-5 because now they don't have to worry about it. They've got Dorms, they've got Laundry that they can now lean on to close out this map. Dorms they played back in round 7, they won it. If they can win it again, they'll be on match point, and it comes down to Laundry, which is 50-50, but as we were saying in that rehost, they were close to winning it on the round they lost it. So it's not like they got outplayed or anything like that. I think, again, they are just in such a good position, their best possible position to win this at a 7-5.
Putting their best foot forward on this one and setting themselves up for what could be only 12 rounds played. Regardless, it is going to require us to go the full distance of all regulation, and I feel that is fitting. I honestly can put my hand on my heart and say that is fitting for how both Cafe and Oregon have been played, that we need to really determine it in really the dog-eat-dog world of overtime or full regulation.
I think that whichever way this goes, and yes, it could swing either way, I'm with you, Raven. I think that since Laundry and Dorms will be Dorms is currently unlocked, Laundry will be unlocked next round, I think that Rhythm have everything going for them to take the 7-5. But even if that happens, I think Ruffle have really demonstrated how good they are as a team, and should they, stick together and fight it out through the tier 2 next year, I could definitely see them returning and being a contender for OCN in future. And if not as a team, like, look at this new talent. I know we've talked about, Deptra, Campo, OJ, but look at a player like Boydie, who has made some massive impact plays. And I mean, I'm going to be honest, I hadn't heard of Boydie before Rufflecopter. And like, that's not a dig or anything. I'm sure he's been a great player, and that maybe just shows my ignorance more so. But he's been put on the map right now. And I think other players on Rufflecopter, even if they don't qualify, may well find their way onto OCN teams.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. And in a way, it is definitely sad that we won't get to see both these teams get in, because I would love to see on both ends of the scale here. How does Rufflecopter go in OCN, but also how can Rhythm bounce back after what we saw in OCN 2020? Either way, we can only have one. And right now they are tied on this 5-5 scoreline. Feels like we're getting close to a Rhythm victory, but I tell you what, it feels like a lot of different things at many different times in this series, and it'll get turned on its head. Bouncing turns Depth on his head to get the opening pick this time, halfway through the round. It's Rufflecopter struggling to get teeth in this attack.
Funny enough, of course, Deptra, who's had a huge impact all series long, dropping out in the 11th round, in the 11th hour. Now, Rufflecopter are going to have to come together for this one. Drex with the shotgun up close. The nades being cooked to not so much perfection, but at least enough to push him off the site. And now, they do have that full attic control.
That was beautiful from Campo together, supported by Rigba. Just the way that Campo peeks that as the grenade went off, there was absolutely nothing Drex could do. And it does even the man count, and there's a chance here for Rufflecopter on this Storm's attack.
You want to talk about small things changing the map as well. There's a small mistake there from OJ. The Habana Breach isn't crouchable, not going to be able to get through in that direction, so it looks like it's going to have to funnel through Trophy as they get to the final 30 seconds. No. It's going to be tough.
Small, minute details. It's the micro aspects of the game that may come back to haunt Rufflecopter in this round particularly. Campo will open things up now. And Leb, look at this on the flank. He could really help out. Boat, who swings onto OJ, catching him in attic. Leb still coming from behind. They've got the diffuser. This is everything that they need. Campo now, they've got no clue where Leb is. Leb just has to stand strong and he can't do it. Traded out by Rigba. Campo was the sacrifice in that one. What a massive round for Rufflecopter to win.
Oh, I'm not sure whether maybe it just wasn't communicated about Diffuser. I felt like Leb just went too deep. He could have held back in towards the attic side more and played time a little more effectively, but regardless, just a classic way to finish the round in this series, this map. Rufflecopter did get it though. They're on match point. So now, oh, this is interesting. Rhythm backing themselves in on Dorms. They've got to win it now to get this back into overtime.
It's a 50-50 so far for Rhythm on Dorms, as it is for Laundry Supply. So it's really up to them. What do they feel? And I guess they're backing themselves for Dorms here. I don't know if this is the right play. Let me having a look at the operator lineup once it loads back in. And for the most part, it's the same. The big change in my eyes is this Malusi from Novex. Instead of that Maestro, I mean, do you really want to be playing a Maestro on your Eagle Eyes on the bomb site when Campo's just sprinting in, swinging all of your teammates? Not really. You don't really want to play anyone who has to be using their observation tool late in the round, especially when you're playing on the bomb site and very vulnerable. What's more, those Banshees are really going to slow down those players from Ruffle when it comes to that eventual execute. You'll notice there were 2 ADSs stacked up right there on that trophy door into games to protect that Banshee, along with the shield that was placed in games as well. I think that's really important here. Just on the other side of this game's door, there you go. Banshee going to go out. 2 ADS to protect alongside that Vulcan shield. That's really pivotal. But of course, narrow margins as well. Like, let's say Ruffle, OJ actually has a successful breach on Closet. Like, maybe that'd make the difference as well and push them even further over the line.
Yeah, I think an important battle that was lost for Rhythm as well was Drex in attic. And you highlighted the team play, the push there from the nade of, I can't remember who threw the nade, but oh, Boydie, he's going to get an opening pick onto Bouncin'. That's a big start for Rufflecopter on this map. And to wheel it back to my point real quick, attic, very important to be held here for Rhythm. And the fact they've only got 1 ADS there to help Drex do so, I think might be a bit tough for him.
Yeah, that's huge. The past 2 rounds in a row prior to this one, obviously, it has been Bouncin' opening up the game. And not just opening it up onto Campo and Deptra, 2 of the best players on Ruffle that we've seen so far this weekend. And making matters worse for Rhythm here. They've doubled down on that dorm site, and it's not going well whatsoever. This C4 could completely demoralize Rufflecopter if they push into trophy, though.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is looking like a tough position for Rhythm. It's a very important round. Obviously, it will save the map. That C4 has now been wasted. Vake's aggressive around the breach,
no.
and he is punished for it. 2v4 now in favor of Rufflecopter.
C4's used nice and early here. Only 2 players left. Leb off site. Drex being spotted. He'll be taken down as he's concussed. Leb stands in the way between Rufflecopter and a third map, and he will be taken down. He'll be dismissed. And off the coastline we go. It requires all 3 to determine who will be a part of OCN in 2021.
Massive comeback for the underdogs. And when we had no doubt favored Rhythm to take the map, it's an exchange between these 2 teams, besting each other on their opponent's map picks. And as you say, Manic, we're going to need to go to that frag fest of Coastline to determine who makes it to OCN 21.
I'm so glad it's Coastline we finished on. I am so glad of all the maps it could be. It is the only map that we saw these 2 teams play yesterday, and Raven, you can attest to this. That was a slugfest in itself.
Oh man, it really was. And again, Rufflecopter, they were playing well. There was just so many rounds that Rhythm managed to clutch that ended up getting them that victory at a 7-4 scoreline. So again, the way these last 2 maps have played out, it's so hard to split these 2 teams. To echo what Dev said, I'm incredibly excited that Coastline is map 3. I think it is just such a fitting map to end this series, and it is just getting so tense.
Before we move on, Dev, that is huge in terms of what we may expect from Rufflecopter in the future. 2 rounds straight to close it out, and just so vital in those last kind of 2 minutes of play.
Yeah, oh yeah. When you need it, the players can step up big. Campo in the penultimate round, Boydie had a huge impact in that final run. Rufflecopter's impressed me. Rhythm's impressed me. Let's go to Coastline.
You know what? That is the perfect way to end out what was map number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, it is Judgment Day for both of these teams. Coastline will decide our OCN players of the week.
Attackers
friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
We're headed to the cool vibes of Coastline, ladies and gentlemen. We're feeling the warm breeze from here in, well, Australia of all places. We've changed the tyre, Raven's grabbed himself a plant, and we are buckling in for what will be a banging last series. I can't do these glasses anymore. Guys, Coastline we head to, and it is only fitting that I've changed Hawaiian shirts, and of course, that we are on a third map, because I don't think it would do it justice for either team to have fallen short at that second map. Dev, what are your thoughts on that final map right before we move on to Coast?
I mean, I was surprised and impressed that it managed to pull all the way to the end there, and Rafflecopter, it's definitely surprised. So surely they can take that momentum into the final map. It's going to be a frag fest. If we hit overtime again, I'm going to grab my ukulele. I don't care what production says.
I love it. Look, I'm telling you, after what we've just seen in the last two maps on Coastline, we're probably not going to see a plant. It's a good thing you get to see this one. I think it's going to be quite of a close map, honestly. As we said before the break, it was a dogfight yesterday, and Rhythm just got a couple of insane clutches that ended up getting them the result they needed. But you can't always rely on stuff like that. And Rhythm, look, they played pretty well on Oregon. But Rafflecopter stepped it up, and they managed to close that out. So I'd say momentum is in the side of Rafflecopter right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that. I'm sure Dev would echo, and I'll get your thoughts in a second on that one, Dev. But I really feel like now that the wheels have been moving for long enough now, I am a little bit worried about how you would be feeling if you're Rhythm, right? This is your fifth map of the day, almost it is consecutively. They had a very short break in between, but is that long enough? Is that enough time for you to mentally prepare for a do or die situation that is going to completely knock out your chances for OCN 2021? But gentlemen, it's here. It's time. It is now. There are no more excuses. It's Coastline. Map 3 we head to. Only one team will push on to the Oceanic Nationals 2021. And boy, it is a lot riding on the line.
It all comes down to this final map. This is where we will determine who makes it to OCN 2021 and who gets left behind in T2 for yet another year. Rhythm and Rafflecopter have given it all that they've got. But this is where it comes down to Raven, the operator veto. So far, to me, it seems pretty predictable.
Yeah, look, this is exactly how it went yesterday too, having the Buck and the Ace bans, both very good bans to Coastline. Buck in particular, I love Buck bans on Coastline because the vertical play is really important on this map for attacking. It does really help. You think about sites like Kitchen, you're an absolute sitting duck on site when there is a Buck just wailing into the floor above you, and you can't play comfortably under those verticals. So taking away the Buck means that Sledge has to be a mainstay, easier to counter. You can C4 the Sledge, you can do other things to avoid the hammer. So that's good. And then Valkyrie as well, such another common ban on Coastline. You want to avoid the run-outs, all the aggression that you can get on Coastline, aided by extra intel. So get it out of there. It also means you don't have to bring IQ. Makes things a bit more comfy.
I love playing Valk on Coastline. It's just the dirtiest thing ever. It's just like, hey, you know defenders are meant to be inside the map? Valk doesn't know that. So she just lives outside the map. She's like, oh, I want to work on my tan, hang out outside a bit.
Oh, hello.
But
we have a Clash entering the server, Dev.
you got debated, bro.
Again, twice this series.
What is your fixation with Clash, mate? I feel like every time she was banned today, you got like so excited, and here you thought she was gonna get picked, and you just get debated.
I just want to see some Clash. I just want to. All I want to hear is how much of a muppet someone is. That's it. Is that too much to ask for?
Well, I certainly spent a lot of time playing the Sugar Fright Halloween event, so I'm convinced everyone's a muppet.
That, I'm telling you right now, that will haunt me in my nightmares. And potentially even rock up in my dreams. That was a great event, but we'll move on from that because this is probably a little bit more important, I'd say, Raven.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, maybe. But that's okay. We love it. And we love Coastline. And we love the fact that it's come to Coastline for map 3 for these guys. We said it way back when we saw the veto that we felt like it would be very fitting to decide this series on Coastline, and that is what we get. So, Rafflecopter will start on the defense. Starting in Kitchen, and they really have extended vertically here. Going to be holding Theater pretty hard. It looks like they're going to stack 2 players maybe around Theater. No, OJ's going to drop back, so maybe Boydie hold it until he dies. Something to that effect.
Pretty unusual position to see a Wamai play. Usually your Wamai would be somewhere near that utility that the Wamai is trying to protect on account of him generating those magnets over time. But it's pretty loose at the moment here for the defenders. Roffle, they've got some presence in Sunrise, but Depp just really feeling that heat, and he loses... No, I was going to say he loses his head! How's he win that fight on Bouncing? My goodness, Rafflecopter once again doing the impossible. Still no refrag on this pesky little Malusi in Sunrise Bar.
Yeah, they're feeling it. Oh, no Vakes. He just looks away at the wrong time from Courtyard. Rigba with a solid peek there, and Rafflecopter are starting this map on the right foot.
Oh, let's not speak too soon right now. Leb Evans finds the opening pick for at least their team on Coastline, and still a little bit cautious and wary of Rigba with that bullet hose all the way over in lobby, but he has since moved on, and they've burnt a lot of time across towards Sunrise and Blue. Rafflecopter now doubling down on the inside of the site. Campo's still alive, so just expect him to be doing some wild things.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Man, it's all over the place, but look, this is a good map control now for Rhythm. They're taken up in Sunrise, putting in pressure towards Kitchen. And it's just about getting extra teeth right now. Interestingly enough, they haven't elected to do any kind of vertical pressure to flush out these players in Kitchen. So this is going to make it tough for them as they try to push through and get this execute.
What I will say, though, is they use that grenade to clear out the Evil Eye in Kitchen, which means that the grip that the defenders have on this bomb site is slipping, and I do wonder, perhaps the defenders themselves could actually rotate upstairs to utilize that vertical play to their advantage and deny that plant should it come through in the late round. But a 3v4 is really the part that's going to make this difficult here for the attackers, 20 seconds left.
Just saw as well a drone pre-placed that will be able to see any kind of rotate, any kind of movement from the defenders on the other side of Kitchen now as time is ticking away. Rhythm are taking their time moving in. The C4's not going to land, but they get absolutely mowed down from all different angles. Boydie will confirm with a 2K to finish the round out. Rafflecopter, well, they will definitely be licking their lips and rubbing their hands together after that first round.
Man, that was a round that certainly fizzled out. In 10 seconds left there was when the attackers tried to execute, and I was looking at it, was from a 3 versus 4 to, I believe, a 0 versus 4. I didn't find a single kill on that execute, let alone the prospect of getting that plant down. You're right, Raven. Your pot plant is certainly the only plant that we've got on the broadcast right now.
Look, I don't expect it to change particularly much. You know, Coastline is not the kind of map that you'll get safe executes and get a plant down. Maybe on Hookah, maybe on Sunrise, but at the end of the day, it does end up being quite the frag fest, as it's got a good reputation for.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, Rhythm just needed to get more map control on that. They seriously did. I don't know what they were expecting to be able to do with that execute, given that Rafflecopter were just sitting so comfortably on site.
Yeah, and, you know, to see Deptra open the round out to begin with, Dev caught you off guard a little bit more so. You thought that was definitely going to be on the receiving end, not the giving end. So I think this has set a good precedence for Rafflecopter as round 1 out of the way.
Yeah, and Coastline is a map where if you win one gunfight that you maybe are not favored to, like, people call them percentage gunfights. Like, Deptra was going into that while concussed. He was about to get swung on, so the enemy had Pika's advantage. I thought by all rights he should have lost that fight. He wins a non-percentage gunfight, as we say. Coastline rounds can get determined by single gunfights like that. And that's why you need to refrag. That's why Coastline is the refrag map. I still remember way back in the day, I think it was Tokoname, it was the current Rogue roster versus the current Giants roster. And it was just like refrag central. I think 10 players died in about 10 seconds, and each of one was just a refrag of another player. And that's what Coastline is so important for. It's what we didn't see from Rhythm when they were aggressing onto Sunrise to kill Deptra. So they lost the numbers advantage in that regard, and well, it just spiraled from there against them.
Rightio, well, we've cut off the first minute, so not too much has happened in terms of damage. However, I'm sure that the renovation's still being made from Rafflecopter for good reason, and good reason it is. Bouncin walks right into the open arms of Rigba, and that will be the first kill to open things up once again. Rafflecopter are very much in good stead at this point. Campo, obviously notably playing from over in theatre, has caused quite the stir, at least when he's not flushed out.
Jeez.
Well. This is looking pretty grim at the moment for Rhythm. This is once again a 2-man advantage that Raffle have managed to establish reasonably early on.
Yeah, it is, and this is not looking good for Rhythm at all. They really need to just get themselves into this map. I mean, they maybe were a bit frustrated with the way the end Oregon went, but at the end of the day, like, they've just got to pick it up and move on, because this map decides if they get to come back to OCN or not. They have very much struggled on their entries here with these attacks, and Rafflecopter are stepping it up and continuing this pressure. So in a 3v5 situation, it's going to be a tough push to site right now, but at least Leb is here, getting some better vertical pressure onto Sunrise. This is going to at least destabilize some of these positions around site, but I just saw 2 stacked at default. That's going to help as well.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point there, Raven. Only a little bit of time left, and I don't think Rhythm have enough utility to clear out those aggressive defenders in Sunrise.
It's going to be a tough egg to crack as they make their way, and it looks like they're going to favor across toward office as well. I don't know whether they're even going to head toward that default side of Sunrise. Boots,
no.
is he going to expect OJ there? He's going to be so cautious, he'll catch out Drex, and that's the diffuser down. A second to add to the tally, and Deptra with the shotgun up close annihilates the round out of existence. Rhythm with an incredibly hard job to do, cannot make it happen. And 2 straight here for Rufflecopter.
What's more, this is 2 straight defense wins on Coastline, the attacker map. And keep in mind, like earlier today, right, we saw Cafe, which was, well, I think 66% attacker sided, or more so. And then we went on to Oregon and, yeah, ended up being defensive sided, but not by a very significant margin. Here we are on Coastline. A map we would expect the attackers to be doing well on, and Rufflecopter storming the gates. This is very concerning for Rhythm.
Now, look, I think this is actually what happened yesterday. I'm going to quickly try and open my sheet here to see if I can find yesterday's matchup between these 2 teams.
Got it, bro.
You've got it open. Well, I mean, tell me, Dev. I felt like this was the case because I remember specifically banging up, oh, Coastline, attacker sided, or attackers win a lot. And they just weren't. So...
Yep. So Rhythm won 5 defenses on Coastline out of 5. Like, they didn't even need a 6th round. But Rufflecopter won 4, and they started on defense first. So in some regards, this is kind of a mirror of that game. Except for the fact that yesterday, Rhythm won the first attack and the third attack. And then Rufflecopter started to get their momentum. And this is very much the opposite. Rhythm are yet to find an attack 2 rounds in.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Swapping mates.
Well, let's see whether Rhythm can start to fight back here because they just need to stay in touch. So, I mean, like, this is a great point, Dev. That it's similar to yesterday, and all they did was really stay in touch, and then they just stormed home with it. So, let's need to get a few of these. This is the first time we're seeing Hooker, so hopefully this is potentially a better sight for them. But 30 seconds in. No opening. Oh, actually, there was a bit of an opening engagement. Campo got tagged, but you can definitely bet that wasn't on side, and it was not. He's hanging out in lobby right now, flanking back towards office, where he might catch 2 players, in fact.
And
this is the only bomb site that Rhythm actually won on the attack yesterday, so I'm a bit concerned here for Rufflecopter. If there's anywhere Rhythm can break through, it's here on Hookah.
Yeah, and funnily enough, it was that aquarium push that really, for whatever, disrupted Rufflecopter. They could not seem to get a handle on it, and right now Rhythm are more focusing on that first floor clear, ensuring the roams, the flanks aren't as easy as potentially they could be. But I would dare say keep your eyes on that. Bouncing with unbelievable crosshair placement opens the round up with Campo falling down, who usually has quite a large impact. And now they have lost that first floor presence. If not for OJ, well, Deptra tries to do something. Looks like Rufflecopter are trying to engage once more here.
Oh my god.
Bouncing balls on the triple. He's just been cleaning up in this lobby. And that is going to put Rufflecopter back into a very tough position here with only 2 left alive. There's a player in Sunrise that Rigbar does not see. It's Leb. He capitalizes, and Boydie is going to have to get a huge 1v5 with still a whole minute to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a dead round at this point. Bouncing's been injured, but yeah, it's a flawless one at the end of it. Rhythm, I said if they were going to have any chance at winning an attack, it would be here on Hookah, and boy, did they deliver. Just to reflect a second on Bouncing's triple kill in lobby, we noticed that he had his drone out that whole time. He was being incredibly sneaky with his drone. Every single one of those players, he had info on. But they didn't know that he had info on them because they didn't hear or see his drone. So while a lot of people would commend Bouncing for, you know, being an Ash player, having insane aim, I want to commend him for his droning on an Ash, no less. So a little bit of credit where credit is due there.
Ah, the Ash mains. Oh, how the reputation is so awful.
Poor guys. All they want to do is tap heads.
Tap heads they will. Actually, very quickly, as we make a point on that round in particular, it's something that we saw from Rufflecopter yesterday on can't remember whether it was Cafe or one of their other maps, but sometimes when they do lose that roam presence or when they lose that first engagement, they're actually happy to at least go and try to re-engage a fight. And Raven, we saw this. I think you remember exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe you can talk better to what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, look, I definitely remember it. I don't remember the map either, but certainly they tried to have aggressive roam presence. It got cleared out by the attack. You know what? We'll just funnel the rest of our players up and just try to be aggressive. Now that I'm thinking about it more, potentially it was consulate. But regardless, like, that is something that they are certainly happy to do. And I think at that stage, you know, when you've lost a few of your roamers and your strat probably relied on your roamers either getting fixed or at least a solid time delay, why not? You can continue to risk it for the biscuit. If those remaining players manage to get 2 or 3 back to answer it, and you can equalize the man count, well, you're back in the round at that stage.
Well, this might be looking really sweet for Ruffle right now at a 2-1 lead here on the final map of the series. Keep in mind that yesterday, these two teams played this exact map as the decider in the series, and Ruffle were unable to win a single attack round. They lost 5 in a row, and Rhythm took the map. So Rhythm here are very much in the driver's seat, especially with that first pick here on their attack.
Worrying to say the very least when you put it in terms as such, Dev. So for us, potentially the first half is more so about how much Rhythm can get done, as we know that Rafflecopter will be able to win around here, around there, and kind of add them up. Because when we head to that second half, questions will most definitely be asked. They have spotted that Claymore. OJ getting a little antsy. Might be given anything.
Felt like he was feeling a little bit cheeky there. Maybe going to drop down and shoot it on the drop and try to get aggressive. No, not to be. He's still keen to peek below or maybe even drop back below and make something happen. Lucky he moved out of that actually because he started to get pre-fired from it. Looked like Aqua balcony or the double window. Didn't quite see it, but regardless, not a particularly comfortable position. And this is where Rhythm have struggled still on a few occasions where they've had man advantages, but they lack to get more control. And then as we inch closer to an execute, that's what you want, because if there's still a lot of defenders up, even if it's a man disadvantage, they can certainly go for denial. I mean, Deptra is still alive in the smoke, for example.
There's not much util left on the bomb side. We saw that last Banshee be eliminated, and now Deptra still has 3 gases left, and that's the main thing the defense will have to lean into to deny this plant.
Deptra. Couple of pre-shots there through the double wall. Just baiting out nice and early there. Heaps of time left on the clock with Drex taking down Boydie. Becomes less and less of a possibility. Dev, you see something off camera?
Nope, just that player in drinks, that smoke of Deptra. He's the pivotal player here. Bouncer needs to take him out, or else he's going to keep gassing to deny this plant.
15 seconds remaining.
And bet your bottom dollar is going to deny it. Oh no, that's okay. It's cleaned up. That could have been monumentally big for Rafflecopter. Campo, okay. Now it's into the realms of possibility. A 1 versus 2. You back him to the hills in a situation like this, just spotting the head of Noveix moving away. Just needs to be cautious. Baits out the air jab. What can he get then? Oh, see you later, Alligator. Bouncing's head goes rolling. And now, in a clutch situation, it's basically 20 HP for both players. Campo's going to push him here and gets aggressive onto the line, but Noveix manages to catch him out on the railings. And by the skin of their teeth, Rhythm brush past that round.
My word, that was a bit scary there. I can't believe how close Campo got on that, but at the same time, I can believe it. Sometimes Campo can just pull out some nutty plays, and that was fantastically done. The air jab kind of did Rhythm a dirty there, but at the end of the day, they got the round. And here we are. It's all tied up at 2-2. And I'd say this is looking better for Rhythm more so than Rafflecopter, just based on the historical analysis of these guys playing this map yesterday and how that panned out.
I mean, you look at the stats from yesterday, Rhythm never managed to, well, they managed to win 2 hookah attacks across the entire half, right? Why on earth did Ruffle go back to Hookah after they lost it the first time? Kitchen was unlocked. What is it about that bomb site that Ruffle thought, yeah, no, we can win this instead of Kitchen? And have a look now, like, Sunrise is back open again. So they're going to go there. But why are they dodging Kitchen? It was quite a convincing round in their favor. And now if we combine the stats from today and the stats from yesterday, what, Rhythm have won 1, 2, 3, 4 Hookah attacks. Ruffle have only successfully defended it once.
Nice. That is most definitely a damning stat. And should they win, maybe we'll be able to ask them. They still have a very long way to go, and against Rhythm on Coastline, a team who is notorious in Oceanic Nationals for their performance on this map, just doesn't feel as likely as what we may have originally intended it for. And that's okay, because rules are meant to be broken, guys.
That's right. So here we are again. Campo on the roam, almost into the site of Bouncing, but nope. The B Bouncing's going to repel back up, and I feel like this is such a fitting battle, right? Bouncing versus Campo. Basically, the players are the same roles, so I guess it makes sense that they are engaging together, and also close to see shot out of the air by Bouncing. Not going to work out for Rufflecopter in that instance. OJ is just going to leg it back to site. And Campo is still looming below, gets the shots, but no, can't finish it. Oh, this is just edging closer to it. Good start, but no, Rhythm, they get it. Bouncing comes out on top in that engagement.
It took a while, but Campo going down, we've seen how much damage he can do. And when he's limited off the board, surely that's a sigh of relief for Rhythm. Aggressive run out from Deptra. My god, what is that? With the SMG-11 on the smoke, no less, a huge risk, but it pays dividends. I was all the way up the exterior Hookah stairs, but man, you must have had some kind of info for that one.
Keeping control of Cool Vibes there. Already just on the underside of it, but now they will be able to open up these angles. Leb going down is obviously a big fault and a big misstep for Rhythm now, is obviously that's the player you would be wanting to open these vertical lines, put the pressure back on. And now without that, they've got to hope for those breaching charges.
I'm sticking down. Deptra finds another one. Is he going for a third run out? What is this?
What?
Boydie! He gets bouncing as well. Man, this has been run out central. And now it's just 2 players left for Rhythm. Ruffle certainly in their element here. And, well, the air jabs have certainly done just about nothing to dissuade the aggressive defense.
Great way of putting it. Rex now in a very awkward position as Boats are going to have to try and explode here. The kitchen door was being watched from the long line. Boats, well, you're going to be able to stick the diffuser, but afterwards, that's where all your problems will come in. The smoke can't deny, but Rigby can. Rufflecopter looking much better in round number 5 on their bars defense.
Yeah, look, really stood up and not afraid to run out. And I mean, that's just Coastline to a T, isn't it? Even without the Valkyrie, it's I guess it's pretty run-outable. And just to see Rufflecopter not get put back into a box, you know, they've stood up and they've said, we're going to get aggressive still. We're going to run out and try and just stop Rhythm gaining momentum, because, of course, Rhythm did get 2 rounds in a row. It was the Hookah defense. You don't want them to start to run away with it a little bit, and that's a good round number 5. So back to Kitchen we go. Finally, Dev, Rufflecopter, they're choosing Kitchen again.
Now, about damn time, but the thing is, for me, I'm gonna look at this. It may well be too little too late here for Rufflecopter. Yesterday, they won 4 out of their 6 defense rounds, switched over onto their attack, and lost 5 in a row. The best Rufflecopter can hope for right now is 4 defense rounds in the half. That's assuming they win this round right here. And if they manage that, they better have a better showing than yesterday. Otherwise, they're going to go down, and their dream of making it into Oceanic Nationals, all of this hard work through the open qualifiers, through OPL or LPL, and now into finally the relegations, it'll be for naught.
And just prefacing those rounds that were won by Rhythm. I'm looking back at my match notes at the moment. You know, Drex pulled off a 2v4, 1v4 clutch right after we'd pretty much written them off for the round. There was a 1v2 from Leb, Novaic had the massive one. Never mind, hold the thought. And hold the fort. They cannot. Rufflecopter are caught completely off guard. Their pants are down and, well, they're getting absolutely capitalized on. They rush back to try and get something done, but Deptra and Camper are all that remain. Novaic will be able to stop them from making their way into the site. And what a call from Rhythm. That will finish out the half 3-3, an explosive way to do so.
Absolutely beautiful. What a call. Again, I feel like we've seen so many rushes tonight, and we've also really been lacking the tokens, apparently, to continue to watch this game. But, man, that was a good rush call, tell you what.
So, you know what? Welcome back to the Manic Dev and Raven podcast, where we're here all night, folks. So kick back, relax. We'll get you through all this. But, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that is a taste of Rufflecopter's own medicine from their rush in the last round on their attacking side on Cafe. Oh, yeah, I love it.
I'll do you one better as well. Rhythm has just one-upped Rufflecopter for the earliest plant in this series. The record was at 2:27 on the clock. That's 33 seconds into the round for Rufflecopter on their Cafe Kitchen Rush. And Rhythm just topped it with 2:33 remaining on the round. That's 27 seconds. They topped their record by 6 seconds.
Jeez. These guys are just competing for the wrong prize here, I'd say. But regardless, it's that's pretty, look, it's ballsy. And we talked about, or I talked about at least, that Rufflecopter with their aggressive runouts in round 5 was kind of their thing to say, let's not let Rhythm get momentum. Like, we're going to get back on top of them, put them back in their place. Rhythm just one-upped it, man. That rush, I think, was even a bigger statement. To be able to pull that off, that's, I don't know whether you call it humiliating, but it certainly does put a team back in their place to getting a little bit complacent.
Yeah, and it's a scary precedence to set heading into the second half. The fact that you're willing to take a risk like that on, I mean, it's not a huge risk, right? That's obviously quite calculated, but the fact that it's a rush to end the half on the third map, and now we're swapping sides, Rhythm have set the tone, have set the pace here. I would love to see Rufflecopter come out swinging in the first round here. I reckon that would just top off the night for me.
I would love to see it, but it's a tall order, and I don't know if Ruffle are cut out for it. Rhythm have stepped it up. They've already done better than they did yesterday on this very map against the exact same opponent. Not only did they get a better result on their attacking half, 3-3 instead of 2-4, but they managed to win Kitchen, a bomb site that they were unable to crack yesterday. There's just everything going for Rhythm right now, and that's why I'm looking at Rufflecopter. It's not okay to be tilted after that round. You've got to just move past it. And a team like Rufflecopter that's just relatively new and overall, like compared to, you know, Rhythm, I guess, relatively inexperienced, we need to see them just say, look, we don't give a crap that we just lost that round. We're going to go into our attacking half. We're going to do better than we did yesterday when we were embarrassed and lost 5 attacks in a row because, well, they really need to do that to have a shot at Oceanic Nationals 2021.
It's very true. Hey, Dev. Watch your profanity. Raven, just let's talk about this for a second, because it is obviously important that there is a rehost. And I actually, sometimes I enjoy to do this because I know that you've been a coach at this level of the game. And for something like this, coming into a second half of a game that literally will decide your entire fate for 12 months, you know, what is going through your head at this stage? Like, what would you even be saying as a team?
Yeah, look, if I was both these teams, in fact, because we are doing a half switch, I would be saying, don't even talk about half one. Like, it no longer matters. There is nothing that you can change. It's out of your control. What are we doing in half 2? So like Dev said, Rufflecopter, they should be stepping it up and not tilted about that rush. It ended the half 3-3. Yeah, so what? Now they're on attack. It's time to look forward. This is their first attack round. How are they stepping it up from yesterday? to bounce back. So yeah, it'd just be about stabilizing the mindset. A team that's constantly looking over their shoulder, they'll get overtaken. It's how it is in marathon running. It's how it is in this as well. If you're constantly looking back, you can't move forward.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point you add. And I think, Dev, were you? I heard that. I feel like there was a juicy point.
Nah, I don't
you're
know,
all
bro.
you're all out of points. You're all out of points.
I'm just looking at this. I'm just trying to find some kind of straw that I could pull and say, yeah, Ruffle's got a shot, but they've really got to step it up to prove it, because everything that I've got looking at yesterday's match and the result that Rhythm's put up in their attacking half tells me that this is going to be a hard-pressed chance for Rufflecopter now that they're switched onto the attack. I think Rhythm are, honestly, 4 rounds away from retaining their spot in Oceanic Nationals.
And that's it, isn't it? We've been talking. I mean, I know that the storyline I've been writing is, Rufflecopter and what they could do, but it really is about Rhythm here. This is the Rhythm show for them. It is everything. It is the fact that, for Leb, he's been in this, he's been in the roster that is, Rhythm and has evolved from Rhythm for so long now. You're talking about Campo or OJ playing with him from all the way back in the day. These are the kind of moments, these are the kind of matches that really do require your experienced players, your OJs, your Campos, your Deptras to step up, and not that they haven't been, but this is the perfect example of a point in time where it kind of decides your fate.
100%. And look, it's a great point you brought up, the history of the Rhythm roster. I mean, it runs deep on both sides right now, as 2 Rufflecopter players did play on that roster when they were in top flight in OCN. But yeah, Leb is the mainstay on Rhythm. And look, if we want to single in on Leb, just the transformation that he has had in the past 12 months as a player has been huge. I still remember when he first got into that roster. It was back when I was still coaching and we'd been scrimming them a bit. And, he was kind of always playing support roles and just kind of struggled to get in the game sometimes. But as their roster changed, he kind of stepped up and took a leadership role. And he started just having some massive plays. And these days, he can be just such an impactful player for his team. And he can be really sharp with the best of them. So I think it's a great storyline to follow. And that is certainly one aspect that would be very sad if Rhythm do end up losing this series, to see that all that hard work of Leb's transformation as an individual to be able to not get back to OCN certainly would be sad.
And just to go deeper into that, Raven, I'm looking at what Operators Leb was playing yesterday here on this very map. Mozzie, Malusi, Pulse, Valkyrie, and Mute. Not only did Leb play a different operator every single round of their defense, but he was playing often the most instrumental operators on that defense. He was playing the information gatherers. He was playing the roamers, the fraggers at the same time. Those all-in-one flexible positions where in some ways it's, okay, he's our kind of flex player. He'll play whatever we need him to play, whatever extra operator we need for this specific bomb site, he'll play. But also that puts on a lot of pressure and a lot of importance, especially when you talk about him fulfilling a leadership role for the team and playing information operators like Pulse, Mozzie, Valkyrie, which in this case is banned, so he'll probably just play a Pulse or a Mozzie in that case.
Yep.
He's definitely going to be a vocal member of that team. And I sure hope that Leb's got his high spirits at the moment, because I think Rhythm will need that to carry on through and deny Rufflecopter a way back into this game.
Yeah, most certainly. Well, you know what, guys? I think we need a second to collect our thoughts. We're going to go to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, quite literally, one of the most important times for both of these teams. We will decide an OCN victor and someone for 2021. We'll be with you in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap, put a body on it, get a cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, 'cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, yeah. The shots in my tap, everybody's on
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems. Yeah, shoot 'em all down when my demons rise. Couldn't win, so I joined their side. Breathe it in till the day I die. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a
Sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running around so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running.
Thank you so much for sticking around, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting underway now with the last half of our best of three to determine that Oceanic National spot for 2021. Serious consequences await the loser of this game as much as rewards for the winner. 12 months in, 12 months out. That's how it works. And Rhythm fighting to retain their place in Top Flight Siege in OC. It's Manic, Raven, and Dev to run you through the last 6 rounds of this half. Guys, before the break, it was an all-in rush from Rhythm. What are we setting the precedence here for with Rafflecopter?
I'm just thinking that Rafflecopter, yeah, look, I think they got to try and get momentum back into their favor. Certainly with a bit of a break, they've now had a chance to collect their thoughts. Even if they were a bit tilted from that rush, maybe now they've been able to talk themselves out of it or just be able to refocus. And I think that's what's important here. Look forward. That half is done with. Doesn't matter how it ended. Let's just focus on this first round back.
Yeah, and the thing that we kept coming back to during that first half is just, this is a direct rematch of yesterday's game, right? Like, these guys literally played Coastliners to decide a map yesterday. Rhythm won that. Despite Ruffle actually having a 4-2 defense, Rhythm won 5 of their own defenses in a row. Now, that's the position we're in right now, but Rhythm have already done better than yesterday, winning 1 extra attack thanks to that crazy big balls rush that closed out that first half. And now it may be that Rhythm can take it here in a 7-3. All they need to do is what they did yesterday, which is 4 straight defenses in a row.
When you put it that simply, I mean, why don't they just do it every game, right? Am I right or am I right?
You're right, bro. You're right.
So a minute burnt off the clock now, and you can see Rufflecopter taking control. Hall of Fame heading into that long line that will watch directly into Billiards. It'll stop all thoughts of the rotates on that defensive side. And Leb, that's a lot of information. C4 to see you later. Never mind. Deptra moves aside.
Yeah, missing the mark. Could have caught both OJ and Deptra. Even a double, maybe. They were a bit close to each other, but Rufflecopter won't realize maybe how close they were. Either way, Leb is still below getting info, as the pressure is being put on in that horizontal position from VIP. Leb, again, he's still able to just run very freely around the bottom here, and I'm not even sure Rufflecopter are particularly aware of his position. Novakes is also hanging out in blue bar. So this is a great position for Rhythm to be in right now, being able to potentially deny below with these two players.
And ironically, Rufflecopter actually came really prepared to deal with this kind of a defensive setup from Leb and Novakes on the roam with the combination of that Jackal and the Nomad. I think there's a peek here from Leb from the sunrise window, but at the moment, no one repelling on the main big window, so he doesn't find anything as of yet. But yeah, this vertical presence is going to be pivotal in the late round. I think it might make Rhythm be able to deny the plant.
Campo now looking to send in and put the pressure on. He's going to go straight past those smokes, straight back through them. OJ is going to be dodging all sorts of utility, all sorts of denial left, right, and center. Deptra with a nice long line. It's all falling to pieces for Rhythm, who are trying to clutch back, but it's not going to happen. A flawless round to set the tone and the pace for the second half.
Wow, what a start from Rufflecopter. It just continuously accelerated, and I think it was just a great play from Campo, pushing deep in Billiards to deny the smoke. Obviously, it's one of the hardest parts in terms of dealing with planting on that site, is that a smoke is usually holed up around Drinks Bar, and that can be tough to deal with. So maybe that is just an error from Rhythm there, getting a little too wide in the position to deny. You can definitely just play hard up in the corner, but either way, it was well played from Rufflecopter, and that is certainly what they needed after that rush from Rhythm to bounce back.
I mean, you can't deny here that little break that we had during some tech issues would have benefited Ruffle now. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. They didn't win a single attack on Coastline yesterday. They've already broken that right now. Came out of the gate, and it wasn't just a narrow attack win that Rufflecopter accomplished to them. That was a flawless round. And yeah, totally on the back of Campo finding the kill onto that smoke play. Now that smoke of Drex was meant to be gassing up that plant spot late into the round, denying the remaining 25 seconds that was left on the clock. But no, Rufflecopter had their number, and they did exactly what they needed to take control of the round.
And Drex, we've highlighted time and time again, is such an instrumental player for Rhythm. Going down so early, smoke or no smoke, you'd expect him to come up big in the moments where it's required. But likewise, the story of Campo and how much he's been able to achieve in the playoffs so far, it just seems fitting for that storyline. A fair bit of attention toward that second floor over on that east side. So Rufflecopter are going to have to be very methodical with their approach here.
You know what's so exciting about this is I basically just set the precedent that Rhythm is so well poised. Like, everything that I knew told me Rhythm was going to win this, and now Rufflecopter does that, and now I have absolutely no damn clue who we're going to see in Oceanic Nationals 2021, because either of these teams could make it here.
I'm also seeing this this lineup from Rufflecopter, a Lion and a Jackal, which is a nasty little combo, and I guess they have read into Rhythm's intentions to do a pretty heavy roam, and of course Bouncing, you know, he's just not going to be anywhere near bomb site regardless. So there's a really effective way to be able to deal with a player like that. And this is going to be putting a lot of pressure back onto Rhythm. How will they adapt to this kind of play from Rufflecopter?
And what's more, this is actually not an attacking lineup we saw from Rufflecopter yesterday. Like, we saw the Nomad, but we didn't see the Jackal or the Lion. So this is an adaptation that has been made since yesterday. And I mean, only time will tell whether it comes to fruition.
I tell you what, I really love the combination of that pince onto Bouncing there, who was sitting by the white stairs. Obviously, you had Campo coming in from luggage, you had the lion charges going off, it was causing absolute chaos. I believe the double door in lobby was open as well. And as they flushed them out, oh, very unfortunate not to trade there, Campo, but it does give the man advantage into the hands of Rhythm.
Bouncing to playing in this position at the lobby desk. Some still refer to it as Waka, made famous by the Noringo Japanese player. But this Lion scan is going to come out as a trade. It happens off-site, but still man advantage held by Rhythm. And this is going to start to make it difficult for Rufflecopter because they haven't been able to obtain vertical control. And Boydie, he trades bullets back and forth with Novakes, and with support now, they finally get the kill onto him. So 3v3 as they inch closer to being able to execute. But Bouncing, he is still off-site. He is waiting to strike and wreak havoc into this Rufflecopter attack.
Oh,
no.
Deptra. Jeez, how is the trace on that? You could see the strafe to ensure there was no room for Drex to run there. Bouncing off-site, but we'll have that line directly through bathrooms there from lobby. You can see the second they make their way in, it's somewhat of a crossfire, a light crossfire at that, but Bouncing hitting a very nice shot through the wall, and it opens up the round completely. 2 players left. Oh, they are all over the place, and Bouncing holds on for dear life. And oh my god, he could have pulled it out. Oh no. Leb was so close to being caught on the cross there. You could see the doorway just missing the timing, but too close for comfort, I'd say, for Rhythm.
I mean, you said it, Raven. Like, Bouncing was that last little unaddressed factor for Rufflecopter that round, and Rhythm absolutely relied on him. And I just want to credit, like, yeah, good positioning in lobby, but that awareness and that the angle that he had from that lobby desk over into service, onto that double door, low holes so that he could shoot anyone in the feet if they tried to walk forwards. But even before he saw anyone, he started to pre-fire a bit more to the right. He didn't know if there was anyone there, but he knew it was about the same, about that time of the round when the attackers started to file on through. That wallbang was just such a pivotal moment where the tables turned rather.
Oh,
and yeah, man. So it's been a long night. And Rhythm clawed things back into their favor.
You might almost say with that wallbang that Bouncing was in rhythm with the rounds.
Can we cut his mic, please?
We can do it.
He was bouncing to the beat.
Hang on, what's next? Are you gonna make a joke about how breezy this is?
Look, guys, Pun got eliminated with PC 419 yesterday, so no more puns allowed.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh god, they're just rolling out of control right now, aren't they? Far out, gents.
I'm not gonna lie, I did prepare that one coming into tonight. I actually had that one prepared.
Oh no.
That's how sad I am.
You're so sad that you're preparing puns, Dev.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Guz told me that he had a pun prepared for our cast. He didn't end up using it though, but that was going to be my response to it. So I'm glad that you gave him the opportunity to use it anyway, Rob. Just making sure I'm not wasting any of my material.
Rightio, we can move on to more serious topics now. Which it's all stalled out for now, unfortunately. Means that I am all null and void here because brain is small. Need help from big brain, boys.
Oh, come on. Give yourself more credit than that, right? Look, it has been sold out. You really were right with that. I mean, there hasn't been much progression on this attack from Rufflecopter. And maybe they're feeling the effects of Bouncing from that last round. They're maybe being more thorough and trying to draw it out a bit clearer. Just really be sure of where this roam is being holed up. Bouncing is that roamer. He's hanging out in Hooker, and Boats is hanging out at Bays. And they're going to be able to back each other up. And this is a really critical spot that looks like Rufflecopter were keen to take, but can't. And that means they can't get verticals into either Blue or Sunrise. Boydie, though, he's holed up in office, and he's actually looking keen to the approach around site. So they've got the horizontal presence, and now they've got the opening kill. That is Bouncing taken off the board.
That said, that's not full top floor control. The reason why the defenders hold on to this hookah area is because, well, it's directly above that sunrise bomb site and those pivotal anchor positions. If the attackers get control, they can open up the floor and take down players below. And likewise, it's the reverse as well. Should Bounson had been allowed to survive there, he could have denied any plant and blue bar from above. And it's very much blue bar, which is, as you can see, the point of contention for the attack. That's where they want to execute.
Oh, that smoke out is definitely sounding the alarms there, Raven.
They do, and look, they need more control. That's what I was going to say. They need more control, and they haven't got it, Rob. They haven't got the control, Rob, so they've tried to push through. The fuse is down, and now they might have buggered it.
It's, that may just be the best way of putting it. Oh, God, Deptra nearly gets a double kill on the lineup. Pushes it. How does he kill Novaix there? Boats goes a little bit wayward onto Boydie. And Deptra's left in a 1v2 clutch. All the time in the world to work with. Players off site, so potentially has the movement. And it looks like he will just go for the safe plant. Behind the bar. Players now moving into position. Sound cue comes in, too late for Deptra. Too good for Boats, and Rhythm secure the second round on their defense.
It's all well and good to trade rounds, but we're getting into the business end of this map and the series. You can only trade rounds for so long, and it is Rhythm that are now in the lead at 5-4. So if they can shake the trend of trading, they're going to give you a match point. They'll be up 6-4, which is what it was yesterday. To remind you of that. And that means that Rufflecopter will at least have to force overtime. But boy, oh boy, can you imagine the pressure that Rufflecopter will feel as soon as you see that 6 hit the board on the side of Rhythm. You'll start to see your OCN chances feel like they're fading. I just think it's going to be so hard for them to not let that get into their minds.
Once that round count hits 6 on the opponent's line, you can't lose a single more round. So Rufflecopter, what are they going to do? Well, they've gone back to that original operator lineup. They've forgone the line that they only brought for that kitchen attack and instead bringing the Hibana. They don't always see hard breach here on coastline, but it's mostly useful for this very bomb site here, for the hookah. If you can manage to breach the hookah walls, it really enables you to counter the position that typically would see a smoke play in drinks, which is where, thank you very much, Marshall, our observer, is showing us right now. But that said, we've actually seen Rufflecopter get pretty creative with the way that they deal with that smoke player. And last time it was Campo who used his own smoke grenades to deny some lines of sight and push deep into pool and simply take the gunfight with Drex. Now that ended up being a round that Rufflecopter converted to a victory. But that said, this time there's a Melusi Banshee on that pool table, and I mean, maybe that'll make the difference.
And my question is, how many times can you rely on a dry peek from Campo around the corner of bar to get that kill? You know, sometimes we do see on the double window a player rappelling upside down, just trying to stop that smoke from kind of peeking over the edge there. But it will be intriguing for me to see what Rufflecopter do to change this up, because it did feel like Campo was 100% the linchpin on that round. And had he not have been able to get that kill, it could have really stalled out for quite some time.
Swift presence, though. They have pushed through Penthouse and Theater very quickly right now. They are potentially looming towards Aqua Control in the first half of the round, so that's going to put tons of pressure onto the defenders of Rhythm. And they've already got VIP control as well. OJ opening up the nice line of sight. Another missed C4. It really hasn't worked out that well for Rhythm on these defenses so far. So I feel like this round is trending in a good direction for Rufflecopter at this stage.
Boydie starting to open up more lines there. That's okay, unless that was going, unless that was going for something different there. That will unfortunately be both Ash charges used. So that Banshee is left on the billiards table, Dev.
Yeah, well, at least they got rid of the Evil Eye. But it's going to be really difficult for Campo to do that peak that he wants to, pushing up in through the bomb site, because that Melusi, the Banshee's still there. But there's the first pick of the round, and it does swing the way of Rufflecopter.
That means that they're going to have that man advantage to try and finish this execute. Now, this is the only attack that Rufflecopter have won so far in the half. They are certainly trending towards doing so again. They are surrounding site. Campo ready to push deep, potentially again like last time. Smoke's come out, so it looks like execute is happening. OJ, he's got the kid on the ground.
Smoke babes. Oh my god, Campo getting kills. Oh my word. Drex will get a fortunate kill with the back end of the smoke. But Boats is caught between a rock and many a hard place at this point. There are so many crossfires for him to get past. Even if he manages to catch Boydie there, I believe that was still going to be a 3 versus 1. So another really strong performance and a pivotal round for Rufflecopter.
What an accomplishment for Rufflecopter, coming in from losing Hookah Billiards attacks 2 rounds yesterday against Rhythm, and now they have won it 2 rounds. They're currently undefeated, attacking that bomb site, and the pressure is beginning to ramp up here for Rhythm. Now, there is still a good chance that Rhythm can take this in a 7-5 on account of Kitchen being unlocked in this round right here, and then the next round, Sunrise is going to be unlocked. Now, both of those bomb sites that currently Rufflecopter have failed to attack successfully this map. And also yesterday when these teams played against each other. But that said, I don't know if you guys remember, but that lobby attack where it came down to bouncing, playing in lobby at the very end, like that got really close. So Rufflecopter are only by a narrow margin disadvantageous in this round. And I totally think they've got what it takes to make that difference and take match point, series point right here.
Oh, tell you what, I'd hate to be these players. I don't know about you guys at home watching, but my heart rate has skyrocketed. Just seeing that this is 5-5 has certainly got my anxiety peaking. This is an exciting finish, this match. All maps that we've had so far have just been great, and it's so hard to call the finale of this one. Kitchen, of course, did go in the favor of Rhythm last time. It was close, man. Like, it came off getting some big picks out of lobby late. So outside of something like that happening, I don't know, Rhythm are going to have to step it up early round.
I can hear a fair bit of noise there, and playing, obviously, the anchor with Drex. They are very cautious for Rufflecopter, just testing those grounds to begin with. Boydie taking, once again, the charge here. Trying to burn through those ADSs just on the other side of the half couch. Of course, there is that bulletproof camera they've got to deal with as well. Sounds like they've dealt with it pretty quickly, but a fair bit of attention being put across with 3 players just on the outside. Oh, no. Big opening from Campo, though.
Yeah, that's so pivotal. That's the first pick to go the way of Rufflecopter. Still 2 roamers upstairs here, but it may well be not enough. As Ruffle have been so good at clearing this top floor, and there you go, another pick! These defenders are flushed out of theater. They're not ready for the show that Rufflecopter wants to put on. And now, Rhythm will rely on just 3 players left on the bomb site. Leb wants to go for a flank, but there's someone watching it! Rhythm's hopes of retaining their OCN spot are dying before their very eyes. And Rufflecopter, with a 5 versus 2 advantage, may well steal series points.
Oh boy. Pressure on the back of Drex and Boats. Drex in particular, he was a part of a 2v5 clutch that happened yesterday on this map against Rufflecopter. So can he dig deep and do it again? There's still a whole minute for he and his teammate to survive this onslaught and try to salvage this round and match point for his team. But Rufflecopter, they are taking off fast towards that match point themselves. Boats is looking to get aggressive, but no, decides against that. Plant potentially coming out soon. Rufflecopter not wanting to go too fast and be too careless right now.
Smoke babes are out now. Drex only has 1 more to try and waste some time. It's not promising at all for Rhythm's hopes. Oates just taken down from behind. Rufflecopter pushing aside that kitchen defense and breathing easy on match point in one of their biggest games they've played.
There's no ifs and buts about it. This is the biggest, most important round that Rafflecopter have ever played of Rainbow Six Siege right now. This qualifies them for the highest level of competition in our region, the Oceanic Nationals 2021. It's been 3 maps, and it all started poorly for Rafflecopter. They lost their own map pick, and now they've done the unthinkable here and won 3 rounds of attack on Coastline when yesterday they weren't able to win a single round.
Oh, yeah. They were pretty confident, you know, Deptra in the interview, he said that they were confident they could just tidy up some of their end games for these rounds and that they would be able to beat Rhythm on this map. And look, it is happening, as you said, Dev. They weren't able to get any yesterday. They've got 3 today. 1 more will get them into Oceanic Nationals 2021. And Rhythm, they just need it at this stage. They need to salvage this by pushing it to overtime. And then, well, it's another discussion altogether. They've got overtime. And I mean, it'll be a little bit poetic for Rhythm's fate to be decided in an overtime match, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be...
Let's not.
Yeah. Rhythm have had so many overtime games that they have lost to finally win one just earlier today against Rafflecopter. I don't know which way it would go if we saw that here. But Rafflecopter might not even let us get to that point.
No, it would be fitting, but please, for the love of God, Rhythm. Don't do this to my heart. I mean, I want it done because I need to see more of this, but...
I just can't imagine an OCN where Rhythm get eliminated. Not after everything we've seen. I mean, FEROX, they were threatened with elimination. But Lev, he says, I've been around for a long time, the longest one in the lobby, and I'm not going down without a fight. Takes down Deptra, but the deed is not done as of yet.
Yeah, that's a big pick too. Deptra having a lot of impact for Rafflecopter. Continuously through almost every map we've watched of Rafflecopter, Deptra has been a consistent performer for them. That is a great start in that first minute. Campo now, he's looking keen to start to push in through the security towards office. So again, it looks like Rafflecopter, they're zoning in towards an office take. Blue bar plant potentially here. But they haven't been able to get vertical control. 2 roamers, in fact, still occupy the vertical control required to be able to flush out any player hanging out around Blue Bar or even behind Pink Couch and Sunrise.
My concern, though, is perhaps those roamers, players like Bounce, and try to make plays that maybe Rhythm are ready for. All it takes is a drone or an air jab to catch off those players. And with Deptra dead, he's doing nothing but watching drones. No Vakes loses his head. Bouncin actually does manage to make a play here. And that retains that numbers advantage for the defense. Rafflecopter on match point, but only 3 players left in the round to make it happen.
Oh boy, it could not get any more tense than this. You can cut the tension with a knife. And OJ, he just goes in. He's going to start planting. Maybe this is going to catch Rhythm off guard. He pulls off though. Not sure whether he heard something, but either way, Campo, he's picked up a shot onto Leb, and that's it. Post-plant now, Manic.
Oh, Campo, not going to be expecting Bouncing on the line there. It's got to be the 2 versus 3 here for Rhythm. OJ holds strong, taking down boats from security, and all of a sudden, you feel like this is going to come down to microseconds, to milli-decisions between it. OJ going to see the backside. He's let his position known. He's going to hit the first shot, but that's okay. Boydie is above and waiting. Surely can hit these shots. Does he have the line? It's going to long arm it. Surely not. Boydie will be able to confirm the kill, and in that, they will secure their Oceanic National spot for 2021 from the proving grounds of LPL and open qualifiers to their revenge against Rhythm in the lower bracket grand final. They are going to be joining the rest of the crew for 2021.
Rhythm can't keep beating forever, and it does slow to a stop. Rafflecopter, well, I don't know, they've left the air pad and they've flown away with Rhythm's Oceanic Nationals slot for 2021. What a series for Rufflecopter to come back after losing in Ultimate Overtime. Their map choice, they have punched their ticket to Oceanic Nationals.
What a series. Oh my gosh, I just looked back at the scoreline. 7-8, 7-5, 7-5. It was just such a back and forth affair the entire time. It's not like one of them stomped ahead on a certain map in particular. It was just constantly toe-to-toe, trading rounds. Even during those rounds, it felt like one team had momentum, the other brought it back. Honestly, this is exactly what you would want to see out of this kind of match, and Rufflecopter, they had what it took to step up. They had the strength, and yeah, they now have a spot in Oceanic Nationals 2021.
I have so much energy right now and so many jitters. I could go for a run and back and I'd be fine. That was such an intense series, such an intense finish to it as well. A 2v2 would be the only way to decide in the full regulation of Coastline. I could not be happier for how this series has been decided, Dev. It's been 3 maps, 3 long maps, and unfortunately, Rhythm. You said you couldn't imagine an OCN without Rhythm. We're going to have to.
My heart goes out to them. These guys have played 6 maps today. I mean, I'm going to do some... Actually, no, I'm not going to do some quick maths because I'll get it wrong. I wanted to calculate how many rounds they've played today, but no, I'm going to get bullied for that. It's been... Man, it's been a long night for Rhythm. It's been a long season, a long year, and I'm just going to go back and point out what the Snowball Esports journalist Ducky said, and man, if Rhythm had won a couple more rounds, one here, one there, in those overtime games during the season, they would have topped the Oceanic Nationals, and now they depart, but not without pride, I think.
No, they've got their pride intact, and it's been close. Raven, final thoughts before we head to the winners interview?
Yeah, look, Rhythm, I think they still proved that they had what it takes to be an OCN, but at the same time, Rufflecopter have managed to prove so do they. And they were the ones that got the rounds that they needed to be able to take the spot. And I guess we talked about a poetic finish if it went overtime. I think even the fact that the maps they lost was 7-5, 7-5 is almost poetic enough as it is. A matter of rounds, they could be back in OCN. We talked that storyline. Matter of rounds, they could have been the top. That's just their storyline through and through. So unfortunate for them, but look, I'm incredibly happy for Rufflecopter. They've had a dominant run through Open Qualifiers, LPL. Yep. They've fought really hard through the relegations here, and they've made it.
And deservedly so. You know what? Yep. Let's bring in the man of the hour, Deptra, for the interview, a player who has had an incredible impact all weekend long. Deptra, I'm not even going to overcomplicate this. That was a barn burner. How you feel? I couldn't imagine the kind of pressure that would have been on in those final rounds.
Look, the relief is insane. Like, really, after losing Cafe 8-7, we were absolutely gutted. And coming back and win 7-5, 7-5, you know, those last 2 rounds were so insane. Like, the comms were just, you know, off the charts. It's really, really good to be, like, good environment to be in.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I can't imagine what it was like for you guys, but talk us through it. I mean, especially that last round, there was a pretty big decision there to go for the plant early. OJ opened the wall, snuck in, and just decided to plant with about 50 seconds left, I think. Talk us through the decision-making there in the comms.
Well, look, they've kind of been running the same kind of blue bar hold for ages. They have Dormai up at Vase and the Jaeger in Hookah with the Rio. We just figured, you know, we can just go blue bar. They're not really holding that. They don't have any vertical holds for it. If we just get someone skin aqua holding that, we can just, you know, kind of plant at our own leisure. We normally have go blue bar window. I kind of got wall banged early. That was my bad for being there. Bit of a silly spot. But, you know, OJ just said, you know, we can plant, Bliss bait out their smokes and just see where we go from there. We took lobby, covered courtyard, and, you know, we got it down, and the result's history.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I want to actually pick your brains about your journey as a player yourself. But firstly, since we're talking about that map, I want to talk about how you guys turned things around from yesterday, not winning a single attack round on Coastline, to come back and win 4. What happened there? What changed between you guys losing 5 rounds of attack in a row yesterday to Rhythm to now winning 4-2?
Look, in all honesty, we feel like we played really poorly yesterday on Coastline. We really let ourselves down, and we should be at the standard that we were today. I'm really glad that everyone was able to step up to what we setting for ourselves as a standard, and that we're able to like carry out those executions how we've planned, and win our entry picks and hold on to the man count most importantly, because I think we had entry quite a few times and we just started throwing it away, which is our issue yesterday. But I was really glad we're able to like hold on to that today and continue with our attacks.
Yeah, congrats, dude. It was really amazing to witness. You guys played super well. But I want to bring it back in for a sec. Deptra, like you've played, you played in the Pro League, or was it just 6 Masters? Like I want to get an idea of 6 Masters, right? Your journey throughout competitive Siege. Like you left your team and now you've had to re-qualify and you've made it back. What's that been like as a journey for you as a player?
Well, look, in all honesty, I've just been kind of a small-time player, trying to work my way up to the league. Started in like a gold team called Scumchooks. Built my way up, made, joined Vanquish, Paradox. Finally got picked up by FEROX at the start of 6 Masters, which I was really excited about. I feel like I played alright. Could have done better. I think I did my job most of the time. We ended up having a bit of personality clash, which is why this is why I left at the end. And then I figured I'm still really hungry to compete. There's not really many teams looking for players at the moment. Let's just make our own and try our best, see what happens, put the time in, and hard work pays off. So that's just what it's all been about, really.
Well, power to you, dude. That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
awesome.
it. Talk about all hard work paying off. That has well and truly happened in this series, Matt, and across this entire weekend. Look, I think I'm kind of going to leave it there, unless Raven or Dev, any final thoughts?
Congratulations. That's it.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
beautiful. Well, Deptra, I can't tell you how much we're looking forward to your 2021 season. So congratulations for this
Thank
weekend
you.
and enjoy the celebrations with your team.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Beautiful. Well,
So
holy
awesome.
moly. All the formalities are out of the way and we just get to hear it for what it is. And what it is by all means, like you're saying, Dev, a wholesome journey and what a trek to get there. And we'll have a very quick look back at the journey of just the playoffs, of course, not Depra's and Co's journey to here. That would be a long one. We're just going to have a look at what this weekend saw. And it all started back with that FEROX PC 419 Raven, and by God, it feels like it's been a marathon.
Oh, it has been a marathon. FEROX, they proved to be the most dominant team here. At least they got that 2-1 over PC 419 and the 2-0 in the upper final to get that first spot. Rhythm, look, they started strong in the semi-finals yesterday, but today was just not theirs.
Yeah,
Not at
it
all.
was amazing comeback, I think, for in particular for Rufflecopter. Like, yes, FEROX, amazing for them that they not only managed to deal with PC, but of course a 2-0 over Rhythm I think is quite a big deal for FEROX. And for Rufflecopter to come through, get revenge through the lower bracket against the team that had knocked them down there in the first place, that's got to be quite a feeling. On the flip side of that, it's going to be weird not to have Rhythm in OCN.
Yeah.
Players like Leb, I just can't believe that this is the end of the road for him in terms of his OCN journey. But who knows? Give it some time. There is some insane talent on that roster. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a reprisal.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Who knows what 2021 will bring? And I mean, there you see it, FEROX and Rufflecopter at the end of promo relegations. Those are our two teams, ladies and gentlemen, that have fought their way through. And by all means, sounds like a clash of personalities. Sounds like some good rivalries to start dissecting when we head to our next season. But man, it's been a long one. That's all I can say. And it has been an incredible journey the whole time, Raven, from the very first match of the regulation up until now, through all of the playoffs that we've had. It really has been an incredible season.
Yeah, look, we started back in September. I mean, some people that might have only just joined us, this is the conclusion of the season now, completely. Started back in September. It's been quite the journey, wildcard topping it out, and at the end of the day, there were teams that had to get relegated at the end of this year, and it was Rhythm. And look, FEROX survived, so only one team, I guess, relegated. But cheers for the victors, Rufflecopter. They put up such a good fight this entire weekend. It was really great to watch them play, honestly. Thoroughly deserved to be there.
And Dev from the rafters, I know it's been hard for you. It's been a big couple of months for you, but it has been incredible to have you back. Would you like to wrap up any final thoughts on what has been the final day for the Oceanic Nationals for 2020?
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I really enjoyed the trio cast. I haven't decided what we call it yet. I hope you guys at home enjoyed it as well, as much as we did. Production's been fantastic as well, getting through all of the different things that we've had, the hurdles we had to mantle. So thanks to everyone who makes this happen, and thanks to the teams for giving us such amazing matches to watch and enjoy. It's really such a pleasure.
Pleasure is honestly, it's all ours, right? Isn't it? It's all ours. It has been an utter journey, and we would not have had it any other way. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring our show to a close. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us. Be sure to check out the APAC majors throughout this week. But until we see you next time, take care.
Baby, can you tell me who you want to be? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. Baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? I left my demons in my best. I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Baby, I got nothing else to prove. It's like you want your best out of me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? I can see your mind turn scandalous or other beat, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go and say a little more. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me. Baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company.
Developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. We'll make up your mind. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on wanna see where this can go. I'm double